Hey guys, I'm Danny Johnson, CEO at TPP, The Positive Porpoise.
I'm Jason Miller from Fins Up SoCal Fan Club.
I'm Scott Howell from Atlanta Dolphin Club.
Mark Angelo, NorCal Dolphin Club.
You're listening to Clock Blockers, Miami fans' #1 morning show.
Run it, 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 run it.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. What is up? It is your boy, Stephen D. Good morning to my Fins family. Good morning to my Fin-Laws. Super excited that you're here hanging out with me on the #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, on this wonderful, beautiful Tuesday. I'm your host, Stephen D. You can follow me on social media at Stephen D. SKPL. Spread kindness, positivity, and love. Make sure y'all follow me there. Go follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. Make sure you go follow all of them. It helps. So make sure it helps the channel grow by me growing on social media. I don't know if you know that or not, but it's true. It does. Also follow Miami Sports Music on social media at Miami Sports Music on everywhere except for Twitter, where it's at MIA Sports Music on Twitter. MIA. Take it to the house. All right, make sure you all do that there. Also, hey, look, on your way in, hit the big thumbs up button. Hit it. Tap it. Whatever you got to do to it, just do it. Okay? Hit the thumbs up. Give us a big like. It goes it does. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already subscribed. And if you're not, I don't know what you're doing with your life. I really don't. I have no idea what you're doing with your life if you haven't done those things yet. But they're free. They don't cost anything. It doesn't cost anything to subscribe to the channel. It doesn't. Not at all. So make sure you do it. And do it now. Okay? Okay? What? Make sure you all do that. Hit the like button, please, and subscribe to the channel. Hey, look, if you want to sign up to become a member of the channel, there are plenty of seats at the table waiting for you. We'd love for you to see you. We'd love for you to come on and become a member of the family. We'd love to see that. Okay. Join, sign up today, get access to perks. Make sure you do that now. A lot of beautiful things. Sign up, become a member today of the family. All right. Also, hey, look, if you want to help the channel grow by donating, there's a few different ways you can do that. The first different way you can do is using the YouTube live super chat, which is the $ below the chat in the little box. You guys click that button. It's called YouTube super chat or super sticker, and you guys can donate that way. You guys can also use Cash App, which is $MSM Podcast Network, or PayPal, which is MSM Podcast Network. The QR screens are right below on the screen. You can use those. They go such a long way into helping the channel grow. I don't care if it's $1. Okay? Make sure you do that because it's a big deal. It helps out. It helps out a lot. Want to give a big shout out to our sponsor of the show, ZSM Sports. Go check out Zachary over at ZSM Sports. Absolutely amazing. We're a big fan of Zachary and ZSM and all the stuff. He's been busy a lot. He's a one-man show. I know some of y'all need some stuff sent out to y'all. It is on its way, I promise you. And make sure you check out TailGater as well. The download the app today on the free app on your current Apple or Android device today, and follow TailGater, TailGreeter. Make sure you know the Baltimore Beatdown 2022 in Miami, Week 2. The Baltimore Ravens host their home opener of the Miami Dolphins. I'm throwing a big tailgate there. Would love to see you come to that. If you want more information about that, we have tickets to the game, and we also have tickets to an all-you-can-eat, all-you-can-drink tailgate. We'll have DJ. We'll have goodie bags right there. Okay, so the link is in the chat. I just put it in there. If you're interested, I would love to see y'all there. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, I want to remind you all that today is Miami Herald Tuesdays with Daniel Oyefusi, the Miami Dolphins report, host of the Dolphins In-Depth podcast, and Dolphins beat writer Daniel. He is. So we got a great show lined up for you today. It's going to be a lot of fun. What's up? How's everybody doing this morning? I miss y'all. It's been good. It's been beautiful. I had a long weekend. My kids are away. They come back tomorrow, which I need. I'm excited. I miss my kids. And then my wife she's away. She left Saturday. She's in Cabo. She doesn't come back till Saturday. I desperately miss her. But I'm here and I'm excited. Want to say good morning to everybody in the chat. Let me see who's in the chat this morning. Bones, I heard it's somebody's birthday today. Is it your birthday today? Is that your Cash App? $ AJ Crud P. Guys, it's Bones' birthday. Buy him a couple beers or two, or 3, or 4, or a bottle. Happy birthday, Bones. Bones has been a solid listener of the show since almost day one. So shout out to you, Bones, and happy birthday, man. I hope you enjoy it. Trucker Sean is in the building. Chef Zhu, good morning to you, good sir. Flipside Fishing. He says, thanks, I appreciate all the love. All I want for my birthday is the Super Bowl. Got Raul in here this morning. Blake McDonald. Von Joe. Snake to a rat. Big Dougie B's in here. Who else I got? Chef Zhu. I already said Chef Zhu. Shake Money. Welcome. Good morning, neighbors. It's another beautiful day in Zamunda, as Shake Money always says. Blake Money. Or Blake McDonald. I said Blake Money. That should be your new nickname, Blake McDonald. Ian Baller's here. Flipside Fishing. Who else? Chad M. What's up, Chad M? Level 2 Noob is in here. Did we win the Super Bowl yet? No, not yet. I want to remind you guys that today, Daniel Oyefusi is coming on, my brother from another mother, and today is going to be Ask Daniel. Okay? So we're going to talk for a little bit, but I want you guys to know that today is Ask Daniel. I put that in the chat. So use that as part of whatever question you want to ask Daniel today. Because today, you all get to interview Daniel for the most part. So if you have any question, Daniel's going to ask today, or he's going to answer it. So ask Daniel, put that in the chat, get all your questions in now, and we're going to hang out with Daniel. So we're going to have a good time with it. So it'll be a lot of fun. It'll be a lot of fun. Actually, without further ado, let me go ahead and bring the man of the hour on, Mr. Daniel Oyefusi himself. What's up, man? Good morning.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Pretty good. You like the new look?
I do. Very sleek.
I know. I did that for you, man. I figured you would like it. I like it. I think it's a really good look. Miami Herald Tuesdays. Take Tuesdays with Daniel Oyefusi and the Miami Herald Report. Before we get into everything, how was your weekend, man? How was your week?
It was solid. You know, it's the dead period, so not much going on. Just enjoying it while we have it.
It's so tough, man. It's so tough. What do you do? Beat writers like interact with each other? Do they talk to each other during the dead period?
I think some of these guys might be on vacation. They've been kind of radio silent, but I mean, like I said, it's a much deserved break, so I'm not gonna bother those guys around this time.
No, man. Look, I just, it's weird because everybody's like, you're doing a show during the off season, and I'm like, yeah, it's about finding those talking points. Is there any news or anything that I've missed that I can think of?
Not really. Like I said, players away from the facility. I'm sure the front office they're doing some stuff here and there, but it's pretty quiet around this time of the year, man.
Okay, well, today, what I wanted to do today was something a little bit different. I talk to you every week, so I wanted to give people the opportunity to ask you a question. So today we're using the hashtag #AskDaniel to ask you a question, and so people are starting to get their stuff in there. I want to give people an opportunity to get all their questions in, but I want people to interact with you today. I talk to you every week, but the fans want to talk to you this week. You down with that?
I'm with it. Let's do it.
All right, man. Let's do it. Level 2 Noob asks, why does Steven think he's too good to work Mondays now? I have taken the last few Mondays. Again, it's tough. Like, I had some personal stuff I had to deal with. You're killing me, Level 2 Noob. That's the first question you want to ask Daniel. You don't have inside information on that. You can ask me. Yeah, I think I'm too good to work Mondays during the off-season level 2 noob. Come talk to me about it. God, people always want to. All right, let's get a real first question in here. Till Dog asked, do we get the 10-minute timeout, Daniel? No, cannot 10-minute timeout. We have a rule on our show that if there's a panel, you can pay $10 if you don't like if somebody's acting crazy or saying something wild. You donate to the channel $10, and that person gets timed out for 10 minutes.
It's like a mute button.
It's like, but you can also kick somebody out for the day for $50. Wow. But Dang. Here's the thing: those people can get back on. So, like, if you get 10-minute timed out, you can get $20 and you can get yourself back on the panel. Or if you get $50,
that's a good thing. Then
I know. Well, I did say that guests aren't immune to it, but it's not a panel right now. It's just you and I.
That's true. That's true.
So I won't do that while you're doing this. All right, Raul asked the real first question. He says, "Are we done fixing the O-line?"
All right, yeah, that's a good question. I would say, I guess if I'm putting myself in the shoes of like the Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel, they'll tell you, we're always scouring for ways to improve the team. I mean, truthfully, I think that for the most part, I think that the 5 starters that we're going to see to open up the season are on the roster right now. That being Teron Armstead, Connor Williams, Liam Eichenberg, Robert Hunt, and Austin Jackson. Now, is there a chance that maybe there's some shift in potentially? But I think that those 5 guys will be starting the season, and especially those young guys will be given every opportunity to succeed or kind of prove themselves. Now, whether there's going to be changes midseason like we saw last year, I mean, I can't call that because I don't know what type of leash some of these younger guys will have. But I would say that, I mean, maybe there's a veteran, like a depth veteran signing or something like that, kind of like we saw last year with them getting Greg Mans and Greg Little. But I think for the most part, the offensive line is set in terms of the 5 starters. It's just a matter of like, does the coaching staff feel confident playing them where they currently are?
Well, I said, one of the things that I thought too, to kind of elaborate on this a little bit is, they have about 16.7 million left in the cap, I think, or right around there, maybe even 17. But I think that there's going to be people that are going to get cut in training camp or preseason.
Yeah.
And I think that the Dolphins will, if somebody from that O-line, is a cap casualty or somebody that, gets a roster bonus, maybe if they make the week 1 roster and the team decides, let's just go young. Why spend that money? Yeah, I could totally see us doing it. And if that is an offensive lineman, I could definitely see that being where it is. Do you agree with that?
No, most definitely. I mean, I think that the most likely, I guess, kind of like avenue for them to add somebody right now is probably like waiver wire, especially like around the time where you start seeing guys, the roster cut downs and a whole bunch of guys start to hit the market. Again, they could trade, but if they do trade, I mean, I see it being like a Greg Little, Greg Mans type of deal where they trade like a 7th rounder, a 6th rounder, and they're like swapping picks or something like that. But I think that they feel at least kind of like bullish, or to confident on the group that they have right now. And we'll see how it looks because I don't want to say either way how I thought they looked during offseason workouts because it's only so much physicality up front, and we didn't even see Teron Armstead in there, so. I think that after like the first or second joint practice, I think that I'll have a pretty good feel for how the offensive line is because I was only here for like 3 weeks, if that, and I saw how they performed against the Falcons. I already knew what was going to be up with the offensive line. So I think that once you see like them face another team, you see that competition, you'll get a feel for how they're going to be at least to start off the season.
All right, Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers. I'm your host, Stephen D. This is Miami Herald Tuesdays with Daniel Oyefusi, the beat writer and host of Dolphins in Depth podcast. Today we are doing #AskDaniel, where I'm not interviewing him today. It is y'all, the fans. So if you have a question you want to ask Daniel, put it in the chat using the #AskDaniel, and you guys will get your question answered by Daniel. All right, Blake McDonald wants to know, #AskDaniel, is Noah going to see the field this year?
Noah Igbinoghene, my Nigerian brother. So I'm gonna start off by saying I thought he had a solid solid camp in terms of off-season workouts, OTAs. You got to keep something in kind of, you got to look at everything in perspective. So first couple years hasn't gone the way that he or anybody else expected. I'm trying to think. Byron Jones and Xavier Howard, none of those guys are participating in the off-season workout programs, or at least the OTAs. So Noah's getting like all the major reps. So he's going up against Waddle and Hill all the time. So is he going to get beat? Yes. Did he get beat a couple times? Yes. But I thought that he showed some improvement. I saw that. I feel like with Noah, it's never been a matter of like the physical aspect. Like he's usually in position. It's just kind of like having that confidence and that awareness to like track the ball and finish the play. And I saw that a couple times. Again, he did get beat sometimes, but I also saw some really good reps. Now, is he going to see the field? It's just hard to project that because there's 3 cornerbacks in front of him, and he doesn't play nickel. So it's not like he's going to get some nickel snaps over Needham or kind of with Needham if they do dime. Like, he's just not going to do that. Like, even if they go dime and bring like 5 or 6, a 6 defensive back, they're probably going to bring in Eric Rowe over Noah. I did see him get some reps on special teams, and I think that I mean, that's where to start, because last year he couldn't even be active on game days for special teams. So I think that there's a starting point right there. Make yourself like active on game day and put yourself in a position where, knock on wood, if someone was to get injured or you need to step in, you're available. But right now it's tough to envision him having like a prominent role on defense, just because of the setup and all the guys that are in front of him.
You know, for about a quarter of the games at minimum last year, he didn't even dress. And this has been obviously a big question within the fan base about Noah Igbinoghene. Was he worth a first-round pick? Is he a bust already? And I said, guys, you have to remember, number one, he's playing in arguably top 5 secondary in the NFL, maybe even top 3, maybe even the best. And, you know, he doesn't have to play. He doesn't. This is a great secondary. And I will also say that, you know, Greer is somebody that was very prominent in him. And, you know, there are some people within the fan base that love Greer, and there's some people that don't. I am a Greer fan. I'm not ready to give up on Noah yet. I think there's a lot of stuff to like about the kid. I just want to see him dress every Sunday. So for me this year, my goal for him is to have him start on special teams and to dress every game. And I think that will be a step up for Noah Igbinoghene. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I think that it's the whole dynamics of him and kind of where he stands with the team is kind of a tough situation because, again, I think that if I'm thinking like a real big picture, I think in a perfect scenario, Noah would have been ready to play. He would have been more than ready to play right now. And the Dolphins would have been in a position where they had the flexibility to move guys around more, or even like move off of Byron Jones this past season, or you know, in the future. But now you're in a spot where it's like you just really can't do that. It's like they needed Byron. There was talks about them, you know, potentially, you know, trading or releasing Byron or whatever. Obviously, the injury kind of put a dent in that. But they're in a position where like they can't move off of Byron or anybody. They need him to be that nickel cornerback, because Noah isn't ready. And just even bigger picture, like it's going to be a tough spot for the team because you have the 2020 draft class that's entering their 3rd year, especially those 3 first-round picks, and none of those guys have necessarily shown you enough to the point where you feel confident exercising the 5th-year option. So again, they're going into their 3rd year. After the 3rd year, the team has to make a decision on exercising the 5th-year option, and it's like, they're not going to do that for Noah. I mean, it's just like, I'm not saying that off of any inside knowledge or anything like that, but like, they're just not going to do it. That's way too much money to guarantee someone who hasn't shown the capability to be a starting cornerback. And the same goes for Austin Jackson, I believe, and to some extent Tua, even though, you know, I think that Tua will show some stuff this year. And I think that even if he has a shaky year, if they want to keep him, they'll exercise the 5th-year option. So it's just tough. Because you're in a state of like, well, what do we do? What do we do with him now? Because I don't see a feasible way for him to see the field on defense right now, barring somebody getting hurt.
Miami Sports Music's number one Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers. We're doing the hashtag Ask Daniel new thing that we have here on the show. We're allowing you, the fans, to ask Daniel Oyefusi of the Miami Herald a question. So Corey wants to know, do you think the Dolphins will beat Baltimore this year? You have a long history. You used to work for the Baltimore Sun. So do you think the Dolphins will beat Baltimore this year?
Man. You're asking me to give predictions out in June. I will say this.
I know.
I think that obviously the Dolphins beat the Ravens last year. I think that the Ravens will definitely be a better team. They'll be a healthier team, and it's week 2, so they should be a healthier team. But Dolphins, I can't lie. The Dolphins match up very, very, very well against the Ravens, and I think that especially with the Ravens trading away Hollywood Brown, it's going to be even tougher for the Ravens to kind of move the ball on offense. But I do think that they've improved the offensive line. They're going to get their running backs back. It's going to be tough. I gotta see both teams after week 1, and then I'll make a decision.
Sounds like you don't want to answer the question, Daniel. That's what it sounds like. You don't want to answer Corey's question.
I told you the Dolphins match up very, very well against the Ravens, but the Ravens are very good in the first month of the season. They're very good at home early on in the season, so I can't count Lamar, John Harbaugh. I can't count out that team. But the Dolphins are gonna give them some problems week 2. I'll tell you that.
Daniel, honest question. What is your opinion on Tua's future in the NFL from 1, 2, 3, 4 F's?
That's a great question. I'll say this. I don't think that it's fair to give like a full referendum or a full, opinion on Tua as it stands today, because I don't think that he's been surrounded with the proper circumstances and environment for success. But at the same time, I don't think that a quarterback necessarily needs everything to be perfect to show who they are. I will say that I think that I keep on saying I'm bullish on Tua. I'm bullish on the Dolphins in 2022, and I think that Tua will have a good season with the guys that they've surrounded around him. Now, the question is kind of twofold. It's how good will Tua be, and how good does Tua have to be for the Dolphins to feel confident in them? We all talk about, can Tua be a top 10, a top 12, a top whatever quarterback? I've talked about it a lot with different people. Like, can Tua be a top, 12, 14-ish quarterback? I mean, in like the Garoppolo, Kirk Cousins. Yeah, of course. I think that he can get there. Can he be top 10? I'm just not sure. I think that he has the accuracy, he has the pocket presence, he has the athleticism. He's obviously I think he's definitely more athletic than people give him credit for. But I do wonder the ceiling. Like, can Tua be a top 10 quarterback? I'm not sure. And if he can't, can you win a Super Bowl without a top 10 quarterback? And I'm not sure you can't, unless the circumstances are very, very very, very good, a la Jimmy Garoppolo in recent years with that roster, having a really, really great defense, a really, really good running game. But I do think that the Dolphins have surrounded him with more on offense, and I do think that they are going to be successful in 2022. But the question is, like, how successful, and how much do the Dolphins need to see to be like, all right, we're going to exercise this 5th-year option. We're going to give him a long-term contract. Because, I mean, again, we talk about, the Brady stuff. They have 2 first-round picks. I mean, even besides that, like, I'm going to go back to what I said before. After this 3rd year, you have the 5th-year option that you gotta pick up or you gotta decline. That's going to tell us a lot, before anything. Obviously, the deadline is, sometime in spring or whatever. But that's going to tell us a lot if a move hasn't been made, prior to that.
Chef Shu ask Daniel, who could you see being the dark horse this season for the Miami Dolphins?
Like a dark horse player,
yep.
Kind of. That's a good question. Dark horse player, man. I feel like we cover every single player so in depth. It's like, is anybody really a dark horse? That's a very good question. I mean, how about Hunter Long? I mean, I'm just gonna throw that out there. I mean, he's a guy that didn't really play a lot as a 3rd-round pick last year. He was one of the most productive tight ends in college football when he was at Boston College. I'm still not really completely sure what was the deal with him last year, because he started like the first snap of the season, he was on the field, and they really didn't see him much after that. But I think that he has I don't want to say like a similar skill set to Mike Gesicki, but in terms of catching the ball, I mean, he's probably second best. In terms of being a receiving tight end, he's probably second best behind Gesicki. And I'm not sure what the deal is with Adam Shaheen, but he's going to make the roster, and they're definitely going to keep 3, maybe 4 tight ends.
Don't forget Durham Smythe. Durham Smythe's a great player.
He's a very, very solid player. I mean, he's definitely their best. He's definitely their best in terms of the
combination. He's their number 2 as far as
He's their inline blocking tight end, and he's their best in terms of the combination of the 2 skill sets, blocking and catching. But again,
I said at the end of last year, I said if we didn't re-sign Mike Gesicki, or we let him go, that Durham Smythe, like, we were going to be okay with Durham Smythe. Like, he was that, like, I like him a lot.
No, I like him as well, and I think there's definitely a reason that they re-signed him. But again, I mean, they drafted Hunter Long in the 3rd round for a reason, and I just don't know what happened that first year. But him working with John Embry, who's worked with a lot of really good tight ends, maybe he can bring out that special sauce in him.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna see a lot of different packages and personnel and formations and stuff. So maybe Hunter Long, I'm not saying he's gonna be 2nd or 3rd on the team in catches, but maybe he finds a little role and kind of has a resurgence.
Hey man, from your mouth to God's ears, I think anybody having a good season is good for the Dolphins. So I like that. Level 2 noob asks Daniel, are there any grumblings around the team about Tyreek Hill's podcast? Any concerns?
Yeah, I mean, so I think that Hill released his first episode after off-season workouts ended. So I mean, I'd be kind of curious to see McDaniel's comments. I think that we spoke about it a bit. This is what athletes do. They have their own platforms, their own places to speak what they want to say. So more power to Tyreek for doing that. I also go back to what McDaniel said with kind of like the players leaving for this month period, and he said his number 1 rule is like protect the team. So I think that McDaniel is all for players exploits and their passions and their interests, as long as they're keeping the team in mind. And to date, I haven't seen Tyreek say anything that's compromising the team or hurting the team or anything like that. So I don't think so. Obviously, he's made some news for the stuff that he said about Tua and Patrick Mahomes and whatnot. And but I think that as long as he's not hurting the team, he's not getting in the way of what the team is trying to accomplish, I think that's fine. I'm curious to see whether he continues this during the season, because we saw Draymond do his podcast during the NBA Finals, and people were getting on him for that. Nobody has a problem with it when you going for 150 and scoring touchdowns and the team is winning, but I can definitely see people kind of looking at it a little differently if the team isn't winning or maybe he's not producing. So I am curious to see whether he keeps that the podcast going on a weekly or bi-weekly basis during the season.
One of the things that I said, the landscape of how we take in information or how we take in content has changed. And I think one of the things that's always been very good for people, a lot of people need to realize there's a lot of money to be made in the podcasting game. And if you have a name, aka Tyreek Hill, there's a huge opportunity for you to make money off the field. I mean, look, here's a reality. Pat McAfee signed a $100 million deal with FanDuel. And I don't think people kind of grasp the knowledge of that. I think whoever, one of the things I wanted to get into a little bit, and we'll talk later, is about the potential new deal for DirecTV. And I've brought it up multiple times with you on my channel. I think it's going to change the landscape. I think Tyreek having his own podcast, helps his brand. Let's not get that twisted. But I also think that it can be a good thing for the Dolphins as long as he, as Coach McDaniel would say, protects the team. And from everything that I've seen in the first 3 episodes, he's supported the team. He's backed up his players. He's going to have Tua on his third episode. Tua's his third guest. I'm super excited to see that. It drops Wednesday at 7 p.m. I will be there Wednesday, 7 p.m., ready to listen to that because it's going to be awesome. I think that it's fine. I think before we know it, it's going to be a regular thing and it won't even be a question. But guys like Draymond Green, Tyreek Hill, they're the first big name players to do it. And I think that they're gonna make some waves, and I'm sure that there's gonna be some grumblings in the fan base, but I don't think it's something you're gonna walk away from. There's too much money to be made, and players know it.
Not for sure. I mean, this is like the what do you want to call it, new media or the new age of media. I mean, this is players are using their platforms to enter different ventures. So this is definitely here to stay.
Yeah, 100%. All right. You kind of already answered this a little bit, but this is another way to ask it from a different perspective. So I'll get it answered again. On a question, what? Not this one. Ask Daniel: is the team fully behind Tua? Is the team fully sold on Tua as of this moment?
The Dolphins are fully behind Tua for the 2022 season.
That's what I say. That's exactly how I put it.
Yeah, I mean, after that, shoot, your guess is as good as mine. If Tua is, and this is why it's always tough to say if Tua does this, and that, he's going to be with the Dolphins. I mean, I just can't say because who's to say? I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo took the Dolphins. I mean, he took the 49ers. I don't want to say he took them, but he helped contribute to them going to a Super Bowl and 2 NFC Championship games, and they're waiting for his shoulder to heal up so they can get rid of him. Obviously, it's a little different when you invest the amount of resources that they did to draft the quarterback that high. But again, I think that they're definitely fully behind Tua for 2022, and I think that we even saw that after we all knew that after Flores was fired, and they leaked. I mean, I think that I'm pretty sure the Dolphins the Dolphins front office leaked the stuff to the national reporters that we're moving forward with Tua as our quarterback. So 2022, yes. Tua time, whatever you want to call it. After that,
Tua time.
After that, I can't tell you. It's going to be a very long season, a very interesting season, and we'll see.
Hashtag Ask Daniel. If you guys have questions you want to ask Daniel, put it in the chat right now. Make sure it gets asked by Daniel Oyefusi, the best beat writer for the Miami Dolphins. I don't care what anybody else says. If they have a problem, they can come talk to me about it. Miami Herald Tuesdays right here on Clock Blockers. Flipside Fishing asks, do you think they will upgrade the center position before preseason game 1? Possibly J.C. Treader. I really don't like the idea of Connor being moved playing the center position. I have my own thoughts about this, but I'll let you go first. What are your thoughts?
Before preseason game 1, I mean, unless Connor Williams is like a real train wreck at center, I don't see it. I mean, we spoke to him, a couple of weeks ago, and he said his understanding is that they're going to give him every opportunity at center. So obviously they saw something there. I'm not sure how I feel about it, just knowing that you have a guy who is one of the better left guards in the NFL. So that he's solid at a position. He can be good, potentially very good at a position. And you move him to a position that you're kind of, there's a bit of projection there. I'm just not really sure how I feel about that. And I also kind of, I don't know, I feel like they're kind of like trying to force, Liam Eichenberg and Austin Jackson to be in the starting lineup with that because, it looks like, we report at the Miami Herald that the expectation is that Liam Eichenberg is at left guard and Austin Jackson is at right tackle. If you move Dieter back into center and then move Connor Williams to left guard, I mean, you start to, it's like Austin Jackson or Liam Eichenberg is not going to be in that starting 5. So it seems like part of it is like, oh, we got to get both of these guys on the field and see what we can do with them. But I do think that they're going to definitely give him some time. They're going to give him, I guess, maybe the benefit of the doubt unless it's a complete train wreck, which I think that I thought he was solid in OTAs. Again, you can only say so much because, it's not live fully. You're not going to the ground or full contact. But before preseason game one, I don't know about that. I think that they're definitely going to give these guys, like Connor Williams, the time to really grow into that quote unquote new position. He's taken reps in training camp and stuff like that. And I think maybe in college as well, but he hasn't played it in an NFL regular season game yet.
Here's my view of it, Daniel, and just bear with me. I think I have a very interesting point here. I have said, and I still believe it, the number one acquisition this offseason for the Miami Dolphins wasn't Tyreek Hill, wasn't even a player on the active roster. It was Matt Applebaum. Matt Applebaum, our new offensive line coach from Boston College, where they had the top 10 offensive line in all of college football. Boston College is not a top 10 program, ladies and gentlemen. So to bring on a guy that is able to take a program like Boston College and make them the top 10 offensive line in all of college football, and now we're bringing him down here. If he decides that Connor Williams, who, by the way, let's get something straight, was the most penalized offensive lineman in the NFL last year, and a majority of his penalties were offsides penalties. Okay, so if his, or false starts, excuse me, if his majority of penalties were false starts, and now we move him to the center position, most likely you're not going to get false starts on the center. Okay, so I think that you have now taken somebody whose biggest weakness was that, moved him into a position where that is probably not going to be a big deal because you're the one starting the play. And he was ranked one of the best guards in the NFL last year, minus the penalties. I think we've taken, I need people to see the value of this. The fact that we moved Connor over to center, I think will be one of the things that leads to our success this year. It will be. And I think that I'm not questioning Matt Applebaum in any way, shape, or form because, again, I don't know if we've had a caliber coach on the O-line come in through here into these doors as an offensive line coach. Remember, Joe Philbin, who's known to be an offensive line coach, was the head coach here. And, I'll say this. I'm excited about Matt Applebaum. I don't know how you feel about that, but that's my view of it. I think it's a very interesting theory or view I have of seeing that. I think Connor Williams to center is going to do wonders for this offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard that point before, but it is an interesting point. Again, left guard is different from center. It's not Madden where you just kind of switch the guy's position, the overall changes a bit, and you just go. I mean, there's nuances that come with center. You have to be able to, ID and make the right shifts and stuff like that, and snap the ball. I mean, that's a very underrated and overlooked aspect of it all. I mean, you got to get it back to the quarterback, and there were some times where the shotgun snap or whatever wasn't the most accurate. So that's a work in progress as well. But it's not necessarily just moving Connor Williams to center. It's the fact that means that likely Liam Eichenberg is going to be at left guard, and it's like there's just too many unknowns. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like until I see Teron Armstead with this offensive line and really see them get some live reps against other teams and joint practices in preseason, I really don't know what to make of this offensive line because when healthy, Teron Armstead is one of the best left tackles in the NFL. But that's still a somewhat sizable if because there are the injury concerns. I just can't say how good Liam Eichenberg is going to be at left guard. The hope is that this offensive coaching staff can coach up these guys and get them to play to the draft status, but we just don't know. I mean, anybody saying, yeah, I know that Liam Eichenberg is going to be this good, we're just being disingenuous because we just don't know. We didn't see enough last year. Austin Jackson, maybe going from left tackle to right tackle will be good for him, but that's to his blind side, and we just don't know. The only people that I'm completely sold on and I can say I know exactly what I'm getting is Teron Armstead when healthy and Robert Hunt because I've seen him do it for an entire season at right guard now. So there's just too many questions. I mean, they've added talent in there, they've added coaching, but until we really see the ingredients mixed together and a product come out, you really can't say anything that we say now is just a projection of what we hope or what we think. That's we only know so much right now.
Miami Sports Music's number one Miami fan morning show, Clack Blockers. I am your host, Stephen D. And right now we have Daniel Oyefusi of the Miami Herald, the best beat writer of the Miami Dolphins. I don't care what anybody says. They got to go through me if they feel otherwise. Now, I do want to say we are doing the hashtag Ask Daniel segment right now, where you, the fans, can ask Daniel a question about anything you want of the Miami Dolphins. So go ahead, put your question in. Daniel's going to stick with us a little bit longer and get your questions in because we want to hear from you, and Daniel wants to answer your questions. He just doesn't want to hear me ask him a million questions in the morning like he does each and every Tuesday. He's sick and tired of hearing from me. He said, dude, get the people to ask questions. I don't want to hear from you anymore. That's what he said to me, y'all. He said those. He hurt my feelings. He really did. No, I'm just playing. He didn't say that, y'all. Daniel loves me. All right. Snake to a Rat asks Daniel, who has more pressure to perform this year, Coach McDaniel or Tua? Who has more pressure on them this year?
I mean, it's definitely Tua because I forgot who said it, but you're kind of isolating the variables. He had Flo for 2 years. He had some different offensive coordinators, for 2 years. It didn't work. So you bring in a new head coach, a new offensive coaching staff. You give him Tyreek Hill, Teron Armstead, all the additions on offense. If Tua doesn't perform to a certain bar, I think that McDaniel is going to get – I mean, there's going to be questions from McDaniel as well, but I think that, he's going to get more of the benefit of the doubt as compared to Tua because we've seen Tua for multiple years in multiple systems. If he can't make it shake, he's not going to be here. I think that barring a complete catastrophe, McDaniel's going to be here next season. But I just can't say the same for Tua, just given all the quarterback questions and reports that have come out in the past year. So I'd say definitely Tua is under more pressure to perform.
All right. Todd wants to know, do you think we will see Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle being our regular punt returner this year?
I hope not. I think that'd be very, very reckless, very, very dangerous. The marginal gain would not, it would not be anything compared to the potential loss. But I can't discount it. We're not allowed to. The Dolphins have rules on what we are allowed to report and can't report from OTAs and whatnot. So I can't necessarily say what I've seen. Yeah, they have rules.
I gotta call you out.
They got rules.
But I gotta call the Dolphins. What?
The Dolphins said we can't report that. He said we can't report who we saw returning.
Come on.
Yeah, but all I'm gonna say is I would hope that is not the case. Again, I can't report what I've seen, but I would hope that's not the case.
Dolphins.
I was told. We asked
better.
us the first day. We're like, hey, we see this, we see that, returning punts, returning kicks, and they said we're not allowed to report that. I hope that it's somebody like Noah or Lynn Bowden or maybe Preston Williams. I would hope that unless it's like very, very like kind of like we saw in the Chiefs divisional game where it's like, all right, it's late, they need a big play, they put Tyreek back there. Maybe Waddle.
Can I ask you a question? I want to interrupt you. Can I ask you?
What's up?
Did Baltimore Ravens do the same thing? Did they put like, hey, don't report on that?
I think that we could report who was returning kicks and stuff like that, but the Ravens.
I'm just asking in general. Did they have policies where they're like, hey, don't report on this? I'm just asking you a question.
Yes. We weren't allowed to report who was I'm trying to remember, make sure I get it right, because I don't want to be like the Ravens said we can't do this. I don't think the Ravens would allow. So the Ravens wouldn't allow us to live tweet.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't actually have a problem with that. I get that.
And I don't think that we could say who is with the first team or not. And we can't do that now with the Dolphins too. I think that's a change. So like every team is different. So with Flo, we could live tweet when we could live tweet all the time. And then I'm pretty sure we could say who was with the first team, who was with the second team. But the Ravens, last time when I left, we weren't allowed to tweet who was first team, second team, or not. So you just kind of have to fill in the dots. So every team is different.
I have my feelings about this, but
I do as well.
I'll keep it to myself.
I do as well, but it is what it is.
I will say that when you're not on the air and not affiliated with the show, but I have my feelings about this. That's neither Okay. I gotta calm down a little bit because I'm like, what? Did I hear that right? Are you kidding me? Okay.
I'm not trying to get in trouble because I'm not trying to pull up the training camp.
Now, let me to Todd's question. I actually feel differently from you, and I feel differently from a lot of people. I feel that the best player should return kicks.
Yeah, it's not high school, bro. This is not high school. This is not college. The especially on kick. So I'll start with kick returns, and really just in general, the return game has been in a lot of ways phased out of football.
100%.
So the
because teams are scared to put the best players in those positions.
No, but I don't think that's why. I think it's because of the rule changes, especially on the kickoffs. So the marginal gain of you putting Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle there every single kick return or every single punt return, it's substantially less than whatever, if he gets hurt and then you're without a key piece of your offense. I mean, special teams is a big part of the game, but not compared to the several dozen snaps you're going to get from those guys on offense. I mean, you just don't take that risk. If you have somebody like Noah or Preston or Lynn Bowden who can give you maybe not the exact same value,
it won't be the same value. Noah's not Tyreek or Jalen, bro.
I know, but just given the fact that you're talking about like how many opportunities are you even going to get, it's not worth that one play again. The chances
I disagree. It totally is, dude. If I have a chance to swing the field of possession and I can start from the 14 or the 36, I'm gonna start from the 36 every time.
But in a high leverage situation, yes, but not normally. I'm not throwing Waddle out there every single time, and then maybe he gets 2 or 3 chances to return, but one of those times. Okay, so let's say he gets 3 chances to return over the course, or let's say there's 6 punts over the course of a game, but he only gets a chance to return 3 of those. And it's like, what are the chances on those 3 returns? He breaks one for like 10 plus yards. And then what are the odds that he might get hurt on one? I mean, it's football. You can get hurt anywhere.
At any time.
But I'm not taking my chance on a low leverage situation. If it's a high leverage situation, late game, you need a big return. Yes, I'm gonna throw him out there, but I'm just not risking that for the several dozen plays where he's gonna be way more valuable on offense.
And see, I am of the mindset that if I have a Devin Hester in there to do something, I'm gonna take that opportunity.
But hold up. Devin Hester was not Tyreek Hill, and Devin Hester was not Jalen Waddle on offense.
And I have a theory about that personally. I'm not saying that he was or he was never going to be.
That's different.
But I also don't think he was ever set up in a position to be that guy at any of those teams he was at. Kansas City, Denver, Chicago. He was never going to be that guy there.
But Devin Hester was way, regardless of why or why not, he was way more valuable on special teams than he ever was on offense.
He should be in the Hall of Fame alone.
I know. I agree with you. I talked to Crossman about this last year. But the point that I'm making is that his chief value was on special teams. If he got hurt on special teams, it's like, dang, we're gonna miss that on special teams. But that's where his major value.
I'll do you one better, Daniel. Chicago went to the Super Bowl because Devin Hester was scored however many touchdowns he did that year.
But when you talked about Devin Hester, you weren't like, oh, he's a top receiver.
He changes the game.
But that's different.
He changes the sway of the game.
But he's not Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle on offense.
I disagree with you. My point is, I think Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill have the opportunity to sway the field and sway, a game.
Like Devin Hester. Devin Hester is the greatest returner of all time.
I think if I say that, I sound ignorant. If I say that,
that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's comparable because you're talking about 2 different players, and
because the NFL and because I think the NFL looks at it as, hey, look, why are we putting these guys on one play when they're more valuable on the offensive side? And my thought process is they should be there everywhere. If you have the best players should play, and then you come with me with the comment of, bro, this isn't high school, man. I'll agree to disagree. If I have somebody who's a better at at a position, that's what I think. I think that
it's like how
people
much
are going to disagree with me on it, and majority are. But I promise you, the moment Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle gets a kickoff return touchdown or punt return touchdown, a lot of people are going to be like, why don't they just put them in all the time? Why don't they just do that?
How many kick return touchdowns and punt returns combined were there? I mean, I will bet you there were not. I don't even think there were more than 10 last year.
In all of the NFL, right?
Yeah, and if so, it was barely over 10, if that. So again,
yeah. Look, I get it. I'm just saying the best players should play, and if we're the team that we're supposed to be, I'd like to have a bigger discussion on this in the future. But I know I'm not in the majority. I know people don't agree with me, and I understand why. I just feel like if the person could get hurt on a third down play, why are we worried about him getting hurt on a punt?
Because they offer tremendously more value on the 60, 70 plays that they're going to play on offense as compared to the probably 3 returns that they're going to get on special teams within a given week, a given game.
Well, look, this, as the saying goes, scared money don't make money. And if we want to win some football games this year, I think we need to come at it from
scared money saves money, though.
You know what? You might be right, Daniel. That's why I don't gamble no more. That's what I'm saying. All right, Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers, Daniel Oyefusi on the Ask Daniel segment. Hashtag Ask Daniel. We're going to be up here a little bit longer. You guys can ask Daniel any question you want. It's the off season. Daniel wants to hear your questions, no matter how crazy they sound. And some of y'all have some crazy questions up there.
I think they're asking me better questions than you, truthfully. I don't know.
Well, you know what? You might be right, Daniel. That's why I did this, because I don't know. All my skills are gone. They're through the air. All right. Let's see here. Bonjo asks, better question, are you still bullish on Tua without Tyreek Hill?
So I think
I take that question.
No, with Tyreek Hill in the lineup, I think that, and with the pairing of Jalen Waddle, Mike Gesicki, I think that they're going to make life very, very easy for Tua. But I will say I saw, and again, it's OTAs, so I don't want to make too much of this, but I saw what the offense looked like a lot of times when Tyreek wasn't, because I don't think he was there for like 1 or 2 of the offseason workout practices that, was available to us, to the media. So I saw what the offense looked like when Tyreek Hill was there, and the 1 or 2 times that he wasn't there. And I don't want to say there's a drastic difference, but it is different, which is to be expected. I mean, when you have one guy that runs 4.3 with Jalen Waddle, it's a lot different when you add another guy that runs 4.3 and has the skill set that he does. But again, I mean, I don't want to make too much of that, because it's like we saw what Josh Allen looked like with and without Stephon Diggs. So it's like, it's not just on the quarterback. A lot of times you do need, he does need somebody to help him out sometimes. So again, I think that the 2 most important players for the Dolphins, or at least the offense, are going to be their 2 new additions, Teron Armstead and Tyreek Hill. If those 2 guys are in the lineup, again, I don't want to say how good the offensive line is going to be, but I know the left side is going to be solidified for the most part if Teron Armstead is there. And if Tyreek Hill is in the lineup, I think that the offense is going to be tough to game plan for. But if any 1 or 2 of those guys is out, we're kind of back to where we were last year. I mean, I know that they have other additions, but we're kind of back to where we were last year. But again, I mean, Tyreek Hill's, he's on a 4 or 5 year deal. So, I can't, if I'm bullish on Tua, it's because Tyreek Hill's here. That's in part why I'm bullish on Tua for this season.
Rashad Brown asks, ask Daniel, what rookies can you see making a contribution this year, undrafted included?
Well, last year I think they had 2 undrafted free agents make the roster, and none of those guys really contributed. So you had True Williams and not Larnell Coleman, another offensive lineman, I believe, but it's escaping me right now. But I know True Williams was an undrafted guy, but he didn't really play much. There's only 4 picks, and I think that starting from the bottom, I mean, Skylar Thompson and Cameron Good are, they're probably competing to make the roster right now. I think Ezukama they may have some little packages in place for him to get the ball in his hands, but I think he's definitely way low on the depth chart in terms of like people that are going to get the ball in their hands. So the only guy that I can really see having like a sizable role in 2022 is Tyndall, and I think that even then they're going to ease him just based off of what I've seen in the offseason workouts. I think they're going to kind of ease him into a role. Like Josh Boyer said, like they're going to throw everything at him initially, but they're going to like see what sticks and then kind of like put him in that role. And I think that initially that's going to be like being a QB spy. I think maybe when they play the Bills, when they play the Ravens teams with athletic quarterbacks, you might see Tyndall being like a QB spy. We're going to see him blitz a lot. So probably Tyndall, but even then, I think that obviously Jerome's ahead of him. I think that Landon's going to be their early down, run down guy. And I think Duke Riley had a really, really solid offseason workout program. And honestly, I'd probably put him ahead of Tyndall on the depth chart right now.
Really?
Based off of what I've seen. And, Duke Riley was making plays. Jerome Baker was kind of in and out of the offseason, the OTAs, like in terms of the practices that were open to media. And Duke Riley stepped up and made a lot of plays. I think that they feel very, very confident in Duke Riley, his skill set. There's a reason why he got a huge bump in snaps the second half of the season, and I think that they feel very, very confident in him if they needed him to take significant snaps. So it's going to be tough. They're not going to hand it to anything. Again, we gotta remember. Tyndall was the first pick for the Dolphins, but he was a third-round pick and a late third-round pick.
And I've told you, and I'm interrupting you, I apologize. I've told you third-round picks for Greer got a good track record. And I know. They usually get a lot of playing time or start.
Yeah, we went over it, but I don't remember we went over that, but I don't think that they're going to hand it to him again. He's going to have to unseat some guys. I think that there's 3 guys right now in my eyes who are ahead of him on the depth chart. But again, I think that they're going to find snaps for him, and we'll see what happens when the pads come on and maybe that speed and that physicality comes out. We'll see. But I think that, it's going to be tough early on to really, really contribute. Because, again, this is not only a talented roster, but a deep roster. It's young, but they have a lot of guys in multiple spots. They have 3 safeties who you feel comfortable throwing out. They have 3 inside. I know people aren't completely sold on the inside linebackers, but they have 3 inside linebackers who they can throw out there and get the job done. They have
Tyndall will be a starter by the end of the year. Mark my words.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not saying, I'm not discounting that. I'm not discounting that because we saw last year with Javon Holland. Early on in the season, he stepped into a role and made plays. So it's definitely possible. But again, as of now, I think that there are multiple guys who are ahead of him as should be. I'd be almost kind of like more concerned for the veterans if Tyndall was kind of stepping in day one and was playing better than all of them.
Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock blockers. If you guys want to make sure your question gets in, because I'm going through trying to find good questions, you guys can donate to the channel, help the channel grow. I know Scott's got a question that's coming up here. He donated $10 this morning. Thank you for your donation. But I'm going to try to get as many questions as we can. I don't want to take up Daniel's full morning. Daniel, you got a little bit more time to hang out with us? I don't know what your morning looks like, but you got a lot of people that have asked questions. This is very popular. I have had the most people watch this morning that I've had in the last few weeks. So just so you know, you're doing your thing, man. They love you.
I guess so.
The people love you.
We got 2 faces made for TV, right?
You know what? That's why I like you, Daniel. You're one heck of a guy. I don't care what they say about you, and they say a lot. Okay. No, Sean asks, morning Dolphins, ask Daniel, who is responsible if you notice cornerbacks playing off, giving space to wideouts, and not press blitz like the last 13 weeks? Boyer or Sam?
Sam Madison? Or
wouldn't be Sam Madison. Sam didn't.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who. I might be like drawing a blank.
Well, ask the question from this past year, I guess. And yeah. And then go from there.
Well, yeah, it's still very interesting how that worked, because I remember I wrote a story like halfway through the season about how like they were playing more zone, less man, not as much zero blitz, and It was interesting to like ask Josh Boyer, like, why aren't you doing what you did last year? I mean, just that was the only way to put it. Like, you guys had a lot of success playing man and blitzing, and you're not doing that as much this year. And Josh Boyer was like, hey, we got to change and we got to evolve, and people adjust and they make adjustments, But after that Bills game, Xavier Howard was like, yeah, we got back to what we did last year. And we kind of we just clicked. And they literally just went back to what they were doing last year, and it worked. And it worked. I mean, a couple things come into play. I mean, obviously, X and Byron were a little hurt the first half of the season, so maybe they didn't feel as confident leaving those guys on islands. I think that Javon Holland kind of feeling more confident in his role obviously helped because you feel more confident kind of leaving a rookie back and kind of, cover one, cover three looks where he's the only deep safety. So maybe that played a role. There have been reports about maybe some changing of the play calling duties, which there's been kind of conflicting reports on that. Flo and players have said, "Oh, Josh Boyer was calling it all season."
What do you know, or what do you think?
I believe Barry reported. I got to go back and look at Barry's report because there were so many conflicting reports. But I think, but I believe that it appeared that Josh Boyer was still had the reins on the play calling,
even in the second half of the year.
Yes, and I mean, and even
I believe that's what they want us to believe.
Yeah, I mean, again, there was a lot of stuff going which different ways, especially in the aftermath of Flo's dismissal. I mean,
but to my argument, to argue because I question it, right? But then I'm like, well, why do you keep Boyer in this new regime? And I have said vehemently that McDaniel had no choice but to keep Boyer. Like, it was told, you're going to come here, you can do whatever you want on offense, but the defense is going to stay where it's at, and it's going to stay intact. Is that the conversation that probably happened?
Yeah, I think it's probably strongly suggested. They strongly suggested that, if you, under the scenario that you accept this head coaching opportunity, we would strongly suggest and strongly encourage you to keep. Obviously they had to be on the same page with that. So I think that obviously there was a discussion like, hey, we all know that McDaniel was brought in here to fix the offense. I mean, the defense is a different story. But I'm pretty sure that there was a conversation throughout all the negotiations and talks that, hey, we want you. We like the state of our defense. We like most of the coaches that we have in place. We like Josh Boyer and McDaniel, and kind of surveying the situation, said, okay, yeah, I can roll with that. But we're gonna see to what extent it was, Flo's defense, and how much of the reins Josh Boyer has and can handle. Because again, they're keeping everybody on defense. In terms of the 11 starters that finished the season last year, they're all back, and then some. Nobody is. I'm trying to figure out what they're gonna do different, and nobody wants to tell me. I've been trying to ask. Nobody wants to tell me if they're doing anything different. So I'm under the assumption that it's gonna be mainly the same. Maybe some wrinkles here and there, but it's mainly gonna be the same. So if there's a drop off, and again, it's kind of like with Tua, we're isolating the variables. If there's not a lot of success with the defense to start off or throughout the season, you might be able to kind of pinpoint.
I think it gives McDaniel an out, though. I think it gives McDaniel an out, because if the defense ends up, floundering, whatever adjective you want to use, drops the ball, whatever, he has an out. Guys, the defense didn't do their thing, and I was told that this is the defense I had.
I feel like this is a very, very. I mean, there's a lot of pressure. I mean, I think there's pressure on the organization to deliver with the additions that were made. But big picture, I mean, it's hard to see McDaniel getting a lot of blame. I mean, it's his first year. I have a hard time seeing him getting a lot of blame or fingers pointed at him if they kind of underachieve this year, unless the offense is a disaster, then we might say
a disaster, which I don't think that it'll.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing that, but I feel like it's a very low stakes year for McDaniel in particular.
All right.
And it should be, because he's a first-year head coach. I mean, you don't see a lot of
100,
first-year head coaches like that.
100%. Hashtag Ask Daniel. The Dolphins give you access to the locker room this year?
Yes. So obviously with, the ending of, all the COVID protocols and whatnot in the NFL, that's one of the things that is kind of back from the pre-pandemic days, the locker rooms. The last time I was in a locker room was the couple of days after the Ravens got knocked out of the divisional game, round game by the Titans. So that's 2020. That's early January 2020. I've not been in a locker room since, so I'm very excited to just get in there and talk. I mean, a lot of people say, like, what's the point of having media in the locker room? And I think that the best way to put it is that the locker room is the best way for us to really forge a relationship with the players. I mean, a lot of people forget, of course we're writing stories on them, but we're still building relationships. And for somebody like me who joined the beat in the middle of the pandemic, in the middle of training camp, I don't think that I've necessarily been able to develop the relationships with some players, with players to as well as I could have if I had that locker room access. So it's not just being there and interviewing guys and then just kind of standing around. I mean, if again you kind of there's kind of like an etiquette to the locker room, but a lot of times you're just kind of chatting it up with guys. I mean, you're just talking with guys, just kind of having informal conversations. Not everything is like me putting a mic in your face and interviewing you. A lot of times it's off the record stuff where you're just getting to know the guy, and that helps to them feeling more comfortable with knowing you. And
I feel like it'll make your job easier
it makes our job
access to more inside information.
Exactly. It makes our job easier, and it really allows us to do a better job because, when you're on Zoom, everyone is hearing the same thing. I think that it's better for fans because, again, when you're on Zoom, everyone's hearing the same thing. So everybody is writing the same thing. You're not getting the diversity of stories that you would normally get if you had a locker room setting and you can talk to different guys and have those one-on-one conversations. I mean, a lot of the best, kind of interviews I've had were really the informal off the record ones where, like, I was talking to Orlando Brown Jr. and, I remember this one time he had his locker next to Lamar's locker, and he was like, hey, sit in Lamar's locker, and we're just going to talk about offensive line play. And he was just breaking down the nuances of offensive line play. Or I went to, Justin Tucker or somebody and, kind of a lesser known player, and they were just kind of just breaking down stuff and just letting me know stuff that maybe, they wouldn't have normally told me. So I think it's going to be good not only for writers, but good for fans because they're going to get better stories.
Austin Clifford asked Daniel, who has been the most explosive running back in camp, and who's a sleeper wide receiver to make the 53?
Who's been the most explosive running back? I mean, it's been kind of tough because Mostert hasn't practiced yet because he's still rehabbing the knee injury, but the hope is that he'll be ready for week 1. Sony Michel was kind of in and out of all-season workouts, and I think that, they signed him, I think, a little bit into off-season workouts too. Chase Edmonds has looked pretty solid. ZaQuandre White, the undrafted rookie, has looked pretty good. So I think those two guys probably stand out the most. Savon Ackerman had a pretty solid camp too. I mean, he's always looked good, like in the spring and summer, but it just hasn't necessarily translated. At least last year, it didn't really translate to the field. So I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with the running backs, whether they keep 4. If they do, who's that 4th back? I guess a sleeper wide receiver to make the 53. I mean, I put 2, and I really don't even know if they're sleeper guys just based off of like their background. But I think Craycraft and I'm blank Trent Sherfield. I think those 2 guys are going to find their way onto the roster.
Special teams, I think, is how they find their way on. Honestly,
not even that. I think that even there's potential. Obviously, they're not going to be like the top 3 wide receivers, but I think that they could potentially find roles for them just as kind of packages here and there. Because again, I mean, I just look at, kind of follow the money and then look at like the background. So Sherfield was the first player that they signed after McDaniel was hired as head coach.
Yep.
And this was before free agency even opened. The Dolphins could have waited weeks, potentially months to sign Sherfield. And I think there's a reason why they signed him when they did.
How many wide receivers stay on the roster then? Because you got to look. Waddle, Tyreek,
5.
Easy E is going to make it. Sherfield.
That's tough. I'd say
Sherfield. I agree with you. What
I'd
I'm
say
saying
six,
is
but I actually say six because I think that it's gonna be tough because they're gonna have to kind of skimp off like a particular position here or there because they're gonna have an extra running back.
Tight ends are going to be the one. I think there's going to be three tight ends.
That's possible.
Gesicki, Smythe, and Hunter Long, and Adam Shaheen will be the odd man out.
And you're saying they're going to get rid of Ethan Carter too? Then.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I could
keep three tight ends on this roster. That's it.
That's a potential because they can use Alec Ingold in similar kind of tight end like sets. I think that if they go low on tight end, they could also go low at I'm trying to think either cornerback or linebacker, just because you have guys who can play like different spots. So if they want to do dime formations or bring an extra defensive back, they can bring in Eric Rowe to kind of play like a cornerback, slot cornerback type role, match up with some tight ends inside. And then you have guys like, again, Baker is an inside linebacker, but he can also play inside linebacker. So maybe they go low on inside linebacker, outside linebacker. They keep one fewer guy than maybe you would expect it, or maybe even like the defensive line, because you have Melvin Ingram who can play outside linebacker, but he can move inside and play a little bit of like D tackle and pass rush situations. But yeah, I mean, off the top of my head, Hill, Waddle, Wilson, and Ezukama are four guys that are locks to make the roster. And then you have like four guys competing for two spots, and I'm kind of thinking like, are they even really competing? Like, I really do think that they're going to keep Craycraft and Sherfield. I mean, you don't sign Sherfield.
That means Preston Williams probably doesn't make the team.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's a numbers game. It's a new coaching staff. They have guys that they like. You have guys that are ahead of you. I mean, again, we talked about it a week or so ago, but I mean, is there a potential that we get to the second, third preseason week and maybe the Dolphins are taking calls on one of those guys, one of those wide receivers, or maybe they're trying to initiate calls? I don't know. But
there will be some quality players that do not make this team.
Yeah, and that's just a matter of. I mean, that happens all across the league, but I don't know if that was necessarily the case last year, where it was like there were some guys. I mean, there were two surprises in them cutting Skura and McKinney, but in terms of kind of like the young talent that gets cut, I mean, there's going to be a couple guys where you're like, oh man, I wish the Dolphins could have found a way to keep them, but you just can't keep everybody.
All right, Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clap Blockers. It is the Miami Herald Take Tuesdays with Daniel Oyefusi, the #1 beat writer in the land. A couple more questions, and then we're going to let Daniel go. Daniel's been gracious enough to extend his time here on the morning show this morning. Thank you, good sir. I'm so appreciative. Thank you so much for your extra time. We got over 100 people in the room this morning because of you. So if you want to get your questions in, donate to the channel. Do it through the last couple of questions. Let them be donation questions. Let's raise some money for the channel. We'll do the first one from Scott with his $10 donation. I just want to try to be as fair as I can to everybody. Thank you, everybody, for your questions this morning. We'll take a couple more, maybe 2 or 3 more. Scott asked, with all the changes to the O-line, would you say better than last year? If so, then Miami should do better and win a playoff game at least. If O-line is garbage, Tua was still ball or flounder?
So I see a lot of those types of kind of comments, questions like the Dolphins added Tyreek Hill, they added Teron Armstead, they improved the roster, therefore, and they improved the roster and they had a 9-1 season, therefore they're going to be better and make the playoffs. And I would caution that. I saw this interesting kind of thread from, I think it was from somebody from PFF or something like that. And I know people are PFF is very polarizing. I thought this was a very interesting point that
people either love it or hate it.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle. But I thought this was a very, very good thread about the Dolphins where he said that to assume that the Dolphins are going to just on face value improve their win total is to assume that they were a conventional or normal 9-win team, and that's not true. This is what the thread was saying, and it was saying that they won 9 games, but you have to look at like the quality of the 9 wins and the nuance behind that. So we said it, we went over it multiple times. The second half of the schedule I don't think they beat a single playoff team in that run, except for the Patriots week 17 or week 18. You have to look at the fact that, again, not only the quality of the wins and the fact that they have a tougher schedule this year, and just kind of project and say, okay, well, if they play a tougher schedule and they're not playing a stretch that's like that, does it really come out to an improved season? I think that we talk about Vegas odds a lot. There's a reason why the over under is 8.5 wins, because by that logic they weren't conventionally a 9-win team. I mean, Tua did miss some games, but again, they only beat one playoff team over the course of that entire year, and that was 2 wins against the Patriots. So do I think that they're going to be an improved team in terms of the product on the field? I do. But when you combine that with them playing a tougher schedule, how tough the AFC is, does that necessarily automatically mean, double-digit wins in a playoff seed? Not necessarily. And I do think that, again, it's going to be very, very tough. I think that the wild card teams, I think that in the AFC, you're going to have to, if you're a wild card team, you're going to have to win like 11 games to for sure get into the playoffs. I don't know if 10 wins is going to do it. 9 wins hasn't been able to do it in recent years. Will there be improvements in the product? Yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean directly correlate to a playoff seed and double-digit wins.
All right, let me get EM Baller's question in here, or excuse me, EM Dolphin fan. I'm sorry, EM Dolphin fan is going to be real upset that I called him EM Baller for a second. EM Dolphin fan, no disrespect, my guy. I love you, EM Dolphin fan. At Stephen D, can you ask Daniel his thoughts on ZaQuandre White and how he's looked so far?
Yeah, I kind of mentioned it before. I thought he looked solid. I mean, McDaniel kind of mentioned this before. Like, it's tough to kind of judge the undrafted rookie this early, but I guess it's a little easier because like he's getting the ball in his hands a lot. I thought he's had some nice bursts, some nice feed in terms of kind of shifting and finding the lane and cutting up field and whatnot. But I think it's going to be tough to get like multiple undrafted rookies on this roster. Just like he's really going to have to impress to get, I guess, what would be maybe the 4th running back spot, because I'm assuming that Sonny Michel is going to be on this roster. I mean, I don't think they would have signed him when they did if they didn't expect him to be on the roster.
There's some in the fan base that think he's going to be the odd man out. I don't think that's
Sonny Michel.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Like, why go after him?
It's not a big deal, but it's not. I mean, in terms of the contract, it's not like a big contract. But I just, again, why sign him when you do? I mean, you can, for the most part, unless you feel pressured because that somebody else is going to sign him, and even then, I mean,
I think it's a bigger statement to say Myles Gaskin might not be here.
Yeah, I think that 4th running back spot and whether they keep a 4th running spot is going to be very interesting. And if I'm Chris Greer, if I'm just kind of like working out the numbers, I don't keep a 4th running back on the roster because I have other positions where I'd like to keep depth, and I have a 16-man practice squad where I can maybe I can keep ZaQuandre White on the practice squad. So if
Jared Dokes there too. You got Dokes there.
Jared Dokes, yeah, I can keep a running back or 2 on the 16-man practice squad, and then just elevate those guys for game day. And again, when you come down to those final roster spots, I mean, those guys got to play special teams because you can't just be taking up a roster spot and not being able to do anything. If you're not going to get touches in the backfield, you got to be able to play special teams. And I don't know if I haven't seen ZaQuandre White yet. Like, I don't know what his special teams background is, but Gaskin hasn't really done special teams in recent years, I don't think. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know if they do keep a 4th running back. I don't know if it's smart just based off of the roster construction.
I was very surprised ZaQuandre White was available as an undrafted. I thought he was going to get drafted for sure. And
yeah, he had a nice little resume. I think South Carolina it was, I believe.
Yep. Played at an SEC school. He had some great games. I think he's a steal. But you're right. It'll be very interesting to see what the Dolphins do. Batman, host of the Miami Sports Fanatics podcast. Shout out to Batman. He wants to know, are you a Dolphins fan? Or are you a Ravens fan?
Oh, I'm definitely not a Dolphins fan. I'll tell you that. No, I think that everyone that knows my background, or I guess if you don't know, yeah, I grew up a huge Ravens fan.
You grew up in Baltimore.
Yeah. So that's I grew up a big Ravens fan, but when I think that we all understand, especially in the journalism industry, when you're covering a team like me, you kind of put that to the side.
I think you've been nothing but fair for the last year.
I root for players. Truthfully, I root for players now. Like I think I'm definitely like one team that I will definitely like. And if you follow me on Twitter, you know I tweet about the Wizards a lot. But outside of that,
I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry that you root for the Wizards.
Yeah, I mean it was much.
John
more
Wall to the Clippers.
I'm happy for John Wall, but we had Gilbert Arenas back in the day. That was my guy, Hibachi. The John Wall peak day. Those were great times. But I really root for players now, honestly. Like you see me talking about the Lakers, but I'm really talking about LeBron. Like LeBron's my favorite player. So I root for
that's why you and I, Daniel, are so much. That's it. Because I am a LeBron fan, and all of my fans of my show hate LeBron. They all hate him.
I used to hate LeBron too because he used to torment the Wizards. But when he joined the Heat, D-Wade was my first favorite basketball player ever. So when he joined the Heat, I was like, he can't be that bad. I was rooting for the Heat a lot back in the day. D-Wade, all them guys.
I mean, you didn't have much to root for with the Wizards. The first NBA game I ever went to was Milwaukee before Giannis.
It's like Brandon Jennings.
Jennings.
Maybe Michael.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I went to DC, and we went up. I had tickets in nosebleed, and at the you go up the escalator. You got to stop at the suite location before you go up the next level.
Mm-hmm.
So I walked in, and I was like, "Hey, if I give you $20, can you get us a suite?" Because nobody went to the games. And the guy's like, "Make it 40, and I'll get you a suite with beer."
That's crazy.
So $40. My wife and I saw and we had a suite to ourselves with a cooler with a small refrigerator full of beer. True story. That really happened.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the Verizon Center or whatever they call it nowadays, but it's not.
I don't know if I could get away with that now, but
yeah, I don't know. About
I definitely did back in those Brandon Jennings pre-John Wall days.
Yeah, it was oof. Yeah, that time when Arenas got suspended, those were dark times, man.
Yeah, well, that's when he was bringing guns to the arena.
Yeah, those are.
He was the original. Man. He was the original two guns. Bang bang. Bad joke. I'm sorry. Dude, I love having you on every Tuesday, even in the off season. This has been a lot of fun. I know that you probably like these questions more than the ones I give you.
There's a lot of smart Dolphins fan base. They're a smart group. They read.
That's a question I got. What's the biggest difference between the Ravens fan base and the Dolphins fan base?
I feel like
I'm putting you on the spot there.
I feel like they're both very, very knowledgeable. I'll give both of them. I'll give both of them credit. They're very, very knowledgeable fan bases. Like they know their stuff. Like if I slip up, I mean, Dolphins fans they'll call you out.
They'll be quick to tell you on Twitter.
Dolphins fans are definitely a little more rabid. I think there's definitely a little more, back and forth, because obviously Tua and the state of the franchise. So people, people don't always see eye to eye. So I'll say that I think that the Ravens fans are definitely a little more united on Lamar and how that, where that stands. But now Dolphins fans are great. They're great to interact with. They know their stuff, which is really cool. So you can kind of go back and forth with them, and we don't always agree, but they definitely know their stuff.
NFL Fan of the Year for the Miami Dolphins, Mark Norcal says, Steven, this segment is my favorite. Really good takes by Daniel. So the NFL Fan of the Year giving you love, man. Giving you love.
That means something. That means something.
It means something.
That's a real cool sign.
It does. He's the Godfather. We call him the Godfather of the Finlaws. True story. That's my guy. Love Mark Norcal. All right. Where can people find you and all the stuff that you do?
Yeah, so easiest way to get updates is to follow me on Twitter at Daniel Oyefusi, just like you see Miami Herald, MiamiHerald.com. If you're interested in just the sports only, if you want to read on Dolphins, we got NBA offseason coming up, Marlins or whatever. Canes football, they're making some moves with recruiting. You can go on Miami Herald website and just get our sports only pass, and every Wednesday we have the Dolphins in Depth podcast. So everywhere you get podcasts, whether that's Spotify, Apple, you can even listen to it on the website. So definitely check that out.
Who have you had as guests the last couple shows?
I'm trying to think. Well, I was off 2 weeks ago. I've done some by myself, some with my deputy sports editor. Last week I had DJ BNMA, who used to cover the Jets for the New York Daily News.
I'm here.
Again,
I'm here. Just so you know.
I got you. I got you. I hear you.
I've been on your show before, but I love coming on the show.
You have. We doing some AFC East previews. So I'm having some opposing beat writers to kind of get the lowdown on the rival teams right now.
Are you talking to other beat writers from around the league? Do you have like a staple of them that you talk to?
That's actually a very interesting question, because I do have a couple group chats. Obviously, I communicate with the writers here. And I do have like a group chat with beat writers across the NFL, and we just talk about everything, whether it's the NFL or different sports or whatever.
My last question of the day: what is the outlook of other beat writers about us? Like, what do people think?
I think that there's no doubt that the Dolphins are a talented team. I mean, it's funny because I was talking with some guys in our chat a couple weeks ago or so, and we were just talking about how the Dolphins have like top end talent at almost every premium position outside of quarterback. And I think that there's definitely an understanding that the Dolphins have talent, but the major question is like with Tua. It's like, if Tua is a respectable to good quarterback, I mean, this is a team that has the potential to compete for a playoff spot, but there's still that major question right there. But I think that there's definitely, I mean, there's nobody who's like sneezing at the Dolphins in 2022. I mean, they understand that when you add Tyreek Hill, Teron Armstead, and you have the players that they have, I mean, you can't just like, sneeze at the Dolphins.
I mean, you could, but people do, including people in our own fan base, but that's neither here or there. All right, man. We will see you next week. I guess maybe we'll do this again. This was a pretty big hit.
That was good. It was good. I liked it. I enjoyed it.
All right. Maybe we'll do it again next week for the people and see if they don't ask the same 15 million questions that I get on a day in, day out basis.
Hey, they coming for your job, man. I'm telling you. They coming for your job.
They've been coming for my job, son. They've been coming for my job, Daniel. All right, brother. I love having you on, and I will see you next week on the Miami Herald Take Tuesday, man.
Yes, sir, man. You take it easy.
You take it easy as well. All right, Miami Sports Music's the #1 Miami fan morning show. I love having Daniel on. He is awesome. Clock blockers. What's up? How y'all doing? Now y'all get me. Now my number's just straight dropped. They're like, all right, we're done. We're done. We're not listening to Steven anymore. Hey, hit that like button, share, let people know that we're here, donate to the channel, help the channel grow. If you guys want to ask me some questions, that's what we're going to do now. I'm going to answer your questions. And I'm probably, there's a few questions that were back in there that I wanted to answer myself because, Baller, you're funny, man. I thought you guys had a lot of great questions this morning for Daniel, and some of them that I wanted to get more into or kind of more depth into. So you guys can ask me some questions this morning and I'll answer it because I'm very interested to see where this kind of goes from here. I think everything now is a strict observation level. A matter of fact, let me kind of go into detail. So the biggest thing I took away from Daniel this morning was the Dolphins saying, was the Dolphins giving the beat writers rules and restrictions on what they're allowed and not allowed to say. If you saw my reaction, it bothered me. It bothered me to no end. And here's why. Let me tell you why. I feel if you were trying to do your job, my job is to report what I see as a beat writer, right? That is Daniel's job. That is whoever else's job, Omar Kelly, whatever. And if you're telling me I'm not allowed to talk about certain things, there are some things that I agree, hey, look, guys, this will give us a tactical advantage. I get it. But if there's like they have a list of rules from what I got from them of what they're allowed to do and not. Come on. Really? Because here's the reality of the situation, right? It's very easy for me as a fan to go to an open practice, open up my Twitter, and live tweet what happened every play in practice. AKA, it's been done already. I get it. So here's the thing. If I am a fan and I go to TD Fins Talk's Twitter account when he's at open practice, I'm going to be watching there. I'm going to be all over it. You know, so it's not like it's not being done. It's there. It's people that are followed. Now, is it at every practice? No. But I also think that, okay, you don't want us to live tweet? I should be able to take down as many notes as I have, and then after practice is over, say, hey, look, these are the observations that I saw. Tua had a throw today. You know, it threw an interception. You had 5 touchdowns and an interception today. I should be able to go back. I don't know. It just rubs me the wrong way, which is why my follow-up question to him was, did the Ravens do this? Because from what I see, I don't see the Ravens have it. He said that they did. But, I mean, I also think that there are some things that teams do, and I just think the Dolphins are a little bit more restricted than other teams on everything, on how they operate, how they give access to certain people within the facility or whatever. I don't know. Flipside Fishing, it reveals your game plan and strategy. Reporters shouldn't be talking and putting it on blast. That's part of their job, though. There. What if reporters leak something on to the opponent? I mean, this has been happening for years. This is nothing new. This is nothing new. Rules are rules, period. Doesn't mean I gotta like them. The more you tell someone, the more dangerous they become. You're being extra on this, Steven. I don't think that I am. I don't think I'm being extra enough. Steven, I actually don't see a problem with it. Answer my question. It was super loud and important. I don't know what your question was, Level 2 Noob. What was your question, Level 2 Noob? You ask me again, Level 2 Noob, and I will make sure it gets answered. Only to you. Let's see here. What other questions did you guys have that I did not get a chance to answer for you guys today? And that's why they put a gag order on them. It's been going on for years. Doesn't mean that I like it or it should happen. SpongeBob never gave up the Krabby Patty formula. Rules are rules. And neither did Kel with the Good Burger sauce. You know what's on Netflix? True story. Kenan and Kel. 2 seasons of Kenan and Kel and 2 seasons of all that are on Netflix now. That's real. Definitely went back and started watching some episodes. Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. May I take your order? No. Oh, boogity, 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 boogity. Yeah, love it. Love it all. Definitely brought me back. All right, I'll open up the lines for y'all, get y'all to come in here for a little bit. I'm not doing a big panel. I'll do some one-on-one. No big panel today. Maybe two on one. I don't know. But it's going to be like two people, 3 people at the most. No big panels. Tomorrow is Wildin' Out Wednesday. That's where we'll have the big panel on. Because then if I make every day like Wednesday, then it doesn't make Wednesday special. It doesn't make Wildin' Out Wednesday special. Clock Blockers, home of the #1 Miami fan morning show. Right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Andre V said, let chaos happen. Chaos. Scott Paulus with another $5 donation says, can Tua survive being traded? If O-line or defense flounders and we don't make playoffs, he will have a new... Can Tua survive being traded if O-line or defense flounders and we don't make playoffs? He will have a lot of new weapons to get big numbers. I feel like there's 2 different questions here, Scott. I think number 1, can Tua survive being traded? I have said that if Tua were to go somewhere else, I've been on record saying that I think he would succeed, depending on where he went. Pittsburgh, or if he went at the time, Sean Payton in New Orleans, although Sean Payton's not there anymore. But I don't think that we need to worry about that this year. I think it is what it is. He is the guy for 2022. And so to the second part, if O-line or defense flounders and we don't make playoffs, Tua, I do think, is gone. But that's, I don't know. I think that's a very interesting two-part question. I say interesting. It's a weird question, right? Can Tua survive being traded? And Tua, if he doesn't succeed this year, will be gone. Point blank. Whether he gets traded or not, I don't know. But again, I've said that my view of this is Tua has a huge season. He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. That's my opinion. All right, let me bring on Batman. What's up, Batman? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, Steven? Good morning. How's everybody doing today?
Good morning to you, good sir.
Good. I'm doing great. I just wanted to tell you, Steven, man, I got love for you, man, but you're dead wrong on your whole Tyreek take. Hold on, there's a lot of noise. Give me one second. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, so listen, I think it was Dolphins 72 yesterday on my show. He brought up the perfect point about the situation with the whole Tyreek running returns, punts, and kickoff returns.
Okay.
There's a million guys out there that could do that for you in the NFL. But how many Tyreeks are there? You know, are you willing to risk getting your star receiver, a top 15 player in the league, injured when you have other guys could do similar roles? Now, if you want to make an argument on Waddle, I can't argue with Waddle. I think Waddle would be a great idea to put back there. I think it would be mainly be situational. Obviously if it's to change the pace of the game or it's in the playoffs. Playoffs.
We're just trying to win a game. You want to talk to me about playoffs?
Listen, we're in the playoffs, Steven. I'm putting Tyreek and Waddle back there, and let me see if you can stop us. Put it that way. But
let me argue with you a little bit, okay? So number one, I have been adamant for years, saying that if you have a star player that can return kicks, punts, or kickoffs, that player should play. And the argument that I get back from people is, why would you risk one of your best players on offense for 3 or 4 plays during the game where he's more likely to be injured? My counter argument always to that is, I think he could get just as injured on a 3rd down or a 1st down or a 2nd down play. And I think that field position is so valued within the game that we love. And if I have a player that can swing the field, I think you take it. And look, we've had some decent guys return kicks for us over the last 10 years. From Jarvis Landry to Jakeem Grant. We've had some decent return people that have made the Pro Bowls on kick returners themselves, right? I think that, look, I love Devin Hester. I think Devin Hester deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He's one of the most exciting players to watch in the NFL, period. But I would say that Tyreek and Jalen Waddle are better than anything we've had in the last 10 years.
The thing is that you gotta keep in mind, Devin Hester's a one-trick pony.
Hold on. Let me
Waddle and Tyreek are complete receivers.
I get that. I understand that. I will also argue that I think that Devin never got the opportunity to become an every down wide receiver in an offense that was utilized to his strengths. I'm not saying he didn't get chances. I'm not saying that he wasn't a good wide, that he wasn't a bad wide receiver or an average wide receiver. I'm just saying I don't know if he ever got the true look that maybe he deserved over the years. And that's neither here or there. The point of the conversation, the point of the argument is, if I know that Tyreek can swing the field, I'm putting him back there. I'm sorry. And I know people disagree with me. They think it's crazy, but I think that it does, like Jalen Waddle. I was pounding on the table last year. Waddle needs to return kicks. Waddle needs to return kicks.
So look, we were trying to make the argument yesterday. Both sides have points that can be valid, right? Now, I have two things. So one, Tyreek hasn't fully returned punts since 2016. Okay, I understand that his track record is what we're talking about as far as shout out to Ali the Persian, because he broke it down, and he hasn't fully done that in 6 years. Now, granted, in 2018 he did it a couple times, but fully as a return specialist, full time, he hasn't done that since 2016. He was 22 years old, Steven. He's 28.
I get it. I understand it. And I also understand I'm going to lose this argument. My view of this, whether you like it or not, is I think we undervalue or look over the opportunity for field position swings in a punt return or in a kickoff return.
And this is my other argument. This is my other argument, because you're right, and that's why I tell you both sides are right. I don't think you're completely wrong. This is the other factor that we don't look at. Most of the time, the people that play special teams on the opposite team, on the defense, on the kickoff, you're talking about third, fourth, fifth string players that are trying to make they're trying to have a bigger role on the team besides special teams. Mm-hmm. So these guys are going out there and giving it everything they got. They're willing to take that extra hit, that extra, you get what I mean? To make that 53 in a more capable way. And getting, you're obviously, like you mentioned, this is the NFL. It don't matter if you're running a straight down the field, if you're on special teams, you're on the line, you can be sitting on the bench, you can get hurt. It's just the NFL. But at the end of the day, though, you're risking it out there, because you got a 5-star player going against 1-star athletes and 2-star athletes that are they're out there to get you hurt. You get what I mean? It's a difference.
I get it. I understand that. I think that I like what Color Commentary just said. It's risk versus reward. It's that simple. In my opinion, the reward always outweighs the risk from a standpoint of, I want to put our team in the best situation to win football games. And that is the reason that we play 60 minutes, not 48, not 52, not 36. We play 60 minutes. Use all 60 minutes. I don't understand why you don't.
I got you, Steven. I'm jumping off. I appreciate you, Steven. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. And I want to say this. We could go with what Pete mentioned, that we should just put Tua to return kicks at this point, because we know he can truck people. Hey, much love, guys.
All right, brother. Be good, man. I appreciate it. Shout out to Andrevius, man. Steven, please don't use this money on whatever drugs you've been using with these bad takes. Put it towards rehab. Love Andrevius. Shout out to Andrevius. I put the link in the chat. Please feel free to come on, talk with me. I'll bring y'all on one at a time. Maybe a couple of y'all on if I like a couple of y'all. If I don't, I'm just bringing y'all one at a time. If I hate y'all, I'm just playing. I'm just giving y'all a hard time. Let me bring on Mr. Polk. What's up, Mr. Polk?
Hey, how's it going?
How are you, Mr. Polk? Good to hear from you.
I'm doing good, and I appreciate you having me up here in the panel.
No problem, man.
My opinion is this: we have players on the team that could. As far as Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, I would use them in a certain situation where if it's a close game, or if we're in the playoffs or what have you, I would use them. But we have players like Lynn Bolton.
Mm-hmm.
We picked up Deadman from the Canadian Football League, and that's his specialty on special teams. He's a wide receiver / special teamer, where he was good at returning, if I'm not mistaken, kicks and punts. So I would really try to use those guys on a regular basis, unless we need to bring Tyreek Hill or Waddle in if it's going to be detrimental to us making it to the playoffs or the Super Bowl. I would not use them So how should I put it? I wouldn't use them unless it's necessary. Let's put it that way.
And I get your point, and I think a majority of fans would agree with you, Mr. Polk. What my argument to you all is, why is it that on the fourth quarter when we're down by a touchdown and we need a spark up, why is it necessary then and not in the first quarter when we have a chance to do it in the first quarter and swing the momentum our way earlier in the game?
Well, what about this? What if we are playing a team and we're how should I put it? If we're beating them, if we're oh boy, I gotta make sure I say this right. If we're playing a team that we're dominating, or that it's a close game, why? I mean, I can see if it's a close game and we put in, but if we're playing a team that we are sort of dominating, then why don't put Tyreek or Water in, because now you risking the injury for a situation that.
But Mr. Polk, I'm not arguing. I'm not going to argue that take. I agree with you. If we're up by 3 touchdowns, at 10 points or more, okay, don't put them out there. Don't risk it. But again, if I would say 14 points or more, but if it's a close game, I think you put them in no matter what. I think you put whether that's Waddle or Tyreek. It doesn't just have to be Tyreek.
Right, and I agree with that. Here's the thing. I'm not saying don't put them in at all. I'm just saying put them in if it's crucial to us winning a game or a close game or in an important game.
Well, I think the issue that you and I might differ from is you might say, okay, in the third quarter and the fourth quarter. I say that should happen throughout the entire game until the game is either won or lost.
Okay, I'll give you another example. If we're playing the Buffalo Bills, okay, I would put them in. I would put them in pretty much throughout the game, because that's a team that may give us a hard time.
Okay, but
or
when we lose,
or any other team.
But Mr. Polk, when we lose a close game to Houston or whoever, and we had a chance, and we had 3 chances at kickoffs or punt returns to change the field, and we didn't take them because we didn't want to risk an injury, that's stupid to me. That makes no sense to me.
Right, but then, like I said, well, like I said, it can.
We're going to agree to disagree. We're going to agree to disagree on this.
Right, exactly.
I understand the way people look at it, and I enjoy what color commentary is saying. It is a risk and reward thing here.
Mm-hmm.
My view of it is, if you are going to win a majority of your football games, you need to be put in the best situations to win those football games. And that includes all 60 minutes of that game. You don't pick and choose when you have the opportunity to put in somebody. My opinion is first quarter, second quarter, whatever, you put in, Jalen Waddle, you put in Tyreek Hill, you do it. I understand people are going to be mad at me and disagree with my take on this. I'm just telling you, from my view, this is how I've always seen it, and I've always had people disagree with me on it. But I can tell you what, we haven't done it, and we haven't won football games, so why not do it? Why not put the best person in there to give us a chance to sway the field? Personal opinion. Don't beat me up.
No, I'm not gonna beat you up, because I respect your opinion and what have you. But like I said, when you have a player like Lynn, like I said, a good example is Lynn Bolton, because I think Daniel mentioned that his name also. Mm-hmm. Yep. But when you have a player like Lynn Bolton, when you look at his him in college, he actually did that, and he did return, if I'm not mistaken, kicks or punts, and he did a good job at it. And then you go and get Deadman, who's supposed to be in the top in the Canadian League doing it. What I'm saying, if those guys, if you bring those guys in to do it, they can maybe get us in good field position instead of using Waddle or Tyreek. And then also too, I go as far as this too. If you do this, if it does come down to it, I would rather put Waddle in than Tyreek. If we had to go, if we had, you know, if we had, if it was that important, yeah, I put Waddle in before I put Tyreek.
Well, hey, look, man, I hear you. Miss Polk, you got anything else? I got a couple other people I want to bring on, brother.
No. Hey, listen, thanks for having me on here.
I love having you.
Hey, was everything all right with you yesterday?
Yeah, man, I just had some personal stuff I had to deal with and took care of, and I did, and we're good. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. That's what I want to hear.
I appreciate it. You all love, Mr. Polk. Thank you, brother.
Same to you, brother. Thanks for having me.
All right, man. All right, let me bring on Spawn Joe in here. What's up, Spawn Joe?
How you doing there, old Steven?
What's up there, buddy?
Well, listen, boy, we can't have that boy, that boy Tyreek. We just paid him $131 million, Steven. We can't have that good old boy, doing too many of them things there, Steven. So, you know what? I just want him to be a good old boy and play that wide receiver position now. Just catch that dookie, man.
Hey,
Duke, look, just catch that dookie, man. That's it. Look. I don't want him running no jet sweeps. I don't want him running no screens. Just run out there in the field and let old Tua throw dookie at you, boy. All right. You're just a wide receiver.
He's not just a wide receiver. He's a playmaker.
Exactly, Steven. Exactly. And you give your ball to your playmaker. I don't know.
And that includes special teams.
Exactly. Put him in. Listen,
so you agree with me? You agree with me?
That's how everybody else sounds.
Thank you, Vonjo. I appreciate it.
Well, we don't want him to get hurt. What about if you get hurt? Okay, guess what? Our offense runs these receivers. They're not running into open field. They're running into traffic. With those jet sweeps, guess what? He's a running back running into traffic. I don't know what else to say.
You have made my day that you agree with me, because I didn't think I was going to get any support from anybody besides Cap for Life. Cap for Life's the only person that's been supporting me.
Me and Louis Amador has been standing on this hill for the past 2 days. I'm glad that you joined us on the hill, Stephen. Congratulations.
I mean, look, I've been said it.
Welcome to the hill.
Said that for years.
Welcome to the hill.
I said Jarvis Landry should have been our returner for years.
Your playmaker gets the ball and make it happen. Because we have this high-powered offense that we could just go down the field in one drive in two plays. No, we usually trickle and dig our way down the field. Next thing you know, hopefully we get in field goal range. No, why won't we? If we have a chance to get in field goal range off bat, why not?
Andravia said, Vonjo, your kids don't want a junkie father.
What?
He's saying I'm on drugs for this take. He said I've been on drugs for this take.
No.
I don't think
football.
it is.
They told something that you could get hurt anywhere. Yes, you can get hurt anywhere. How many punt returners have gotten hurt?
I mean, it happens.
Really had to miss time. And really had to miss time.
It happens. I think we underestimate it. Or we overestimate that. Not underestimate.
Because at the end of the day, they told something, okay, only on special times. I'm hearing that, hey, maybe later on in the season when the games matter. Okay, newsflash, guys. If you guys haven't looked at our schedule, take a look at it. Our season starts game 1. We have the Patriots, Baltimore.
Yep. Which you're coming to.
No, I can't come to the Baltimore beatdown.
You're coming to Baltimore, bro. You're coming to Baltimore.
Oh, yeah, I'm coming to Baltimore. Yeah, we got Baltimore. We have, what's that other team? Buffalo, yes. Yeah, that team that keep kicking our teeth in?
Yep.
And then we have what's game 4? Cincinnati.
Yep.
So we are not going to give our playmaker the ball as many times as possible. And also, we already said the usage that he was getting at KC is probably going to diminish because we have Waddle and we have Cedric Wilson and we have this running game, right? So if his usage is going to go down, right? If it's going to go down already, so why not let him run the ball at punt return also?
Steven and Vonjo, stop smoking those Wish.com cohibas.
So
I don't I'm just telling you, I
don't get it.
There is 60 minutes to a game. You play all 60 minutes. You don't take a play off.
I think this is like the old NFL.
Special teams is part of winning the game.
People think like
Kickoff
it's the old
returns are
NFL.
part of winning the game.
Steven, I'm telling you, they shook because they think this is like the 1986
They do,
NFL
man.
where people are getting 1990s where people are getting blown up on punt returns. People are not getting blown up on punt returns like that, unless you're just stupid enough not to fair catch.
Let me bring on another person while I still have you on because I love having you on. I'm going to keep you on.
I can't stay on for long. I'm about to go into the gym.
All right, I'll let you pick. We got 5 people in the back room here. We got
Okay.
David, Sharif, Shake Money, Rashad, and Crypto. Who should I bring on with you? Who do you like more? I'm putting you on the spot.
I mean, I like all those guys.
They're
Actually,
all
you know
pretty
what?
solid
Let's
dudes.
go. Let's go international to Sharif
Let's go to Sharif. What's up, Sharif?
from the Bahamas.
Hey, what's good? What's good? Thank you for representing, man. Fins up.
Sharif, now do you agree or disagree with us? That's going to be the question here.
In terms of the,
Do you put your best player on the field for kickoff and punt returns? You put your best playmaker on the field.
no, because I
Sharif,
look
you're
at
breaking up. We can't hear you with that wild take, sir. No, sir. You're wrong, Sharif.
see, the way I look at it is this, right? I don't know if you, first of all, in order for you guys to identify the context, did you watch Kurt Warner's latest on how Tyreek stretches the field without even the running game?
No.
You didn't see that?
No, I didn't. No.
Okay, well, if you guys would check that out, you would notice that Kansas City always uses him with the third as a third wideout in line, and they always what they do is he stretches the safety, or he causes the cornerback to turn his hips, either to give a 10-yard cushion or even more in some cases. Now, what ends up happening
But
is
Sharif, I'm gonna give pushback on that. The only reason why is because they don't only fear Tyreek, they also fear Mahomes being able to get the ball to him. Now,
See-
I'm not. This is not me saying that Tua can't throw the ball deep. Don't you guys panic? Don't you guys jump off a bridge now? I'm saying that if you look at a lot of those deep balls, those broken plays, where Tua is able to throw, not Tua, he hasn't shown me enough that he's able to throw off platform and off a stable base like Mahomes. Mahomes has that arm talent where he could just be scrambling, and next thing you know, the ball's going 50 yards down the field.
And what I would say to that is, that's because it's unproven. So from what I've seen with Kurt Warner's tapes, he really never did anything. He just curled. If he got a 20-yard cushion, he curled and received the ball right there. Or if it took one safety to turn his hip twice on a post inside or out, that's easy money for an accurate quarterback like Tua. I don't see
But
Tua
how
having a
long?
problem.
I need to go back and watch that because I need to see what Mahomes is doing.
Please,
and how long did
Please.
he have in the pocket? Because I want to know, was he
Now-
those plays, that 20 yards, was it in the pocket or was he scrambling out and then launching it 20 yards down the field?
And then the thing is, what's interesting is I like how you brought that perspective up. But what I find interesting about this offense is Waddle. And when we have
Oh, wow. Westbrook will pick up the 47-point win. Oh, God.
when you have Waddle, right, you have a strong safety and a free safety. Some teams will play one safety and attempt to play like us, which is one single high. I don't think you could never do that against the Dolphins. So right off the bat, you won't be able to do that. So with a cover 2, cornerbacks, press, and then you have 2 safeties high, you're still going to get the bad matchup with the linebacker in the middle trying to cover either Waddle, Cedric Wilson, or Tyreek Hill. And if we have a guy in motion and in our running game, now you have two safeties going out just to stop Waddle, giving them 20-yard cushions when we're handing the ball off to Cedric Wilson. Now that element,
So
you have
again,
to look at.
that again,
Mhm.
this has to go back. This has to go back to again our quarterback because it depends if our quarterback has the testicular fortitude to throw a receiver open. Because sometimes if you don't have the time in the pocket, if that play is developing, you gotta trust, and this is what I'm hoping that they're developing in training camp, in all these practices. That in that, like for example, that 15-yard
I don't have a
he
doubt.
had the ball out,
Vanjo, I don't have a
and
doubt
before the
you would do
receiver
it.
broke.
I
And the
really
receiver
don't,
broke
because
into the ball.
when you
Right? No, but the thing is, you gotta if you're running a 15-yard dig, and if our O line is not holding up like that, at the same time, you say hike. If they bring in pressure and they're playing man, you gotta have trust that okay, my guy is gonna beat them. I'm gonna launch it out there, and hopefully Tyreek and Waddle will get to it. Even or if I see that okay, they got a single high. Cedric Wilson is in the middle. I'm gonna hike, pump, and let it go, knowing that okay, Cedric Wilson is gonna go get it.
I think I'm
So you
hearing
gotta have.
some
So
doubt.
you
I agree
you
with
gotta
you,
have.
because I agree. It's
You gotta have that.
dependent on the line, giving him at least 2.9 seconds. It really is. And
But
if he's
if you
whether
don't have
he's
that 2.9 seconds, you gotta still have that fortitude to say, hey, I'm gonna put it out there, and I'm gonna throw my guy, even if he's not open now. I'm gonna put the ball in the air, and by the time it gets to him,
Mhm.
you feel me? But listen, guys, fins up. I gotta get in the gym. I don't have much time, and it's a leg day, so I gotta get hyped. But I'm still gonna be
All
listening.
right, Vanjo. Take care, man.
All right,
All right, you
Vanjo,
take
be
care
good.
now.
All right, let me. All right, Sharif, David, Rashad, or Crypto? Who do you want me to bring on?
All great Dolphins. I'll say Crypto.
What's up, Crypto?
What's going on, Sharif? What's going on, everybody?
How are you,
Everything's
man?
good, man.
Good to see you, Crypto. Good to hear from you.
Good to hear from y'all. Don't worry, Sharif. The 7-year plan is still in effect for all personnel.
7-year effect. Okay.
All personnel. Don't worry about it. It's in effect.
Crypto, do you agree with me or do you disagree with me about this punt return, kickoff return mess?
I agree because I think scared money makes no money. Because if you say
that's Cap for Life, Vanjo, and Crypto who agree with me. Love it. Love all three of you gentlemen.
No, because the reason why I say this because the probability is the risk versus reward, and I think the reward is much more greater than the risk. I think because it's a lot of people. I think Von Joe was saying a lot of people don't get blowed up. It's been getting blown up, injured to the degree like they have back then, and plus they have protections. They have the 1-yard bubble. They have a lot of things. The fair catch, the way to get you out when you could see that the defense. The special teams is close enough to you. You can just look out the corner of your eye and just a quick fair catch and boom, you're out of it. But if you see you got some space and the ball's about to get to you, you're going to catch it. And I like Tyreek's ability to get away from the special teams defense.
Somebody call Crypto. Tell them you're on the #1 Miami Fan Morning Show. You can't be taking phone calls in the middle of this, Crypto.
I know.
Tell them to stop bothering you.
I know. It's I'm about to call him in a few minutes. But yeah. The thing is, I think the probability of success is greater than the risk of injury. Because think about it. My question is, have Tyreek Hill ever been injured on a special teams play? First, we need to start with that question. And how many times he's returned punts and how many times he's been injured on special teams.
I think that's irrelevant, though. I think, to a certain extent, I think if somebody was injured a lot because of that, yes.
I know that's what I'm saying, but I think in Tyreek's case,
but he's not.
But he hasn't been injured. Last time I checked, I don't think he's been injured on a special teams play. That's my point.
Knock on wood.
Right.
But what I will say to that is, I just think we're under. I think the NFL as a whole. It's not just the Dolphins, y'all. This is my take about the entire NFL.
Right.
I don't think we take off kick returns and punt returns and put them in enough high regard that it can allow you to put points on the board, or B, give you a better opportunity to put points on the board. Because if my offense starts from the 30 plus instead of 20 or below, I think it makes a big deal.
You know what,
to
Steven?
flip the field.
I'm gonna have to blame Crypto and Steven. I'm gonna have to blame Greer or I think Flo. Why? Because I think when I was listening to you all just now, do you know this didn't even have to be a discussion? If we just give Deadman up, we can give up Sherfield, and we can keep Jakeem Grant. Because, and I don't know what the hell Flo is thinking, but if you have Jakeem Grant right now, you have the fastest wide receiving core maybe ever. I don't know why.
Andrevia says football don't even want you to return anymore. That's why they incentivize touchbacks. They do. I'll give you that. I understand that.
So
but that doesn't mean we have to adhere to it.
So I have to blame Greer or Flo. If one of those guys were stupid enough. If you know you were going to get Tyreek, right? Why not just keep that guy so he can be a Pro Bowler at returning? Because that's what he is. Right?
Well, I mean, let me say I understand your view on that, but again, I will say that I think Tyreek and Jalen, either one of those two gentlemen, are like
and I am going
crazy
to say
good on
no.
returns. Yes,
because I need them for playoffs. Honestly, like if one of those guys go down,
you need them, and we gotta make the playoffs first, Sharif. What are you?
And that's why I blame. See, that's why I throw the blame on Greer or Flo. Now they can't go
so
on.
Let's break it. Let's keep on breaking it down. In order to win a game, you got to give yourself the best chance to win it. That takes all 60 minutes, Sharif.
Yeah, in all 17 games.
And to me, I don't know who Deadman is. I don't know who Sherfield is. I don't know who this kid Daniels is. I know who Jakeem Grant is as my number 6 receiver.
For the sake of the argument, for the sake of the conversation, Sharif, we are saying that Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill give us the best chance on kickoff returns and punt returns. But majority of y'all are saying no because it gives them an opportunity to, or it increases the likelihood that they can get hurt. And I think that's a BS excuse for them not being on the field.
It is. This is why bad management once again, because this discussion doesn't come up if you just kept him for a 6 pick.
I disagree with that
on any
because
football play.
I think they're better than Jakeem. By
they
far, way better.
Yeah, they way better.
Don't you agree?
And now let's get something straight. Jakeem is a Pro Bowler and is arguably top 5 kick returner in the NFL
had
the
you
last
kept
2 or 3 years.
The very fastest receiving core in the AFC East, had you kept him, at least in the AFC East, you're the very fastest, right? If you kept him. Waddle, Jakeem, they would have been racing every day. Imagine those kids.
Let's get something straight. I also believe that Jakeem Grant was
very fast.
He was, but he was.
But he wasn't reliable as far as
let's get something straight. He was frustrating to watch on kickoff returns too. Every 5 kick returns, 4 out of the 5. 4 out of the 5 were just. They were hard to watch. Like I would yell at Jakeem, but it would be that one. It would be that 1 out of the 5 where you're like, that's why he's a Pro Bowler because Jakeem is guaranteed to get you 1 to 2 touchdowns on special teams a year.
I'm afraid of him muffing the punt, and he did that a lot for me. He did that too much for me, and that's what I'm concerned with him.
I agree.
When he's not here, he's in Cleveland.
And by the way, Sharif, that goes to my point, though. Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle would give us the best opportunity to win football. Would give us the best. They give us the best opportunity to win football games. They also give us the field possession. Correct.
Field possession.
Correct.
We could flip the field more likely with them two than just fair catching it all day long. And plus, Stephen D, you can get injured on every play, on every down.
Sure. And that's what I say all the time, and people think that's crazy for me to say.
Waddle and Tyreek Hill can get blasted on the jet sweep because of a lineman missed his assignment, and you get blasted just as good as he can on the punt return.
I agree, Crypto.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, I'm gonna bring on David. What's up, David? How are you, buddy?
I am shaking my head with you guys.
I explain to
both
me.
of you guys are right. Both of you guys are right. It doesn't matter who you put back there, but if you guys think that they're going to kick Tyreek or Waddle the ball, they're going to angle it out of bounds. Is what they're going to do. They're not going to kick it to him.
But that still plays into our favor.
No, I said both of you guys are right. If you put, let's say you put Lynn Bowden back there, they're going to kick it to him. So he has an opportunity to turn and get yardage on the field.
When does he return anything?
But if you put Tyreek or Waddle back there, they're going to angle it out of bounds. They're not going to be able to have a chance to return it.
Yeah, but let's get something straight. If I'm on a punt return, like you got to kick it away. You can say anything you want.
You both, like I'm saying, you guys both are right. But my thing is that you guys are expecting them to kick the ball and change the field position.
They will. They 100% would.
That's if they make the mistake and do kick it to him.
Well, no, that's a different story. But you're basing your perspective on a mistake.
Yeah, because they'll most likely kick it out.
Okay, all right, David, hold on. David, to your theory,
end up getting the same effect.
To your theory, sir. You're saying if I have Tyreek or Jalen Waddle on kickoff and punt returns, that they're going to
try to keep it away.
I get it. They're going to do everything in their power to have touchbacks or kick it away.
I want them out there. Don't get me wrong.
And that color says
problem is,
and what is to be gained? Okay, let's get something straight. Most people, even when Devin Hester was on the field, out of, let's say, 6 kickoff returns and punts in a game, most times they didn't do all 6 away. So you were going to at least get one opportunity, maybe 2 in a game, to have a return.
Yeah,
let's
but
call that what it is.
Yeah,
even
when
Devin Hester was on the field, they still couldn't always keep it away from Devin.
Okay, that's a different time too. Different rules.
But still, because they're doing the same thing. They know he was a threat.
Correct.
To return it back every time.
Correct.
They could have just very well kept kicking it out of bounds against him.
Like you said, you guys want them out there, either one of them, out there at all times, returning kicks when they're not even going to be. 90% of those kicks are going to be angled kicks out of bounds. So it's not going to change the field position.
That's true,
David. In that sense. Now, personally, I would love them out there because they're going to make a mistake and they're going to pay for that mistake that they make. Absolutely.
Yeah, because there's a chance they should shank the ball off their foot trying to kick it out of bounds.
Correct. And I agree with you.
So, no, David, what I'm hearing from you, though, your point is a little bit different than Sharif and ours.
Yeah.
You're saying that it's irrelevant because they would never see the ball anyway.
Right. That's what he kind of said.
That's what you're saying, David, right?
No, what I'm saying is that mistake they're going to pay for it if you do put them back there. But if you put somebody back there like Bowden, they have an opportunity to change the field position because they're going to kick it to him.
And they don't with Tyreek? That sounds crazy to me, David.
Bro, they're afraid of Tyreek.
Okay,
not everybody.
And that's why
they're not afraid of Bowden.
That's why you put him back there. That's why you put Tyreek back there.
No, my point. You're not catching my point. My point is that they're not afraid of Bowden or whoever else is back there besides Waddle or Tyreek. They're going to angle to kick purposely. They're not going to angle with somebody else back there. And it's the same thing. It's catch 20-20 though, if you think about it, because if you put Tyreek back there, if they make a mistake, it'll be a good mistake for us.
Okay, but
if you put Bowden back there, it's still an opportunity.
I feel like you're contradicting yourself to a certain
extent. I said both is right. That's what you're not getting.
But all right. So in this case, and by the way, one of my favorite sayings is 2 things can be true.
Exactly.
I say that a lot of my channel.
Exactly.
Right? But in this case, you can't have your cake and eat it too.
But this is the only case. This is the only case that I'm asking for it.
Okay, but what I am telling you is, if I have 6 opportunities for kickoff and punt returns in a game, all 6 times it needs to be Tyreek or Waddle back there. You're saying that no, you should have.
I'm saying they're going to try to keep it away. They're going to try to keep it away.
You're saying that no, you should put Lynn Bowden back, and you're just using Lynn Bowden as the
as an example. Yes,
exactly. And I think that's ridiculous because in that particular scenario, you're saying that Lynn Bowden's going to get more of an opportunity. I'm saying that Waddle and Hill are more dangerous. So if I only
Which
get
is-
one
which
time
is-
with, I would rather get one time out of Hill or
I
Waddle
don't disagree.
than 6 times with
I don't
Lynn
disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I don't mind having Waddle or Tyreek back there. I'm just saying Bowden or somebody else will have more opportunity. That's all I'm saying. They will try to angle the kicks, and so they won't. Waddle and Tyreek won't touch it. That's all I'm saying. Not to say that they won't get the ball one time. I'm not saying that. I want Tyreek or Waddle back there. My point is that you got to keep in mind that they're going to try to keep it away from them. That's all I'm saying.
All right, let me bring on Pete to the conversation. What's up, Pete?
What's going on, Crypto, Steven, David? I agree with you, bro. You're finally right. Oh my God, it's been months.
David and Pete have the same. Are in
That's
the same
scary. That's
Oh
scary.
my God, I can't believe David.
I want Tyreek back there. No, I'm joking.
No, I don't want Tyreek back there.
It's a joke.
Tyreek Hill.
Crazy for you to think that. I'm sorry.
No, bro, Tyreek Hill. Are you guys gonna put your highest paid player on punt returns? Really?
Yes.
It don't
Okay,
matter if
and
he got that paid
no,
or paid.
no, first of all, I'm not putting Tyreek Hill. He's too high priced, not back on punt returns, or Jalen Waddle. There is
Why?
absolutely no way I'm putting those guys back there.
Right, so
It's
Pete,
too much injury
when you
risk.
put the other
I'm
guys
telling you.
back there.
Pete, tell me why. Please.
This is the only scenario, Steven, I would possibly put one of those guys back there. If we need a spark offensively, if we're doing bad and we need a spark offensively, that is the only way. Because these guys are wide receivers and not special teamers.
Every single
These are your wide receivers. These are your 1 and 2. These are your 1 and 2.
Crypto.
What is Crypto talking about?
But apparently we need to wait until we're down and we need a spark. That's
right.
Yes.
You don't need every minute of the freaking football game. We need a spark.
How crazy that sounds, Pete?
No, you know how crazy it sounds that you guys want the highest paid, the face of the franchise to run punt returns every time.
Yes. Yes.
Really? No, bro. No. That guy needs to stay healthy, and he needs all his fatigue saved so when he's on offense.
He can get hurt just as much on a second or third down in route or an out route.
Yeah, but that's what he's getting paid for. He's not getting paid for special teams.
Look, when you catch that ball on punt return, you got to take off so fast his ankle is going to snap.
He's getting paid for being a wide receiver, not being a special teamer.
Exactly, David. These are special teamers. These guys are way two first round. Did we see Waddle last year a lot on punt returns? No, bro.
I want to maximize that per minute salary that he's getting. I want to be used every minute.
Now I can hear Crypto.
Yeah, now I can hear you, Crypto.
No, I'm saying he can be used every minute of the game.
I don't disagree in that sense, but I'm going to tell you, they're not going to kick him the ball. I'm telling you, they're petrified of that dude.
The more they don't kick him the ball, that's good because they're going to shank it out of bounds more chances than not.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is just if you put Bowden back there, for instance, it's a more of an opportunity for us to get better field position. That's all I'm saying.
Let me ask you. Hold on. You guys are fiending. Hey, hold on.
Pete is saying that because he gets paid however much money, that we should have back there to return kicks. To me, that and you also say in the same breath, the only time we should ever come to that is when we need a spark. My issue, I have a lot of issues with those two statements. Number one, it doesn't matter how much somebody gets paid. You get paid to win football games. And in order for us to win football games, you have to play the entire 60 minutes, which includes special teams. Now, not only that, let me finish. I will also go on to say that why wait till you need a spark when in the first quarter I could have somebody return a touchdown and now all of a sudden I'm up 7-0 without even having the offense touch the field yet.
How many touchdowns have been scored in the last 2 years on punt return? Steven, how many touchdowns have been scored in the last 2 years on special teams?
That's irrelevant. It does not matter.
Steven,
so we can score and get up 7-0.
Let me tell you something, Steven. Tyreek Hill in Kansas City, he wasn't even paid, right? He wasn't even paid like they paid us, and they weren't using him as punt return. They weren't even using punt return at Kansas City with Tyreek Hill. So why are we going to use him? And we have a better roster than them.
Because he's a threat.
But why weren't the Kansas City Chiefs using Tyreek Hill as punt return if he's so deadly, Crypto?
Because they were putting up 40 to 50 points a game with Patrick Mahomes already.
Not last
so we
year,
supposed, hold on, exactly. So our team is better offensively than the Chiefs are. We have better wide receivers. We got a better. So we don't have a better.
That's the case, but
all right,
I'm
then.
not going that far
I'm
yet.
shocked, Pete.
I'm shocked. We have better wide receiver group than the Chiefs. We should be able to score more points than them. Tua was drafted top 5. Mahomes got passed out of the top 10. Come on, we're supposed to be more. Now we have Tyreek. Remember, Tyreek just said it, Steven. It needed to be said. He made Tyreek Hill look good.
Let me bring in Ali into the conversation here. What's up, Ali? How are you, brother?
What's up, man? I cannot believe that we're still arguing this over this weekend. Listen, I'm gonna actually, believe it or not, I'm gonna agree with Pete. I don't always, but
it's gonna be a good Tuesday.
Let me explain why. And I actually have stats and facts to back it up. Are you ready for this?
I'm all ear.
Okay.
Where my guy Irvin at?
The study was done.
David, Pete, and Ali
the study was done.
50% increase neither, because you got to give us the raw data, the totals.
I'm not going to give you wrong data. Listen.
I'm ready. Let Ali go. Let Ali go. Go ahead, Ali. I'm here.
Listen. I'm going to bring some factual information to you. Now, first, before I tell you what that factual information, I will tell you that Tyreek Hill is, in his career, is pretty much the best punt returner in the league. I agree with you 100%. Okay, he's
based on what
definitely the
he
guy
hasn't
when it comes to punt returning.
Since 2017,
hold on.
Since
Based on the
2017,
stats that he put up his rookie season, right? He hasn't done it very much since then. Now, number 2, what winning organization that has won a Super Bowl in the last 10 years, actually last 5 years, that has used their star wide receiver as a punt returner? Do you think Cooper Kupp was punt returning? No. Do you think Tyreek did it when he won the Super Bowl? No.
Receiver as a speed guy.
Did Evans do punt returning for the Bucs? No.
He don't have the same speed as Tyreek Hill.
It doesn't matter. You don't use your star wide receiver that you've invested $100 million into. You don't do that. Now, number 3. Now, here comes the facts. The facts are, in the last 2 years, injuries on special teams have doubled 50%. All right, they've doubled.
Say that again, Ali. I don't think they heard you clear enough. Say that one more time.
It's also. I'm not done yet. Let me finish. Let
that guy finish, Crypto. You're in your feelings, Crypto. Crypto. Let him finish.
It's also been, a study was done and confirmed more injuries happen on special teams than any other time during the game. So you tell me that special teams, which only makes up for 17% of the game,
exactly, which means it's a less percent of getting hurt,
and the most percentage chance of getting hurt.
Which means it's only 17% chance of getting hurt altogether.
How does that make sense?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you. No, it doesn't make sense. Ali,
of getting hurt.
Wait. All right, Ali. Question 1. I have a couple. Where did
I'm sorry if I'm just passionate about this. I've been talking about it all weekend.
You're fine.
I'm sorry.
First of all, let's get something straight. I
love
didn't even know that people were
The
talking
money
about it
argument is such a fallacy.
Okay. I agree with you, Crypto. Ali, where are you getting your information from?
I've done some research online, and I found quite a few different articles that are from reputable sources. I can actually link some of them in the private chat if you like.
What I'd like for you to do is tweet them so I could look at put them in a tweet and send it to me in a public.
Hey, check this out, Steven.
Now, second,
Steven.
Hold on. Second question I have for you, Ali.
Mm-hmm.
Would you also say, out of all the players that you named, that Tyreek is more of a dynamic player than all those people?
I don't disagree with it. Listen, let me just tell you something. I do agree that in certain situations of what's going on in a season,
Cruz, did you get me out of here? Oh, this was a 10-minute timeout. I can't even talk. My bad, Cruz. I didn't realize that you put the 10-minute timeout on me. I'm going to step away for 10 minutes. So answer your question.
Hey, Steven, before you step away, and I read that one the wrong way. I'm like, damn, I'm still up here? I thought I got kicked out.
I didn't realize that I got kicked out. I apologize, Cruz. I'm out. I will go out for 10 minutes starting now. Go ahead, fellas.
So I do agree that in certain situations that, yes, we can use Waddle or Tyreek Hill in the special team punt return or kickoff returns. In fact, I even brought one of them up over this weekend about using Cedric Wilson and Tyreek in the backfield on a kickoff, and if we really need it, he can do a backward lateral pass because he has a pretty good arm across the field and have Tyreek run it up the side. I agree with that.
Hey,
I just don't think. Hold on. Let me just get this off. I just don't think that using special teams as your form of offense is smart.
Exactly, I agree. And let me say something real quick. Let's say you can disagree. It doesn't matter. You guys that disagree are going to be wrong. I'm going to give you guys an example. Vaughn, I know you want to give it. Imagine in the third quarter. Listen, imagine in the third quarter. You think I got time, Vaughn? Imagine in the third quarter. We're down 2 touchdowns. We want Tyreek Hill to return a punt. He catches it. He returns it for 20 yards. That guy is exhausted. It's the third quarter. You think that guy's now 1st and 10? He's going to get all the ball?
Keep himself in shape. I don't
Nah,
care
bro,
if
that
he's
guy. You
exhausted.
guys are trying to exhaust Tyreek Hill, man. You guys are doing anything.
He get paid a lot of money. I'm gonna use the money argument against you in that fact because
there's a reason why Tyreek Hill stopped returning punts and kicks, bro. He needed to be more useful on offense on the side of the field. Forget special teams.
He get paid a lot of money to keep his body in shape.
I cannot believe.
Hold on.
Y'all got me up here on a Tuesday.
Everybody gets paid a lot of money to keep their body in shape.
Andreas, what's up, buddy?
I agree with Pete today. Pete's right.
Pete's right, 100%.
Man, it's Daniel Oyefusi Tuesdays, man. We don't give fake takes over here.
Y'all talking about field position.
Real quick, guys. Real quick. First off, he's not a receiver. He's a playmaker. We paid him not to be a receiver.
So is Michael Vick.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So Jackson.
Wait. You already wrong, Vaughn.
So is
No, he's not.
He is the highest paid
wide
receiver in the NFL.
Exactly. If we want to get our biggest bang for a buck, that's what real investors do. Maximize their yield.
Oh, yeah, we're going to see the Raiders put Devontae Adams. We're going to see the Raiders use Devontae Adams back there.
Can I get done? I just want to go towards Ali's take for a second. Hello? All right, can you guys? I don't know if you guys can hear me or not, but hopefully you guys can.
We can.
Okay, so one, he's a playmaker. We didn't pay him $131 million just to be a wide receiver. He's a playmaker. He says he's a playmaker, right? So you give the ball to your playmakers. 2, guys, Ali, I told you about that take about how many most injuries come from special teams, but at the same time, you can't tell me if most of those special team injuries are happening to the returner or is it happening to the gunner? It could be happening to somebody on the offensive line or defensive line.
Yeah, but that's a mute point. It can happen to anybody, just like on any
so
play.
Even bring that stat up in the first place. It can happen to anybody at any time.
The point is, it happens more often in the plays that you want your star wide receiver to be in.
Did y'all remember Tyreek Hill limping all the time last year, or y'all didn't watch Tyreek Hill? Tyreek Hill was always limping, holding his hamstring, by the way. And y'all want him on punt return? Really? This is the guy y'all want on punt return.
So in that case, we're stupid for paying him $131 million then.
No, he's the most explosive wide receiver, Von Joe.
No,
you don't put your highest priced asset on special teams where he's going to get hurt.
He's the most explosive football player. He's not a wide receiver.
I just think they're not going to kick him the ball, so it's going to be
Look, this is why I can't take you serious, Crypto.
Exactly.
I agree with you. He could.
So how is he going to get injured?
Crypto. I agree. He could be the most explosive.
No, wait.
No, I got to go because I can't get away.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Just a question real quick.
Go ahead.
The Cardinals' most impactful player is Kyler Murray, right? With the ball in his hand.
Correct.
Would you put him at punt return?
I don't think he has the
skill set.
No quarterback has ever did that.
No, hold on. That's
how about Lamar Jackson?
He's not a skilled position player.
What's wrong with you?
He's not a skilled position player, but he's the best player.
Not as far as wide receiver, not as far as pass catching. Not as far as catching the football, no.
Okay. What is Tyreek Hill? A playmaker, right? you wouldn't consider Kyler Murray or Lamar Jackson a playmaker?
No. Have you seen Kyler Murray
not in
return
that
punts?
aspect of catching the football. No.
Hold on.
It's a punt return.
No, but have you seen him do
I've seen Michael Vick return punts. Yes, I have.
Okay, all right. That's
Well,
Michael
then
Vick.
that's a unique situation then.
But again,
I'm just saying.
Your quarterback has the ability to do that.
We're speaking about We're speaking about playmakers. Y'all act like.
I hope you guys are aware. Look, I'm gonna tell you guys right now.
At the same time, he got to show that skill set. Have you seen Kyler Murray field and return punts? I don't care if you can run around, but if you can't.
Why are we talking about quarterbacks returning punts, Von Joe? Is that where you're going to view your point?
No, because Rashad has injected it in there.
That's not playmaker.
That's the question.
When you use playmaker as an excuse, I'm bringing in playmaker. Some of the best.
And I'm debunking that.
No, playmaker at the wide receiver or cornerback position.
You guys are better than that.
You have to be a playmaker and show that skill
set. You can stop muddying the water. Stop it with that quarterback crap.
Crypto,
that's muddying the water. I agree, Crypto.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. And you're all about the money, right? So let's talk about money. What makes more money for
Von Joe
an
left
owner?
when they said he's wrong.
Let's talk about the money. What makes more money for an owner? Is it the money that is it the punt returns and the position that makes more money, or winning playoff games and the Super Bowl that makes owners more money?
Super Bowl.
Winning. It makes them more money. And then now you got to break it down and go by what gives you the higher probability of winning. If you got a guy with an elite trait at a position that can do a lot of different things, then he's going to give you the higher probability, hence going to give you a higher probability of making more money.
Crypto, they're not going to kick him the ball.
Okay, fine. If they don't, they're going to kick it out of bounds short, and it's still going to change the field possession.
That's true. Hey, David, that's true. We're over here. Hey, we're over here arguing about who's at punt return, but if you put Tyreek Hill at punt return, they're really not going to want to punt him the ball. So what are you going to get as return from that? In all honesty,
short. Them kicking it out of bounds from time to time short, trying to angle the ball and directional kick it, and they're going to shank it a lot of times, and it's still going to have the same net effect.
That's not what they're going to do. That's not what they're going to do, Crypto. What they're going to do is put so much hang time on that ball and put them and pin us back in the end zone, so by the time they get there, Tyreek Hill just has to fair catch it. Come on. That's what happens with these special teamers.
That's what they get paid to do.
Not Tyreek Hill. If anything, I would argue that we should see Waddle on punt return because he's the backup receiver. But I don't even want Waddle.
More than likely, they're going to kick it out of bounds short.
I don't even want Waddle on punt return.
Are we a Super Bowl contender with Tyreek?
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
What happens if we take Tyreek off of this team? Are we still a Super Bowl contender?
We are even more of a Super Bowl contender.
Thank you. I rest my case.
Output at every position.
I agree with that, Crypto. But
let's put Tyreek
likelihood. You said the risk. Like someone brought up risk reward earlier.
Exactly, and the reward is way higher than the risk.
No.
I disagree with that, man.
One touchdown.
Way higher.
One touchdown.
You only can get injured 17% of the time because it's a 17% of chance you catching punts.
Let's say he's our primary.
The total output,
but the actual percentage of chance of getting injured at that 17% of the game is 25%, bro. So that means when you yes, it is.
Crypto, I don't want to hear this from you, bro.
This is what figures don't lie and liars go figure. You can't use that percentage as a total and then tell me within that percentage, Michael.
Oh my God! And this is the reason why bees don't waste their time explaining to flies that honey tastes better than shit. I'm telling you right now. All right, it's simple and plain. And it goes this quick. If Tyreek Hill goes down and he's out, he gets injured week 1. Who are we relying on now? Now it's back to having nothing, fellas. Crypto, guess what? We're gonna have to get your favorite receiver out of New England and trade back for Devontae Parker. What do you mean? Oh, next man up? Next man up, is it? Next man up is Preston Williams. Oh, Waddle caught 100 catches for almost 1,000 yards. He barely got 1,000. He barely. He didn't do nothing.
The only
This
way
is
we
our
can do
explosive
next man
Tyreek
up.
Hill, and y'all want
You
him there?
guys are cowardly lions. You guys are cowards. You
The
guys
only
don't want
way
to use
next
your
man
It's
up
being
options.
smart.
works is
It's
if
being
you have the
smart.
player
You guys are
that
cowardly
has the
lions. You
same
guys
skill
are
set and
afraid
can
to use
perform
your
the same way.
investment
The
to
only
the highest
person that is
yield.
similar to Tyreek in what
You
he
guys,
does is Debo, and
you
Debo's not
guys
on
are
this
scared
team.
you guys are scared to use your investment and give it return a higher yield
That's
on
not
your
true,
I'm
investment.
not
Crypto.
scared.
He will give you a
That's
higher
not
yield
true.
on your
There's
return.
nothing wrong.
Here's the
ROI,
problem.
return on
There's
investment.
nothing wrong with using Tyreek in certain situations at
Crypto,
punt returner.
the only
Yes,
reason
he's
you
the
can say
best
that
player
is
with the
because
football in his
it's
hands.
not your
I'm not
money.
going to
That's
put it in his
basically what
hands
it comes down
every
to.
play.
No,
You're
it
calling
ain't got to
people
be my money.
cowards when
I
I
use
don't
my money
believe
in
they're
that
going to be
fashion
kicking
too.
in the
All
ball.
right.
That's
Everybody be quiet.
ridiculous.
I'm back.
Somebody
now.
time Steven out again, please.
No. All right, now.
Billionaires use their money that way. They get a higher yield. It
Shush.
ain't gotta be my money, Ali. Warren Buffett of the world does that. Elon Musk of the world. They take risks. That's how they make more money.
Number one.
Yes, on smart decisions, not dumb decisions.
Yes, that is a smart decision.
Hey, hold on. I'm going to mute both of y'all. Look, first of all, I done listened to this blasphemy.
What is this offense without Hill or White?
For the last 10 minutes. Okay? For the last 10 minutes, I've heard blasphemous. Let's get something straight. The argument. I got like 4 different arguments I got to counteract here. I got to rebuttal. Number one is the money issue. I don't care that
which
he
is the
makes
most
X number of dollars.
argument.
I want to win football games.
Yeah, but you're only one person, Steven.
Shush! If I want to win football games and I want to give my team the best opportunity to win those football games, then Tyreek Hill playing on kickoff return and punt return is part of that. Now, to Ali's thing about injuries, I also think that that's a BS argument. Here's why. Number one, you can get hurt on first, second, heck, even third down playing on offense. And if I have 5 to 7 times during a game where I'm going to have an opportunity to return a kick and change the field, or heck, maybe even score a touchdown, let's call it for what it is, I'm going to take the best opportunity to do that. The third argument, well, why don't we wait until we're down or we need a spark? Why even wait for it to get to that point? That's actually the craziest argument to me. Because if you're going to wait to do,
you need a spark every second of the game.
Every second.
That's what winners do.
I feel like
Cut it out.
But you notice that you still haven't.
That's how
every second of the game.
Hold on. And then I got one more.
Franchises gets a spark every second of the game.
The last argument I heard. Well, Rashad brings up, well, Steven, Kyler Murray's the best. Why didn't Kyler Murray return a kick? Michael Vick returned kicks. Look,
no. Playmaker. Get it correct. They're the best player with the ball in their hand.
No one's ever talking about quarterbacks.
The man is dynamic.
I don't care what
He's a
we
ball
were talking
handler.
about playmakers.
Look,
playmakers have specific position.
Stop. Nobody's ever talking about quarterbacks returning kicks, right?
Well,
exactly.
Nobody ever wants their wide receiver one to return kicks. Y'all smarter than
Thank you, Andrevius. Thank you, Andrevius.
Because every wide receiver one has
wide receivers are the best playmakers.
Y'all
we forget that Devin Hester came in.
Devin, Hey, and I heard you say, and I Steven, and I heard you, and I heard you use Devin Hester. Devin Hester never got a life-changing contract. Devin Hester was never a wide receiver one. Devin Hester was never even a cornerback one. He was just a special teamer.
He was useless outside of special teams, and that's why he loves special teams.
So
that's it.
So let me ask this question.
That's irrelevant because Eric Metcalf played running back as well.
That's not irrelevant. You don't make your highest paid players on punt returns where they're gonna get injured. Not if they get injured, they will get injured.
Scare money makes no money.
Hey, so why even have kickoff returns?
Smart money loses no money.
Wait.
Smart money loses no money, Crypto.
Scare money makes no money. Who was the punt returner for the Rams?
No money.
Smart money loses no money.
You know how many people are in gambling?
Smart money makes money.
Was it Cooper?
You know how many people are in gamblers?
What about Tampa Bay? Who was Who was the punt returner?
I am one of those.
Exactly.
Hello?
Well,
Look who your
17%
ally is.
Who
probability
was
of
the
being
punt
hurt
returner for
doesn't
the
mean
Patriots?
But I
nothing.
have a
Hello?
question for
That doesn't
Stephen D
move
and
the
Crypto.
needle.
I'm just talking right now.
17%
Here,
of
buddy, don't
getting
make
injured,
no
it
money.
doesn't mean
I have
nothing.
I have a question for Crypto
Who were these
and
high-paid
and Stephen
players
D.
that were the punt
17%.
hold on.
returner on these
17%
Super
means
Bowl
nothing.
winning
That's the
teams?
total output and the probability.
All right. Hold on. One at a time, y'all. I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Can I go real quick? All right, so I'm flip-flopping a little bit, okay?
All right,
I'm
me
going to
go.
flip-flop.
Hold on.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna go
A little
Don't do it.
flip-flop. You guys are here. You guys will hear me.
Hold on, Pete. Pete, then Ali.
Okay.
Pete, then Ali.
Okay. I stand on everything I say, and I believe on everything I said already. On the punt return, they are not allowed. But the only way I will flip-flop to you guys' side, Crypto, Steven, and the guys that believe in that way, is if we make it to the playoffs. Now, if we're in the playoffs, put Tyreek Hill back there every punt return, every kick return. Shoot, if we're down to cornerback, I'll put Tyreek Hill at cornerback. But in the regular season, I don't want to see Tyreek Hill. Let me finish, Steven. Let me finish. You never let me finish, man. Can somebody kick Steven out, please?
Right on both sides.
In the playoffs, I'll do that. But regular
I'm not
season,
accepting that olive branch.
Pete, we gotta wait till we get to a playoff game. We gotta get to a playoff game first, bro.
Well, we got to get
yeah,
there
but
first.
the only way we're gonna
before you
get there
walk.
is by saving Tyreek Hill and not letting him get injured during the regular season.
Yeah, you keep calling him thinking about
How many
injuries. He's
like-
going to get injured because
But,
of somebody missed a
Crypto.
blocking assignment and blasted him on the jet sweep.
Steven, you have control of the whole thing. Go ahead and look for a
The same
Tyreek Hill punt
probability.
return touchdown. Go ahead and
He
look
has
for
the
it.
same probability getting
Not in
blasted on
college.
a missed assignment on a jet sweep.
Because I don't remember seeing a Tyreek Hill touchdown on punt return for years.
Okay, and
it's been years.
And you think out of nowhere?
You'll see.
So now he's so he didn't do it when he was young. So now he's older. He's losing speed as he's getting older, and now he's gonna do it as a Miami Dolphin only because he's not the same speed as he was once he was 21. Crypto, it doesn't happen that way. You start losing speed as each year goes by. It doesn't matter.
He's gotten faster since his rookie year.
There's no faster. Once you pass 22, 23, you don't gain speed. You start losing it.
Tell that to Daryl Green when he was running the same 4.28 for a long period of times.
Daryl Green
for his career. Man, get out of here with all that.
was not running the same 40 all the way.
Johnson running punt returns. I'm so confused. Like,
go ahead, Ali.
Can I ask my question?
Yep, go ahead, Ali.
So my question is for Crypto and Stephen D. Crypto made a claim a few moments ago that winning organizations do this. What winning organization that has won the Super Bowl in the last 5 years have done this?
I ain't say winning. I said winning organizations take risk and try to give their fans
No, that's not what you said. This is a recorded show. You can revert. No,
Can I answer? Can I answer?
Hold on.
I'm telling you that's what I meant. Just because you understood it wrong doesn't mean that's what I put out there meant.
I'm sorry. Your words.
Ali,
Winning
this is what I'll say.
organizations that want to win put their star receiver at punts. You said that. You can record the show.
I didn't.
I got a
The show's recorded, bro.
Winning
There's no way getting out of it.
franchises give themselves a chance to win at all costs, regardless of what the situation is.
Again, answer the question. What winning organization has done this with their star receiver in the last 5 years that have won Super Bowls?
Because nobody has done that and drafted a wide receiver.
So how do you
what
know
are you
it
talking
works?
about, Crypto? We just got Tyreek Hill from Kansas City, and Kansas City wasn't using Hill, who wasn't even priced as high as he is.
That's because
this is what I'm trying to explain to you guys.
They already had somebody to do it for them.
Oh, we have somebody to do it for us too.
I'll give you an example of a team that actually has done what you said, Crypto. That's the Cleveland Browns with Josh Cribbs. And during that time, they didn't make the
Jalen Waddle is
playoffs at
better
all.
than anything the Chiefs have right now, Crypto.
They don't give you the opportunities.
Jalen Waddle is better than anything the Chiefs have right now, Crypto.
All right, so
Okay, you
Ali,
can say that, but
hold
he
on.
also
Can I
marked 2
answer
punts
Ali's
last season
question?
too.
Ali, here's your
Yeah.
answer.
It was because of Coach Flores, Crypto.
Hold on.
Yeah, okay.
Here's the answer to your question, Ali. Number one. Okay. The Chiefs didn't have to do it. They were putting up 40 points a game without it. They didn't need it.
They didn't need it.
They didn't need it.
Also, we're going back to my point then. When we're losing, then I'll put...
a game with Alex Smith. Were they putting up 40 points a game with Alex Smith?
Just because you're loud doesn't make you right, Pete. Number two, let's also say that Tampa probably didn't need it either.
I hate these mute buttons, bro.
Tampa
I hate them
didn't need
all.
it. That's all right, Pete. You can
The
hate
Rams
it all
didn't need
you
it
want,
either,
Pete.
or the
Huh?
Patriots. The Rams didn't need it.
And here's the other thing: to Tampa, to about to say to St. Louis, to the Rams, to these teams that have won a Super Bowl in the last 5 years. None of them had as a dynamic player as Tyreek Hill. And everybody's going to be like, well, what about Cooper Kupp with the Rams?
The Chiefs.
First, okay. Why didn't the Chiefs use Tyreek in that role? I already made my argument for why the Chiefs didn't. And I will also say that Cooper Kupp is not as dynamic as Tyreek is. And I'll say this. I will also say that I think that they should have used him more in the return position. I know I contradicted myself there.
Yeah, you contradicted yourself big time.
But what I will say is they still won. They didn't have to do it.
Well, let me tell you what the Rams did. They weren't worrying about a receiver to return punts or kick returns, Steven. They went out with the same roster and said, let's get this quarterback to upgrade the roster. And they won the Super Bowl. So instead of us, look, over here in Miami, Steven, we're worried about punt returns, and we're not going to win the Super Bowl. The Rams got the quarterback,
give
they
him
won
the
Super Bowl.
football on punt returns. We give him his demands.
See, the reason I think you guys are worried about punt returns is because you're worried about the quarterback play, so you're finding other ways to score touchdowns. Bring me Lamar Jackson, and then we'll talk.
That's exactly what you just said. You said they didn't have to worry about it because they were putting up 48 points a game. Is what you just said. You said that we got to do it as if we don't have a top.
The way I'm taking it is we have to see Tyreek Hill on punt returns and kick returns every single week on every single play. That's the way you guys sound.
That's what you just said.
There's no way. You don't put your highest priced player.
It's not even about the risk of injury for me. It's about fatigue. No need to burn him out as a returner. He's called
Thank
the
you.
cheetah, but let's relax.
I told you, Stephen, but you said, who said it was crypto?
What's up, Irving?
What's up, Irving? Punt returns anyways.
What's up, Irving?
With this defense, a lot.
Like David
with
said,
this defense, a lot.
20% is going to be
I'll say
not
this.
even return. So how you going to burn yourself out catching a ball 10% of the time?
I'll say this. Andrevius,
because you forget he's the number one wide receiver. He's going to be on the field catching all the passes.
Okay, an extra down is actually going to be running. Oh, that's really going to burn him out when he's getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars to be in shape.
Yeah, you know how, bro, you could literally get a 5-yard punt return. The stats will say 5 yards, and you literally ran for like 70 yards all over the field. You know how exhausting that is, Crypto?
That's on any play.
Good point, Pete.
Come on now.
It's on any play. He's an elite athlete. Elite athletes stay in shape and they got a second gear. An elite athlete that paid a lot of money got second wind. That's what you call a second wind.
$1 million to me is a lot of money. I wish I get there.
Yeah, then and Tyreek got that times 100, and he gets paid to stay in shape.
All right, Crypto and Pete, hold up for a second. What's up, Irving? How are you?
Man, just get off of it, Crypto. You know you got to put Lynn Bowden back there.
Crypto.
Lynn Bowden is unreliable. You guys are about.
That's why I used the mute button, Pete. Because I asked
you Lynn Bowden
we should go get Lamar Jackson. He would solve our punt return problem.
Irving, hello, Irving.
Put Lamar Jackson at punt return.
Go ahead, Irving. The floor is yours, Irving.
Yes, sir. Steven, how y'all doing this morning?
I'm frustrated.
What's going on, Pete? What's going on, Andrevius? What's going on, Steven? Why you frustrated, brother?
I'm dealing with the world, Irving, where Pete and Andrevius agree with each other. It's crazy to me.
Oh, man.
Pigs are flying out.
That's your number two.
I'm sorry. I'm agreeing with Pete as well. I'm sorry.
Who's the Ali? Ali's my guy, baby.
And Rashad.
Rashad knows what he's talking about.
Y'all wrong. Like
no.
Crypto
got my back. Von Joe's got my back.
I got your back, but only in the playoffs.
Von Joe.
That's crazy to me. That's such a stupid take to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know, man.
Do it in the regular season if you're gonna do it.
Because we don't need it. We don't need it.
Stephen D, are you surprised? Are you really surprised?
No, I'm not. Because
they so used to mediocrity. They don't like getting a high return on their investment. It's called ROI in investment community. It's called return on investment.
For you, Steven. Would you prefer?
Go ahead.
Would you prefer Tyreek Hill to have the ball in his hands every single play?
So
I want to win. I want to win.
That's why I'm asking you.
This is a serious question. Who do you want, Steven? Who do you prefer back there, Steven? Honestly, bro, Tyreek Hill or Jalen Waddle? Give a real answer. What's the smarter for the team?
I think
that's what lawyers say is a loaded question. That's a leading question there.
I think it's 1A and 1B. I said that. I didn't say Tyreek over Waddle. I said 1A and 1B. I said those two guys should be on. And if it's not, if it's Lynn Bowden or some other, then that's crazy to me. What's up, Irving?
Oh, you're talking about who's going to be the returner?
Yeah.
For this season?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean,
all because Tyreek said he wanted to.
We had this discussion many times. I would like both to touch the ball, both Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, especially that Tyreek Hill wants to return punts this year. He told Chris Greer, he's been on the radio many times. You know, he's been on podcasts many times telling people, telling reporters.
You get the man what
Hold on.
Give him what he wants.
Did Tyreek really say this already?
Yes,
absolutely, he did.
Yeah, you guys don't think it's already a locker room problem? Where's Waddle?
I have an argument to that.
Oh my God.
I have an argument to that. How many times have NFL players say they are willing to do something, but they don't do it? I mean that's definitely been done before.
But player ain't Tyreek Hill.
Hold on, that all depends on the coaching staff. We got to trade Tyreek right now. It all depends on the coaching staff whether they want him returning punts or not.
I think today is the only day that 95% of us agree with Pete. The world has come.
Amen.
That's true.
You guys,
you know what?
don't want your
Shout out, Steven.
investment.
I want to give a big shout out to all of you guys. I'm learning. The more I come here, I learn, and you get smarter takes. I appreciate all of you guys.
Pete, that's because we schooled you. Pete, that's because we schooled. Anyways, so why? So the question is, so you guys are telling me why? So you guys are telling me basically you don't want your $30 million a year investment to be returning punts.
I do. They don't.
And he's not even getting paid $30 million this year. That's what's so crazy about that argument.
Who cares?
I don't need him back there every return. I don't need him back there.
Now you could make an argument.
We're talking about him splitting with Waddle, and you guys are having a
listen,
connection.
Irvin. Listen, Irvin.
No, I don't
listen
want
to me
Waddle
clearly.
back there at all. Waddle
listen
sucks.
to me clearly.
I don't know if y'all seen him last year.
I think Waddle and
guys, this is how big of a problem.
Fair catching it.
Look, it's not going to surprise me. Listen to me. Listen, it's not going to surprise me if Tyreek Hill is our returner all season. And because he wanted it, he asked for it. That's in my opinion, it is not the smart route to do. No. But now that you said that, Irvin, my God, Tyreek Hill is becoming a problem already. He wants punt returns. He left Kansas City because he wanted all the targets.
Listen.
Dude, this guy's gonna ruin this whole locker room if he doesn't get it his way.
Okay. To your guys, hold on. To your guys' argument, yes, Tyreek Hill has not returned punts in 3 years. Yes, I understand that you are more susceptible to injuries on punt returns. That's kind of true. But at the same time, like this is a guy that wants to touch the ball. This guy is a playmaker. He's an athlete. He thrives when he has the ball in his hands. You see what I'm saying? Now, to you guys' argument as well, like yes, they're Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle are going to be used for different purposes, not just catching footballs, lined up out wide or in the slot. They're going to be in the backfield. They're going to be moved around. They're going to be using jet sweeps and arounds and all this stuff.
Hold
what's
on,
up,
man.
Steve?
I got somebody in the. There's a couple people in the back room, but let me bring on. This real quick. It's Cheetah. What's up, Cheetah? Cheetah, tell me how you feel.
What's up, dog? This is the Cheetah. Watch my podcast, dog. I'm gonna have Tua. I came for the money, not for Tua. What up, dog?
He sounds like Esther.
Cheetah,
that's Tyreek Hill.
Cheetah, do you think returning kicks for us?
Goodman sounded like Esther.
Position to win. Cheetah.
Listen, dog. Listen.
Oh, sorry, Tyreek. My bad, Tyreek.
It's all about the volleyball. It's all about the volleyball at the beach, baby. It's the Cheetah, dog.
You come to South Beach and play volleyball and you start golfing and you're about to retire, huh, Tyreek? Let them know.
Tyreek, tell these men that you gonna punt return and kick return this year and give us
Tyreek, you turning Tua out? You taking him out? You turning Tua out?
Cheetah does it all. We're gonna win because of me.
Cheetah does it all, baby. I love it. He does it all.
Cheetah, I got a question for Cheetah. I saw you hanging out with Tua.
Go ahead, Peter.
Where you took Tua out, man? Where you took my quarterback one out? You took him to the gym or to a party?
Or to golf?
They played golf together.
Did y'all go play golf together, Cheetah?
You had my quarterback one, man.
Watch
Where
my
you took him.
podcast. This the cheetah.
Get out of here. What's up, Color?
What's
up,
Color?
Color.
Color, come back me up on
I
this,
came
man.
in just in time for crypto to be throwing out the straw man. Wait a minute. Every single time we nail you guys down, it comes back to we never want to use him at punt return. Nobody said that. We're literally talking about risk reward. We're talking about using him when we need to. But when do we need to? 4th and 10 in the first quarter when we're up by 2 touchdowns? Are y'all serious?
Time out. If y'all heard me
situational,
I said that if we were up by 10, 14 points, no, you probably don't use him there.
But that's precisely what Pete's saying with when he.
But I never heard you say that, Steven. I never heard you say that part.
I did say that earlier.
But that's the same thing as needing a spark.
No. I did say 0-0 in the first kickoff in the beginning of the game. Yeah, you bring him on.
But why?
Why wait till 4th and 10 in the 4th when you're down by
There's a lot of things we don't do in the first quarter that we could.
It's a tie game.
There's a lot of things we
exactly.
could do.
You don't go for it on 4th down in the first quarter, Steven.
It's 0-0, Steven.
That's the problem. That's some of the problem that I have with football and the Dolphins in particular, right? One of the problems I have is we wait until it's desperation time. Why wait till it's desperation time?
Okay, that's fine, but there's other things that you could not. But there's other things you could do earlier rather than stick your $30 million receiver at punt returner.
It's one aspect that gets underutilized and undervalued.
Well, one other thing I want to say too. Somebody brought up the point that that's not why he gets paid, and somebody said he's a wide receiver. Blah blah blah. Wait a minute. Number one, when I get when a punt returner returns for a touchdown, I get defensive special teams points for that play in fantasy. That's a defensive player. Tyreek is not on the defense, first of all. So, no, he doesn't get paid to return punts.
I don't care about special teams.
I do. Color knows I love fantasy. We want those points.
I don't care about fantasy points.
We want those fantasy points over here. Fantasy season is going to be rocking this year.
What you're doing right there is you're taking one word I said and ridiculing it and marginalizing it. What I'm trying to say is punt returner is on the defense. It's a defensive position. When the punt return team is out there, that's the defense.
He is accurate about that.
Come on. You're gonna be okay with them punting us inside the 20 and us just not caring who we.
How is Tyreek gonna make that different?
Because he's a playmaker, Color.
So what?
Here we go with the playmaker.
It doesn't change the width of the field. It doesn't change the length of the field.
They're all playmakers.
Come on, Color.
Not Tyreek Hill. In that situation, I wouldn't mind Jalen Waddle, but I wouldn't even put Waddle unless we need it to something to happen. But Tyreek Hill, zilch.
1A, 1B.
Listen, I watch a lot of the teams. Tyreek Hill running bomb routes. He starts holding his hamstring almost at the end of every route. We need to realize
here's another
that
thing.
It doesn't matter what he wants. He's just too high priced for that.
They need to use him that way because they were up by 40 points every game, right? Well, that's because they didn't use Tyreek there.
Good point, Color.
We're not.
There you go.
We're not the
man.
And to Crypto's point about mediocrity, I would submit to you that mediocre teams precisely put their star wide receiver at punt return. That's what mediocre teams do.
That is correct. That's why Josh Cribbs got all that yardage for the Browns.
This is why you're number one.
Where's Von Joe now?
Color.
Yeah.
It's not terrible. It's accurate. Go look at the numbers. Look at who the punt returners were.
Oh, all the guys that were begging for it, they all ran off the panel.
Wow!
And for those of y'all that think that we don't use him as a spark, how many times have you been watching a game when you're just watching a team get blown out and you're like, oh, God, this is over. They're putting Odell at punt return. I mean, nobody does it.
Let's not forget.
Sorry, Steven. I know you want it, but they don't do it.
That's all right.
I do agree with the playoff comment, though.
I am okay with y'all being wrong in this and me being right and me having to fight all y'all on this. That's fine with me. I'm good with that.
And the last point,
I'm here for the smoke.
Point to Ali.
You know what the problem is? Hold on, Color. Y'all, Mr. Pete, y'all are Pete lovers today. Every single one of y'all in the chat loving Pete. I can't believe y'all.
Why? Because I don't want my guys to get injured.
I had to add one other thing.
You're a hater, Steven. You're a hater, Steven.
You haven't
You're a hater, Steven.
You haven't given us a real reply, Steven.
No, I'm defending Steven right now. I'm your number 2, Steven.
Yes or no?
What took you so long, Ali? Ali, what took you so long to devise the take that they want Tyreek back there because of the QB situation? Man,
dude, I'm on that 100%. I really believe you guys are lacking the confidence in your QB. That's the truth. Because to be honest, how can you say we're a Super Bowl contender, right? And put him in the punt return area? Why would we even need it if we're a Super Bowl contender?
Exactly.
We have the best wide receiver in the NFL. We should be scoring points.
Kansas City.
And we have one of the best defenses.
Tyreek was busy scoring 40 points from scrimmage.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
This is an offensive weapon team, not a special teams ace. That's the thing. You see, remember Brian Flores, he worried about special teams too much. You got to get out of that. We flipped the card already. We need points in Miami. We're going offensively.
And yes, you can get injured anywhere. But you're going to tell me what a laughingstock somebody would be if they got a flat tire in their Corvette on the street. That's one thing. But if you take that thing out in the desert, okay, off-road, and you get a flat tire, tell me you ain't laughing at that idiot.
Does that me bringing my Corvette into the desert give me a chance to win an NFL football game? And get a
it made me laugh, Color.
That part right there is the situational part. You're having a hard time differentiating between
if zombies were attacking
and what is
me and I had
actually
to
needed
take
on
my
a regular
Corvette
basis.
off in the desert,
Color,
I get
you're
it.
Going extreme, Color. You were so
special teams is like
Stephen D, I want you to think of what do you think is the right thing to do as an owner? As an owner who's invested $130 million. What? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
To win football games.
I understand.
The difference being, the guy with the Pinto can still eat after he gets a flat tire.
Bro, you bringing up Corvettes and Pintos? Ain't nobody talking about cars, Color.
I like my chance with the Corvette in any situation.
You're killing me, Color, with these cars.
I see your point. You want to win football games, but let's say you're up by 30, 2-3 touchdowns. You're going to put them out there every game? Absolutely not.
That's not the point.
I'm putting them out there every game, every
time. If it's
unless
an even
we're
ball
up,
game,
I'm not even joking.
If it's an even
I'm not even joking. If we're up 3 scores every game, I need to see Christian Wilkins on a punt return.
I'm with you there. I have no problem.
Fine. If that gives us a better chance to win, if you're gonna be real facetious about it, then put him out there.
We're up 3 scores every game. I want to see Christian Wilkins back there.
Brought up about putting the quarterback at punt return is a perfectly valid point.
That's Rashad. Rashad said
nobody would in their right mind would ever put QB1 at punt return. It don't matter if he runs like Barry Sanders.
But no punt returner ever done. No quarterback has ever been put in that situation, so it's irrelevant. It muddies the water about the situation.
Muddies the water.
Wait a minute. Why is it irrelevant? They just didn't take the risk you thought they should take.
No, it is irrelevant because no quarterback has ever in history done that.
Why?
All these teams
Actually, Michael Vick did.
I see what Color. Keep it up. I see what you're doing, Color. I see where you're going, Color. Color's right. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
Quarterback has ever been put in that situation.
On my team, why would I not put him back there?
Baltimore don't want to win.
It does nothing but muddies the water just to bring a point across.
The Ravens are cowards for not putting Lamar Jackson at punt return. The Ravens are cowards.
Okay, well, you can call them cowards, but no quarterback has ever been put in that situation.
You can call us cowards for not wanting to put a star $40 million wide receiver there.
Exactly, we are.
I'm a coward.
We are.
We are cowards.
I just called the Ravens cowards.
Look,
I just called the Ravens cowards. Don't mean it true.
Okay, you can call them cowards all you want.
Steven,
you can call us.
You guys are so right.
Don't mean
so
it's true.
Let me ask you, Steven, if the Chiefs would have used Tyreek Hill all year, they probably would have won the Super Bowl last year.
Maybe. We don't.
You know what I'm saying?
We'll
exactly. We don't know.
The Dolphins are cowards because they're thinking about the monetary side of it.
Is the reason. No, Crypto, you're right. That one punt return for a touchdown that Tyreek didn't get last year is the reason KC didn't get to the Super Bowl.
Travius is agreeing with Pete.
Exactly. The reason why they didn't. Exactly. So why are we worried about that one punt return injuring him?
That's what we're asking you. Why are you worried about one punt return to make or break the season?
I ain't worried about it to make or break the season. Give us a better probability of flipping the field.
It has a better chance of breaking our season if he gets hurt than if he scores a touchdown.
Exactly, Color. No, and we're going to be back to trading for Devontae Parker. We're going to need Devontae Parker and Malcolm Perry back, Crypto.
Yes, it does. Yes,
he never got injured as a punt return. Until he get injured, it's a 0% chance.
Well, until he scores a touchdown in punt return, it ain't doing nothing for us.
Well, he scored more punt returns for touchdowns than he did getting injured on punts.
Scored.
Yeah, he scored more touchdowns on special teams than he did getting injured.
And you know what, Steven?
I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. That's your job.
Then I go with that. Then I go with those odds.
Hey, Steven and everybody, hold on. Hold on 1 second. I hear, look, first of all, let me clear this.
Punt return, so it's a 0% chance in my book.
You call that a good investment?
It's a 0% chance. You're doggone right. It's a good investment.
Oh, come on. Then use your money.
Yeah, it's called return on equity.
Listen, guys, Steven, you're wrong when you say all of these guys are agreeing with me. That's where you're wrong at. Remember, when I came in, David was the guy I agree with. So David has started all of this.
Scared to miss the investment.
I've been talking about this for the last 2 days, so I'm on that.
All right, everybody, hold up. Irv Gotti. Who's Irv Gotti?
Scared money makes no money.
Who's Irv Gotti?
Smart money saves their money.
Money don't make no money either.
I can't hear Irv Gotti because y'all.
Smart money makes money by you maximize.
All right. We've heard y'all. All right. Irv
by
Gotti.
maximizing yield. It's called maximal yield.
Yeah, and 3 touchdowns in 6 years is not maximal yield.
Maximal yield because that means you get 0.
That's how they won in Kansas City.
How about
0 injuries in 6 years as well.
Flag on the play.
Oh, he's
Hello, Irv Gotti.
Hello, Steven.
Who's this?
It's Irving.
Irving. All right, Irv Gotti.
It's just like I'm using I just using my laptop because my phone turned off. So
I know. It's
anything with Irving. It's me.
It's crazy in here this morning.
0 injuries in 6 years.
What are you talking about?
0% chance of getting injured.
Irving? Irving, help me, Irving. Help me.
Listen.
You're wrong, Steven.
I think both are viable candidates for returning, punt return. Whether you have Tyreek Hill or you have Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle, obviously, people are going to go with Jalen Waddle because he's not being paid as much money. He's cheaper, and he's younger, and so coming out of college, he was the SEC Player of the Year 2018. So, I think he should have been more of a returner last year instead of as opposed to using like Igbinoghene and guys like Wilson and just Javon Holland and stuff. So I'm good with either or, whether he's returning. Obviously, Tyreek Hill is one of the best. When he did return, he's one of the best.
But Irving, my question to you before I let Bonco ask his question: do you think that Jalen Waddle and or Tyreek Hill should be returning kicks?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Irving's on our side. Go ahead, Bonjo. Thank you.
So I just had a quick question. Who's more likely to get injured? Which position is more likely to get injured? Wide receiver or running back?
They're the same percentage. The percentage is the same. It's 60 to 70% on offense. When you go to special teams, that percentage increases.
60 to 70%. It's a 10-point spread. That's not the same.
That's a big difference.
That's a 10-point spread. That's large. That's not the same.
City agrees with us.
So that's the average percentage from what I've been told.
Agrees with us and ain't been using them that way.
So hold on. So there's a 60 to 70% chance that he'll get injured.
That's because the other guys
correct. And when they go to special teams, the likelihood of that percentage increases.
Anybody asking that, man? I'm not asking that. I'm off the special.
Okay, well, I'm just making sure that the audience knows.
Crypto, you're out for 10 minutes.
So, again, what's the percentage at wide receiver?
It's the same for running back and wide receiver. They say it's between 60 and 70%.
Can I just say this?
By the
Can
way,
I just
guys,
say this?
Absolutely refreshing to argue with crypto. We haven't disagreed in a long time.
He says, "Go get some water, hug your neighbor, and remove the black tar heroin from."
It's made my day, man. I feel it's been a treat to argue with crypto. I haven't had a reason to argue with him in months.
Hold on, so when you guys
Color,
agree,
it's not just that. When you guys disagree, he goes on for. It's not that he just disagrees. He goes on for a long time.
Let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask you. Hold on.
Let me finish.
I love you. We love you, crypto.
Go.
Would you guys agree that it's okay to say that if we play him at running back also, he's more likely to be injured? So let's just play him at wide receiver only.
But who wants Tyreek Hill at running back?
No,
I mean, we don't necessarily want him at running back, but he can do it if he needs to.
This guy better be catching 100 catches.
People that are worried about the quarterback's performance, Pete.
Hey, listen. Talking about the quarterback performance, let me ask you. Hold on, Vonjo. This question is for you.
Nobody answered the question. Are we okay with him only playing receiver? I don't want to see jet sweeps or running back.
No, I mean, I don't. However, look, Vonjo, to answer your question, I don't care how we use him offensively. Okay, we could put Tyreek Hill in the Wildcat. It doesn't matter to me. This is what he's getting paid for. No, this is what he's getting paid for, is to make plays to make highlight offensive plays. Punt returns. Let me tell you something. You know what punt return feels like, Vonjo? I need you and Steven, bro. I really need you guys to wake up. I love you guys, bro. Listen to me. You know what happens if Tyreek Hill, putting him in punt return, and he gets hurt? It's almost looked at exactly the same, Vonjo and Steven, when Nick Saban left Tua out there against Mississippi State so big and he crushed his hip.
People get hurt.
It's looked at the same. Almost the same. If this guy were to get hurt on a punt return, it's one of the worst decisions, bro. This is your wide receiver one.
It's not looked at the same. You're wrong.
Again, it's Can I ask you a question, Vonjo? What do we do financially?
We can barely hear you, bro.
Okay, fine. We get that he may not get injured. We understand that. But if he does, what do we do financially and as a team going forward for the next 5 years, since he's on a 4-year contract? What do we do?
We do the same thing if he came out as a bust.
We lose. Right, we lose. We do the same thing we've done for 25 years. We lose.
Hey, Steven, can I say something?
Go ahead, Todd.
First off, I want to apologize for bringing that question up to Daniel to start this again.
I know it's all your fault, Todd. How dare you?
He did the same thing last night.
I know. I wanted to ask Daniel. I didn't think it was going to go after Daniel that was going to be brought up.
Well, I have to admit, I'm pretty happy about it. I mean, I'm not happy that everybody
an awesome
agrees
problem
with
to have.
But
the only reason I asked that
This
is
is a very
because
good
the same
problem to
question was asked: if we blew our wad on a star quarterback, what would we do if he got hurt?
Have him return
Or
punts.
what would we do if he gets suspended the whole season? Or all these other issues. We ask the same questions, but we don't ask those questions with Tyreek. We say, oh, nobody gets injured on punt returns.
But, Steven, here's my thing. I agree with you. I agree with you.
We say the same thing that we be doing. We said for the past 20 years.
Right, but what I'm saying, Vaughn, is let's say he
That's what
scores
we've been saying. We're going to say the same thing for the past 20 years.
Okay, let's say he scores a touchdown, right? And we're all going, okay, he scored a touchdown. We're not going, oh, good, we're making it to the Super Bowl now. Now, on the other token, if he gets injured, what are we saying after that? Oh, our hopes for the bowl are dashed.
But see, that's the thing. You guys are worried about the touchdown. What about the changing of the, field position? Putting the pressure on the punter to.
It still doesn't justify it.
Putting the pressure on the punter to shank punt to do
that anywhere for anybody that's fast enough. So what you do is you do what every team has always done. You take your fastest rookie who hasn't figured out the offense or defense yet, and you put him back there to make plays. That's what you do.
Hey, Steven, I've got to go back to work. I just wanted to come up and say I'm on your side with this one.
Thank you, Todd. I appreciate that. And for you,
You're wrong, Todd.
The reason Tyreek was returning punts in the first place in Kansas City is because he was young, he was new, and he hadn't had a full grasp of the offense yet. But they are like, oh my God, this guy's ridiculous, fast, and shifty. So let's get him the ball. So in his first part of his career, yes, he returned punts. That's what you do.
Why don't we just do the response?
Once he got a grasp of the offense, he never saw a punt return again.
But Color, here's my argument to you. Last year, when we drafted this guy, Jalen Waddle, maybe you've heard of him. Everybody was hammering, don't let our first-round draft pick get into punt return. Don't let him do it.
Well, they were being stupid at that point. They were being stupid at that point.
That was 80% of the fan base.
But those are the same people that said making the
fan base are saying
that's the argument that we. That's the argument that we made last year.
Same people that made that argument for Waddle are saying the same
but
thing.
we also didn't have any other star on our team.
And Waddle also fumbled every time he came in to return.
We didn't know he was going to be a star.
Real quick.
He was a rookie.
That's the reason why I had the problem trading Jakeem Grant.
Got 2 more minutes, Crypto.
Because
2 more minutes.
He eventually became an All-Pro and a Pro Bowler in the return game, and we had the problem where we had to use like 3 different guys in the return game, and of course it didn't work out that great. You know,
right?
But
if Jakeem Grant was producing on the offense at the level of Tyreek Hill, nobody would have been calling to put him back there.
Why don't we just do the responsible thing? I mean, like seriously responsible, and just fix the problem, and get a quarterback that actually can be productive on offense, so we don't have to worry about this.
Because Tua's our quarterback, and I don't want to get into that. Like Tua's the quarterback that we're going with.
It's a value thing for me.
Fair and run the ship the same way anybody would, supposing their quarterback was good and going to perform.
This is about
execute. We have to assume we're going to execute. And if we execute, we don't need Tyreek returning punts.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's 2 things. Number one, we don't know if we're there yet. We won't know until the season starts. So as far as I'm concerned, you go in with the mentality of the best player at every position on every down, no matter what the stakes are.
That would be Tyreek Hill at running back, quarterback, receiver.
Come on, bro. That's Rashad, you're being silly there, bro. Like
he's illustrating the silliness of the point.
No, how is it silly?
Because that's what you're saying, Steven.
Oh my God, that's crazy to me.
Because there are so many other people that are almost as fast as him.
Hey, that's a good point.
Almost as fast as
him. Gets hurt. Our season is not over.
Deion Sanders is a good example. He was number 1 cornerback, plus he was returning punts.
The fact
he was a
defensive
player.
There's so many other people faster than him, right? I.e., that's like saying, okay, Kansas City offense is going to take a step back. Kansas City is full of speed. So their offense is going to take a step back, but people say it's going to take a step back. Why? They still got fast receivers.
It isn't because Tyreek's no longer returning punts for them.
No, Kansas City is going to take a step back because even though those receivers have speed, they don't know how to use it properly. Even when Tyreek wasn't in the game for 4 games, they didn't perform as well as when he was on the field.
Crypto
is because Tyreek's not returning because he had 400 yards passing on several occasions when Tyreek Hill was not in the offense. That's just an outright lie.
Our offense
There's multiple 300-yard games that Mahomes had without Tyreek Hill.
Well, hold on a sec, Crypto. Von Joe, if you're saying to me that
and the fact that they have Andy Reid as a freaking coach.
If you're saying to me that our offense is so complex that it's going to take Tyreek a year or 2 to get on board, then yeah, stick him back there returning punts so we can utilize the hell out of what his skill set is.
No, Crypto. What I'm saying is our offense is so inept and so. How should I say?
We don't know our offense yet.
But then Tyreek ain't going to do nothing to help us anyway. That's the point.
Nothing about this
We've got bigger problems than who's returning punts.
No. our offense is this dink and dunk. It's not a high-powered offense. So at the end of the day, field position matters. If we could improve our field position, it doesn't have to be a touchdown, but if we could improve our field position, it changes the scripting of our play. It changes everything. It changes game flow.
I just don't know if it's going to happen
game
for it
flow.
to be worth the reward.
If our offense sucks, field position matters, but to what degree?
To make it make sense.
Field position matters no matter what.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm going to risk my investment.
You always want to be on the shorter field.
When I can get somebody else who can do the same thing
Again, and what Rashad is saying is
for $1,900,000.
what Rashad is saying is none of those things are going to make or break our season, but an injury
if it
will
changes one game,
break our season.
We only miss the playoffs by one game. If it changes one game, it does matter.
True, that is true.
That's where you're wrong.
We only missed the playoffs
anywhere.
by one game. It only needs to change one game.
There was 1,000 other things we could have done besides return a punt for a touchdown.
Yeah, we want to still increase our chance.
Those things, bro. And if you got a chance to improve it, you do, Color.
Why already did by bringing him in the building on offense, Stephen D.
One of those things could have been
That should
making
get
a
us
field
one
goal.
extra
But guess
touchdown
what?
a game.
No, Color. One of those things could have been making a field goal. Maybe Tyreek could have got us closer to the field goal, so it could be in better field goal range, and we
that's my
make that
point.
field goal and we win.
He's already
no, that's
doing
my
that
point.
by
It's
being
still-
here.
No.
Why does it have to be Tyreek Hill?
It doesn't have to be. We just need the fastest guys catching the ball, not fair catching it like Colin.
Come on, Crypto. You can say that about every team since the dawn of the NFL, man. Nobody is saying just because you
don't
run
want nobody fair catching the ball no more.
If we lose the game by one position, I want to go ahead and circle back to
Didn't Raheem Mostert? Raheem Mostert returned.
If you're talking about a guy that runs 4.3, okay, that's making $40 million, as opposed to a guy that runs a 4.4, making $10 million, speed don't matter, bro. I'm sorry.
When his speed didn't matter in that scenario, given there.
A tenth of a point difference on. Come on, man, for $40 million.
But Color, we already came.
$40 million is irrelevant. That argument's been
it's not irrelevant because it's a matter of what do we do afterwards. After that $40 million.
We already mentioned that.
And you use it. You maximize your potential.
It's not only speed.
Don't we got 5 first rounders? Don't we got like 2 first rounders?
I don't give a shit about the $40 million. That's irrelevant because he's never been injured.
Maximization. That's what I'm arguing. It's not maximization what you're talking about.
And I contend that it is because he hasn't been injured playing that position.
It's foolish, bro. Bottom line, it's foolish.
Okay, you can say that all you want.
Hey, look.
I would consider this like
and that's why we're fools, because we're entertaining it. That's why we lose.
I'll entertain
We're arguing about it right now. The rest of the fan bases out there are going, we got them arguing about Tyreek returning punt. Do you believe this nonsense?
No, we're not talking about today.
Because Tyreek Hill wants to turn punts.
No, but Steven, what we
give the man what he wants.
This is what happens when you don't make the playoffs.
Okay, good and well.
What's up, fellas?
That's not why we lose. We lose
come on,
man. We haven't fixed the quarterback position. No, I gotta.
What's up, buddy?
We know that everybody and their brothers agreeing with you today. We get it.
No, I know, but now let's go. Maybe I might get
all over.
Listen, fellas, listen. All right, so forget the Tyreek Hill topic, right? Because he's literally paid here to be that #1 guy. But let's move on. How about Jalen Waddle?
Football player.
How about Jalen Waddle? We didn't really.
1A, 1B.
Just like Julian Edelman was paid to be a football player.
But look, listen to me.
Our finances are not completely destroyed if Waddle gets hurt. That's what I'm trying to say.
But here's the thing. This is the thing. How many times did we see Jalen Waddle on punt returns here in Miami last year?
Until they get hurt, then we deal with it.
A few times, and he fumbled a couple of them.
We get there is a foolish thing to do, Crypto.
Hold on.
And you know as well as I do that's true.
Color, hold on 1 second. I got a question to you guys. I got a question to the panel. Who was the most explosive, Vonjo? Who was the most explosive Dolphin last year on our roster?
Tua Tagovailoa.
That's a false answer. Waddle. I agree. It would be Waddle. How many times did we get our most explosive person last year on the punt returns and kick returns?
A few.
Not very many.
And this is why.
I know, but Pete, let me ask you: should they have though? Pete?
So you're telling me that we don't go 1-7 if Waddle is returning punt?
Time out. Let's get something straight. We don't know. Number two, color. The point of what I am trying to say is that, and you're even saying it to a certain extent too. You're saying, Steven, there's multiple things in the course of a game that can make you win or lose the game. We both agree on that. But one of those things is, or two of those things are kickoff returns and punt returns.
Correct.
And I think we underutilize or undervalue the importance of them by not putting the best player out there to give us a chance to either A, swing the field direction, or B, give us a chance to score.
Correct. Steven, can I answer
you?
Steven,
three questions. Hold on,
Joe. Can I answer Steven D real quick?
I have 3 questions for you too.
Can I answer Steven D real quick?
Go ahead, Color.
You're absolutely right in everything you say. But what determines who the best player to do that is? Isn't just physical attributes. So we're talking about putting the best.
That's a great question.
Okay, so Color.
Let's answer everybody.
Hold on, no. So Color, you're saying with that question that Tyreek or Jalen Waddle don't give us they're not the best people to put out there.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
I disagree with that, and I think that if you're
talking about in a vacuum, if you're talking about in a vacuum with who handles the football and gives you a better opportunity of scoring on that play, then you're right. But that doesn't make them the best player to put there.
That doesn't make them right.
Yes,
it does. Hold on, guys.
Let me get in this.
Raheem Mostert will be our best.
Better probability of winning.
Then again, the Ravens don't know what the hell they're doing. Then
look at the stats.
Let me say something real quick.
And say the Ravens fine.
What is Tyreek's best position? Punt returner or wide receiver?
Both.
I mean, he's
all of the above.
Answer the question. Which one is he better at?
Which one is more valuable at?
It's not about what he's
better at. 90% of the time he's not going to return the kick because they're not going to kick it to him. 90% of the time they're not going to kick it to him. 90% of the time they're not going to kick it to him.
So why cry about the 10% that they do?
Yeah, but
Bonjo, go ahead.
Real quick. I gotta answer Capitan on this. He says, "How is your best weapon not your best option?" I didn't say the best option for that play. I said the best player to put in that situation.
It's Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle.
No. I'm talking about the best player for that spot.
Waddle and Hill will be the best option.
Player for that spot.
One at a time.
Nobody answered the question.
Football team. Variables of a football team.
I've already answered that, David.
It can't be both.
10% of the time.
It can't be both.
Give me a second, Color. If you go onto Twitter, you will see a highlight of the top 15 fastest plays. You will see Raheem Mostert at number 1 on a punt return.
He has bad hamstring.
He has multiple punt return touchdowns.
He has multiple hamstring injuries.
Multiple.
Okay. What is he doing? If he's available,
bro, why does everybody do that? Just answer the stupid question.
You're talking like he's Devin Hester.
And your question's irrelevant. Exactly.
Bonjo, go ahead, man.
How many punt returns for touchdowns did we have last year? Question 1.
I don't know.
You guys have me dying laughing.
Because Tyreek is not going to get the ball.
Hold on.
I'm not sure how many
punt returns.
Do we
have any punt returns?
Put him back there. Oh, touchback.
I don't know.
Okay, two. How many? So we don't know how many punt returns for touchdowns we had last year. So we
0.
Either 1 or not many. 0. Okay. How many games did we lose by 1 possession?
There was at least 3 or 4. It was at least 3 or 4
That's
last
such
year.
a straw man argument.
How do you
That's not a
figure?
straw man argument.
Please let him finish this question. I gotta hear this.
Color, because I want to know how many 3 and outs after we received the ball did our offense just stall out?
Quite a few.
Answer to that.
Quite a few.
How many missed field goals did we have?
You said, and we missed a playoff by 1 game. So we had a handful of games.
But the question is that when those offensive series stalled out, was it because of the field position or was it because of the quarterback and the offensive line play?
That's irrelevant.
Hold on,
That's just as irrelevant as
it is
position. We didn't have to move the ball.
Okay, guys. Only thing that matters is special teams. That's the only thing that matters is special teams.
That's such a cop-out answer,
Let's say
David.
we get a punt return for a touchdown.
That's what you guys sound like. That's what you guys sound like.
Color, give me a second. Give me a second.
And we win.
What about when we have field position? What about when we have
a punt return for a touchdown is going to win us that first playoff game?
What about those games?
Hold up.
I'm saying that the other things we change would actually win us playoff games too.
What we are saying is, and let's take 4 games we lost last year by 1 possession or less, right?
Okay.
Out of those 4 games, we have to think there are a multitude of reasons why we didn't win that game. But we also, in the same breath, can also say, well, we didn't actually give ourselves the best chance in all 60 minutes in all phases of the game because we didn't put Jalen Waddle back there for every opportunity for a kickoff or a punt return. And we don't know what would have happened at that point.
We did a whole bunch of
and if we had have put him on the field, maybe that does create 1 touchdown in those 4 games. Minimum 1 touchdown in those 4
we're not going
games.
to need because we brought him in the building in the first place.
And now we get to win 1 extra game that we lose.
But we're not going to need to do that because he's in the building in the first place.
Are we in the playoffs now? We're in the playoffs.
Stephen D, we've already got that extra win because he's in the building in the first place.
Let me get him, Color. Let me get him.
I don't think you got extra win because
that was a bad take. That was a bad take all along. We lost to the Raiders. We lost to the Raiders by 1 possession. Wait.
We ain't played it down yet.
By 1 possession.
What are you talking about,
Quarterback still has to
do
it.
Wait.
How you're sitting here assuming he's going to get a punt return for a touchdown?
When you guys are finished, let me get a say in, please.
You're putting words in my mouth.
Let me say this.
We lost. Wait.
Hold on,
David. We lost to the Raiders. 1 possession. We say we would have returned the punt. Would that have changed the safety that we got on that stupid play call when Waddle got the safety?
We're saying that we lost by 1 possession.
Wait. What about the miss? What about the missed field goals that lost us games?
I can answer Rashad's question with facts.
We've been in positions
our defense did score
in
that
scoring
game,
range, and we just didn't score.
Rashad, our defense did.
Yeah, we didn't score. If we would have got a return that had gotten us closer, we could have made the field goal to win the game.
Oh my God!
You guys are missing.
Can I speak now, or
you're missing score that game, and it made zero difference in the outcome. To Rashad's point,
all of you are missing the point. What we are saying is that if you put Jalen Waddle back there in those 4 games for every kickoff and every punt return, you have now given us, let's say, 4 times 4 is 4, 8, 12, 16 additional opportunities to have an opportunity to score a touchdown minimum.
Stephen
or
Stephen D,
y'all don't know that
is literally the same thing as a punt return for a touchdown, and it
makes
no difference.
But you're missing the point. What I'm saying is,
you don't need the punt return for a touchdown.
You guys are straight up ignoring the fact
it's about flipping the field and field possession.
And we flipped it with a scoop
that
score,
means
and it didn't make
nothing.
a difference. We flipped the field with a scoop score, and it didn't make a difference.
If you score, you
give
score.
yourself an
If
extra
you
time,
don't, y'all are making
difference.
excuses
as many
about field
opportunities
position.
as we can to score or put us in the best position to score. And we did not do that.
That does not mean we score. There's times when we've been in the 5-yard line and we
better
score.
And
Okay,
I would argue.
And what we're saying is it takes away the opportunity to have him on offense. That's what we're saying.
It doesn't take nobody chance the opportunity on offense.
Because you don't want it to. Just because you say that doesn't.
I would argue that out of those 16 times,
unbelievable,
that one of them would have resulted in a touchdown that would have led to us winning one of those games.
That's all we're saying.
That's all I'm saying.
And
Which
all I'm
would have
saying,
put us in the
Stephen D,
playoffs.
in the Raiders
do
game,
you hear
we
what you're saying?
literally did that.
What you're saying,
scooped the
Steven,
score.
is
that is literally a punt return for a
we've
touchdown.
been
But it's
in-
not a
thing.
punt
Listen,
return or
not.
a kickoff, which is
Oh
what
my
we're
God.
talking about.
It's a
The
turnover for a
impact on the game
touchdown.
is the
We are
same.
talking
The
about
impact on the
strictly
game was
punt
the same.
returns and kickoff returns. We're
When
not
you-
talking
No, it's
about
not.
nothing else.
Stephen D.
When you're
The impact
when
on
you're
the game
kicking the
is
ball,
same.
you're
All
giving
else
the
is
ball to
even
the
when you
other
got that
team.
score.
It's
bro.
the
But if you got an
same
extra
exact
opportunity on a
thing.
return game, that's what's going to give you the
It's the same
opportunity to
thing,
win.
Crypto. It's
A
your
scoop,
defense
a scoop,
scoring.
no,
It's
a
the same
scoop, a
thing.
no, a
So
scoop
if I
No,
stop
score is
you,
to get you
if I
10 down.
stop you
A
from
That's
scoop
in
score
punching
is
the
to get
addition
you
to the
ball
offensive
defense
and I
scoring.
turn the ball over
That's
and
in addition
score,
to the defense scoring.
isn't better
By the way, Steven, what
better
we
than
supposed
a
to be doing
punt
this tomorrow?
return?
That's an addition to the defense scoring
I wish
when you
I
get the
had
special team opportunity.
Crypto, special teams is defense.
Steven, I gotta
But
go. I
then
gotta
if
get
you
ready
got
for work.
another
It is a
opportunity, that would be
defensive
the
stat.
additional
It is
time.
a
You guys
defensive
have
score.
Listen, this is what y'all are saying. In whole, this is what Crypto just said. Missed field goals don't matter if we.
I ain't saying this field goes up, man. Now you're lying.
No.
You're a liar, and the truth ain't in you. You
Listen to
just
what I'm
outright lied.
saying. I said in a sense. Get it
No,
correct.
it's not what I'm saying in a sense. No,
Listen to
that's a
what I
lie.
said. If we
Wait a minute.
force
I
a
didn't say nothing
turnover,
about missed field
listen
goals
to
matter.
listen
I
to
said
what I
make
said.
field goals matter.
Listen to what I said. I said if we force a turnover and we miss the field goal and lose the game, you said if we would have got a punt return, it would and got better field position.
No, that's in
maybe he would have
addition
made
to
the
all
field
of those
goal.
mistakes.
No, we are saying
that we're saying that's in addition to what mistakes that we made.
Listen, Rashad, listen.
God.
Rashad, listen. Are you listening? Hold on, Rashad, my man. You're listening, right?
I'm
Me and you
hearing
right
you.
now. Okay. What I am saying, and I believe Crypto's saying the same thing, is that in the process of a 60-minute football game, forget the scoop and score, forget the turnover. We are saying that there is an additional 4 to 6 times where there is a punt or a kickoff in those times. An additional, not in lieu of, not in addition, that because we didn't put Jalen Waddle there, and we're not saying that it guarantees. We're just saying it gives us a better shot, and the odds are more put in our favor. Which the goal of the game is to give us every opportunity in all aspects of the game to put points on the board. And that's all we're doing here by saying that Jalen Waddle or Tyreek Hill is doing kickoff and punt.
Can I talk now?
Hold on. And when that happens, now you've given us an additional 16 times minimum over a period of 4 games where we lost by 1 possession or less. That maybe, hold on, that maybe it gives us an outcome where we score and we either get to win the game or at least tie it and send it to overtime where we have an opportunity to win.
We understand all of that, Steven. We understand all of that, Steven, and we're still not in agreement with you unless it's playoff football. In the regular season,
we're talking about the playoffs.
And Pete, and by the way, my argument to you there, Pete, is we got to get there.
That's fine.
Okay.
But I think it was you or somebody else.
And we're not getting there with Tyreek on the bench from a stupid punt return injury.
Yeah,
exactly.
Then we worried
the
about
position with the highest percentage of injury, you're putting your highest.
He haven't been injured on
second
highest.
Yet. Second highest.
But he hasn't played. He hasn't played in multiple seasons. Crypto. They have not put him in punt returns
when
in
he was in the
Kansas City.
situation, he still didn't get injured. It still matters.
They've been in the playoffs every year.
Guys? If
still matters.
Wait.
Waddle, hold on a second. If they would have put Waddle back there and he got hurt, what you guys would have been saying? You were blaming the coach.
Again, this is total deflection on the performance of the quarterback. I'm with Ali on this.
But that was never my argument to begin with.
Yeah, Tua wasn't in question.
Every time we go back to. But Stephen D, every time we go back to how he was utilized in Kansas City, we have to recognize.
I don't give a shit. What I am telling you, use the square jar on me. I don't care. I am telling you That it has nothing to do with the quarterback one. It has nothing to do with defense scooping scores. It has to do with giving your team additional freaking opportunities to score or switch the field to have a better opportunity to score. That is all I'm saying.
Opportunities we're not going to need.
Can I comment on
Who's
that?
fault wasn't putting Waddle in?
Can I comment
Whose
on
fault
that?
wasn't not putting Waddle in last year?
We do
I
know that
love
because we
Steven.
just made the investment.
Swear jar. I'll pay it for you, man. You deserve it. Let it out
Whose fault
sometime.
is
You
it
know
that
why?
Waddle wasn't returning kicks last year?
It was Waddle's fault. We can say all we want that Waddle could have
Waddle's
changed
fault.
the game, but he was muffing punts. He was
No,
fumbling
man.
punts.
That's
You
not
know what?
Listen,
You know what?
listen. Let me tell you guys why Waddle wasn't. He was the best player we had last year. So they didn't want to risk him getting injured.
No,
Now, mind you,
Rashad was right.
think
He
about
was
this.
muffing
Hold
punts.
on. Hey, Crypto,
If he wasn't
check this
muffing
out.
punts, he would have been
Check this
returning
out.
it.
Crypto, check this out. Crypto, check this out. You got Waddle returning a punt. He only gets 5 yards, but he runs 70 yards all over the field. Now the offense is on the field. It's 1st and 10. You think the defense is like, man, Waddle is going to get the ball right now. Everybody knows right now after that Waddle return, he's a decoy.
Athlete. Yes.
He's a decoy on that very next series. That guy doesn't have energy, bro.
Because he's an elite
He'll be a
athlete that
decoy.
trains off the field and has a second win.
You think these guys don't get tired, bro?
Yeah, the funny thing is, it's hindsight's 2020. You guys must have quarterback from last year.
That following series, nobody will fear the pass. They'll try to stop the run or double team the other guy.
One down at the most.
Let's change
No, bro.
Not a whole
one down
series.
is important. Okay, one down. Hey, Crypto. Okay, Crypto, one down. Automatically, they're gonna double team. They're gonna double team Waddle on the next play. Tyreek Hill's out of gas. We're gonna have to run the ball. It's 2nd and long.
That's such a cop out.
2nd and long.
You're trying to say you guys are fat and out of shape.
You're burning fatigue, bro.
You guys are making
That's what it is.
It's the same cop out that you guys are using for Jalen Waddle for last year. It's the same cop out.
No, Jalen Waddle wasn't on the field because he
You guys are doing cop out. Stop it. You guys are.
If we would have used Waddle, we would have done worse last year.
So what are y'all talking about?
Hey, so can I ask you guys a different question to change the subject?
Oh, it has nothing to do with this athleticism.
Suck, Terrence. I can't stand you right now.
Okay, so let me ask you guys a different question, right? What do you feel about our center situation right now? Do you feel good at with Connor Williams at center currently, or do you want to upgrade a center like a JC Treader? You want to trade for an upgrade? What is your guys' opinion on that?
I'm sorry, Irving. I gotta do it, bro. I think we should put him back in punt return.
I was gonna do that.
Oh my God!
You took my joint, color.
Sorry.
You took my joint, color. Hey.
Fine, I'm down for it. That's fine. That's fine, color. Robert Hunt was a pass catcher in one series, so it don't matter. Robert Hunt was a pass catcher on one down, so it don't matter.
I was trying to diffuse everybody.
I know, color. I know.
And I took it to the next level by saying Robert Hunt was a pass catcher on one down as well.
And a good one at that. A good
So
one
he should
at
get
that.
paid like a receiver or a tight end, Crypto.
Okay. So what do you think?
However they want to pay him, he was also an option.
Okay. So why didn't we utilize Hunt more favorably last year?
Here's my answer.
He could have scored a touchdown. He could have scored a touchdown, at least 2.
Hold on.
Listen,
Irvin's trying to change the subject. Go ahead, Irvin.
Here's my answer to that offensive line, and I already told you guys. Connor Williams at center.
Okay.
I don't care. Listen, I heard Robert Hunt and multiple guys before. You don't remember when we had Mike Pouncey, we moved him from center to right guard and put Sam Satelli in? I know he was a natural center, but did anybody worry that, oh my God, Mike Pouncey's going to be a right guard? No, these guys are just going to line up and block somebody. And in my opinion, Connor Williams lined up in Dallas and he was a really good guard and he blocked this guy really good. So if he just... Learning to snap is not hard. Anybody can snap. He just needs to get it correct. If he snaps, right, and he's able to hold his one guy, and Teron Armstead is able to hold his one guy, the rest of those weak links are no longer weak links like we looked at them last year anymore.
They're going to
get help, and they're going to get help from other guys.
So my question is, Pete, okay, so do you think it's a good idea to move one of the best guards in the NFL last year okay, a top 11 guard to center, but you're also leaving a hole at left guard because you're trying to solve a problem that you originally had, but you're originally moving from a position that you're already really good at. Now you're creating another problem. So now you got two problems.
This is the way I see it. This is the way I see it, Irvin.
Okay.
This is the way I see it. Austin Jackson's trajectory and ceiling at left guard looks way better than Connor Williams there. Just the way that he's able to move and everything. So that's just the way I'm looking at it.
I disagree.
I don't think Austin Jackson will be able to handle the center position as good as he will, and looks that he'll handle the left guard.
Irving, to answer your question, Irving, I feel like our worst offensive lineman should be our left guard. That way he has that protection between the center and the left, between Armstead and Williams. He has, I don't know what that background noise is. He has a little extra help with that experience. And as you said, when healthy, the best left tackle and one of the best guards.
She's only going to have the computer until she leaves.
Hey, Ali, you got feet.
Throw the mute on, Ali.
There you go.
There you go.
What was that, Rashad?
Y'all heard Ali's wife? Ali's wife literally just said, put Tua at punt return.
Sorry, I thought I had you guys on mute. I apologize.
You're good, Ali. You're good.
I was talking to the wife.
Your old lady's got good takes, man.
Listen. I've been sitting here because I was finding all the articles that I've read on the injuries and stuff regarding special teams, and I was going to put it all together and send it to Stephen D. And listen, I respect Stephen D's belief that, and I understand why you want to give every opportunity for our team to win. I get it. I understand that wholeheartedly. The issue with me is the fact that by doing so, you're effectively putting a chance that the team could be hurt. The chance of risk is so much higher than the reward to me. And that is essentially why I have concerns with it. I respect everybody. I'm sorry if I hurt anybody's feelings or yelled or sweared or anything. I definitely respect you all. And I understand where you're coming from.
An apology for not hurting my feelings.
Yeah, and the thing about the QB,
they don't apologize to me, Ali, when I'm sitting here telling them I don't think Tyreek Hill should be at punt return.
And I understand. And the other part of it
it's all opinionating basis. I think I kind of
upset Stephen D with the bringing up the lack of QB play, and maybe that might be the problem. The truth is that teams that have good QBs and teams that have been consistently winning in the playoffs or going to the playoffs, they don't have these discussions. They don't have these arguments. And that's why I brought up
my question, Ali, did they have the same argument last year?
Not even the media sits here and talks about, oh my God, the Chiefs could have went further, or the Bills could have went further if they use X player on special teams.
Pete, you know what?
I agree. They don't have a problem at quarterback.
But I agree with what Color says because with Tyreek Hill, because right now he's an older player, and I don't think he's at this point of his career. I don't think he's in a position to be returning punts on the regular. I think a better choice would be Jalen Waddle because he's a younger player, and you're paying a lot more money to Tyreek Hill is going to be your number one wide receiver. So if you were to choose two guys, and remember Tyreek Hill hasn't returned punts in 3 years. It's been a while. So if you were to make a choice between the two, it would make sense to go with Jalen Waddle. So I agree to Color to that. I agree with Color to that extent. And plus, I do agree with the point that maybe Tyreek Hill didn't have the grasp of Andy Reid's offense at the time when he was returning punts, as opposed to what he was in his prime, as in 2019, 2020, 2021, and etc.
So
Tyreek Hill. Well, first of all, Tyreek Hill.
Wait a minute. To Irving's point,
hold on.
A lot of DBs playing punt returns because
if Hill wasn't here this year, if Hill didn't get traded, we'll have the same conversation.
It'll be with Waddle.
No, you see, you guys don't listen. You guys don't hear Tyreek Hill talking.
We'd be arguing against putting Waddle back there if we didn't have Tyreek.
So did you have
But it
that
wouldn't work
conversation
because
last
they
year?
did
Hey,
try to put Waddle back there.
and I
Only
just
thing
finished.
Waddle wasn't doing because he was muffing punts is the only
Hold
reason why
on.
Waddle wasn't
And
back
I
there.
just finished saying and asking that
That's true,
question.
Crypto.
Forget about Tyreek Hill. I don't even want
Good
Waddle,
point.
even with Tyreek Hill here now. I don't want to see Waddle back there returning punts
Thank
all
you.
year.
And
It's
typically, this is why
Did
that's
you
our
guys
number
have the
2.
same
Yeah,
conversation
but this is
last year
something
about
typically
that he
this
Waddle?
did
is why
really
you
well
Is my
coming
see.
out of
question.
Alabama. This is something that he did really well coming out of Alabama.
Y'all want
Those
to
things
put
that he's
Yeah,
muffing punts and kicks and all that. That's a coaching thing. He can get coached up and improve.
No, muffing a punt has
He
nothing
can-
to do with
No,
coaching.
no.
It's
no, it
all
ain't
on the
nothing to do with
player.
coaching. That's on the player.
Decision.
He needs to
could
see
Do
the
be
you
ball
really
into his
think
hands.
Waddle wants to
No,
even
no,
return
wait a
punts?
minute.
To be
Yeah, he needs
honest,
to see the ball into his hands.
Wait a minute.
I didn't say I didn't blame that on
business
coaching. I
decision.
said with better coaching he can improve. I never
No,
blamed that on the coaching.
Irving, it could have been a business decision. He knows he's not
That
getting
too.
cut for muffing a punt. And if he doesn't want to do punt returns, what are you going to do? Muff a couple punts. You'll never be put back there again.
Yeah.
No, you can't do that. You can't.
That's a business
you can't
If
do
that's
that.
if that was the business decision by Waddle, then everybody better jump on the train and trade Waddle right now. Heck no, no,
But then
trade
again,
that guy right now.
the Dolphins coaching staff created this problem by trading Tyreek Hill. Sorry, not trading Tyreek Hill. By trading Jakeem Grant, and that's why you left yourself in a kind of a
Eating up punts too.
yeah. I mean, he's the better returner. He's the more
see, in
designated
my
returner
opinion,
than
players don't want
Jalen Waddle is.
to. In my opinion, players don't want to return punts and kickoffs continuously because if you look at it, just like how the players in a Debo style position, like the guy from Atlanta, what's his name, Cordell Patterson, and Devin Hester, those players never got the bag, man. They never got the bag of money. All right, and I think that's the real reason why people don't want to do it. Why should I put my life on the line or not my life, but my body on the line? Go ahead.
Ali, it's one of those positions you get hit the hardest. And think about it. If you played football, you know running around, breaking tackles, having to juke the whole everybody. That is where you get tired the most.
Bro, I got leveled in practice. I wasn't even the guy catching the ball. I was on the second line on the return team, and I got leveled, man. It's like,
hey, listen,
even the gunners get leveled on the opposite team.
Yeah, I was on the second line too, color, and I got leveled.
Can I say something real quick?
No, now I'm here. And this is the bottom line because Stephen D said so. Okay?
I love you, Stephen.
There's enough up here of this blasphemous craziness talk.
I tried to change the subject, Steven, so I tried to help the situation, but
no, to Ali's
I
point.
Hold on.
I muted myself when you got back, Stephen D.
I think that Tyreek requested to return punts because he know that he would need to be able to diversify us more because of the quarterback position. That was Tyreek Hill's way of saying we may need extra boost because my quarterback.
That's where I wanted to take it. Yes, Ali.
My God, thank you, Crypto.
I wanted to say and agree with you, but I haven't had the time. And now this is not towards Steven. And not towards you when Ali said that, but I do agree with Ali. I think the pressure is on. They're looking for every offensive way to get the most and get Tua in the red zone to score touchdowns. I just think that's what they're pushing and they're hoping for.
I was going to say throw shade on. It was just to say reality.
We need to maximize our chances because we don't have Patrick
And they're begging for it all this year. This is why they want Tyreek Hill this year right now.
Let me hit the reset.
Okay.
Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers. I'm your host, Stephen D. I said we weren't going to have a panel today. That lasted all of about 30 minutes.
30 seconds.
And then the panel came on. It has been a good conversation this morning. I do want to remind you guys, please, if you are able to, donate to the channel. Help the channel grow, okay? There's a couple different ways you can do that. You can use Cash App, MSM Podcast Network, with the $sign in front of it. You can use PayPal, MSM Podcast Network, or Super Chat. I will say we're about $60 away from our goal today. It helps the channel grow, okay? So 6 people donated $10. What you could do right now is you could hush 6 people on the panel right now.
Hey,
you could time them out for 10 minutes. You ain't got to hear nothing from them. Nothing.
Or you can time out Steven for 60 seconds.
Good. Or if you just, look at it. If you wanted to just hear Pete today, you could just donate the $60 to the channel, and Pete can have 10 minutes by himself on the channel. We'll see how that goes.
Steven D, real quick. If I donate $10, can I get that sweet shirt that you have on right now?
What, this one?
Yeah, he donate me a
I don't know if you want this one. I'm a big guy. This is a size.
By the way,
not
I
that
just want
size.
to
I love
point
that
out.
shirt though.
I want to point out how odd
don't have a
today
smaller
is.
one.
You got Color arguing with El Capitan. You got everybody agreeing with Pete. What the hell? Did somebody got
wild.
It's the off season.
I think I'm the only one that was balanced.
Universe before we left.
Yeah, that's the Matrix. That's the Matrix color. That's the Matrix.
But I will say, like the same. Ali brought up a good argument with the Tyreek Hill, because if you look at Cordero Patterson, as he got older, as his career progressed, he switched from that primary returner role, right, and he became more of a back. He became more of a running back / wide receiver. So it's just, you could use that argument with Tyreek Hill, and it'll make it like kind of like legit. You know what I'm saying? If you're opposed to you making Tyreek Hill the returner.
I got you.
Does anybody truly believe they're going to kick him the ball?
No. It would be a bad decision.
That's what makes it a moot point, David. You're absolutely right. What is happening here? Like, they're not even like, it just makes no sense. We want to bait them into kicking us the ball. Stick a guy in there that's almost as fast
my
as Tyreek,
argument, my argument to you was, even when Devin Hester was returning kicks, it's not like they took all 6 or 8 times. Like, there's going to be one
but you're basing it on one mistake. You're basing it on one mistake.
Got hurt, your whole season ain't over.
Exactly. And look, Tyreek Hill, when he came out of college, he was drafted in the 4th round as a running back project. Okay, he was drafted as a running back project from Kansas City, and next thing you know,
figure out what he was.
He excelled. They said, "Whoa, this guy is really fast. He catches really good." They tried him out at wide receiver, and boom, he's been a wide receiver. And this is what he's talking about. He comes over here. He has a podcast now. He has a podcast, and he talks about him wanting the ball.
Once Tyreek had the grasp of the Kansas City offense, this conversation happened in Andy Reid's office for about 30 seconds. He laughed him out of the room. He's like, "Are you kidding me?"
How many Pro Bowl offensive players?
Oh, we do know that, Crypto. And no, we don't know that, but we don't know anything. And to that point, Crypto, there's two things that both we don't know. We don't know if it's going to make a difference, if it's going to benefit us, and we don't know if he's going to get injured. But since we don't know either of those two things, what are the results of either one of those? If he benefits us, it's a little bit. If he gets injured, it's our entire season. You don't know what's going to happen either way.
Wallow is not the reason why we're going to win football games.
Ali, what size shirt are you, Ali? Ali, what size shirt are you?
I wear an XL.
All right, hold on. Go ahead, talk, guys.
I do know that without Tyreek, we were 1 game away from the playoffs last year. So I don't know how him on punt returns is going to.
Right, and we could have made the playoffs without Tyreek. So saying we losing Tyreek Hill is going to be doom and gloom is not true.
Well, no, of course not. Now you're
because
going.
We could have made the playoffs without Tyreek Hill.
Now you're going back to assuming that we're going to execute, and if that's the case, we won't need Tyreek back there.
My thing is,
it just gives a better chance.
But what you're saying, Crypto, is if all of what you're saying comes true, we won't need punt returns.
If the quarterback elevates his play, but if the quarterback don't, we will need punt returns.
Again, you're going back to supposing we're not going to execute. You got to pick one at this point.
It's
how many returners
where do you
see at Tyreek's caliber in their career?
I only have a medium.
Brought up the quarterback.
It's not that shirt, though. I have a medium of a cool thin shirt, but it's only a medium. I don't have an XL. My bad, bro.
It's okay, bro. No, I wasn't the one asking about shirts. I think that was Irving.
Irving, what size are you? Irving left.
You go.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Let's do final thoughts of the day. I was trying to get to hit the goal of 60. You guys can still donate. Let's get to that $60. I don't know who owes from the swear jar today or who's paying my swear jar fee. I think Pete said he had something on it.
How much is the swear jar fee? I did
$1 per swear word, but if you say the F-bomb, it's $2.
Okay, so I owe $2.
I just found a way to agree with El Capitan. So, we can't go to bed not telling each other we love each other. So,
yes,
part of executing color is that you take every opportunity to execute. So, yes, coaching execute. That's coaching execution. So, yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
If the coaches are going to execute, then they would put the best player back there at punt return. It's hard to argue
Color,
that.
how many times have coaches executed and called the right play, but the player didn't do the right thing? That falls on the player as well.
Then that falls on the player, not the coach at that point.
A lot of the times, that's what we saw in all reality with Flores last year, bro. Like, I'm not even joking. And Tua.
Yesterday that the hill that they have to die on is a strong hill. It's hard to argue against putting your best playmaker with the ball in his hands. That's hard to argue against. I get it.
All right. Final thoughts of the day. Donate to the channel, help the channel grow. Hit the like button. Let's raise this last $60 and the last 5 or 10 minutes here. Let's get it in. And as a matter of fact, if you donate $10 right now, I will let you have a 10-minute timeout for tomorrow, Wildin' Out Wednesday.
No banking,
So it'll go towards the bank for tomorrow that you can use at any time for Wildin' Out Wednesday tomorrow.
Steven's a regular old Templar. He's got the banking system set up already.
I'm just saying, it'll go towards.
Are these transmutable across panels or what?
No, they are not. They only work at the bank of Stephen D and Miami Sports Music.
That was legend.
I do like it. That was pretty good, though. All right, so final thought of the day, David.
That's
first, go ahead, David.
I want to say the panel's been great, guys. Also, color. If you look at my name, I did it for a reason. That is actually my name, according to my tribe.
What is it?
Stephen D, you're gonna have to full screen it. I can't. It's cut off for me. Not you. I know what your name is.
Fighting Crow.
David.
Fighting Crow. Right? That's cool.
Fighting Crow is my real Indian name from my tribe.
How do you pronounce that in your language?
I have no idea.
David. David.
Fighting Crow.
I can tell you that Wampanoag means people of the first light, or tribe of the first light. So that's where the name comes from. So guys, it's been great arguments. It's still a moot point. They're not going to kick them the ball. Have a nice day. Love you guys. Later.
Bye, David. I just want to remind people, if you donate $10, if you donate $10, I mean,
you guys are thinking it's a mute point when Irvin is up here giving me stuff that I didn't even hear. This is my final thought. Stephen, and this is what's gonna drive me crazy the rest of the week.
I was gonna save you for last, Pete, but I guess you don't want to go last.
No, I'm final thought right now. I appreciate you, Stephen. I love all of you guys. Fins up, no matter what, even if we're bottom of the league. But at the end of the day,
Pete, you got my swear jar today. You got my dollar.
I got you. That's why it's important. I need to go. I got you. Listen, think about Irvin. I don't know why Irvin said this, but Irvin is out here telling me that Tyreek Hill's asking for punt returns, right? He left Kansas City because he wants more targets. I don't know what else to try to tell you guys, but Jalen Waddle at this point, he needs to be traded. And I honestly, cold-heartedly believe in it. He's useless. We cannot have two wide receivers that could do the same thing on the field. Like, I take it back to Peyton Manning when he went to the Broncos. He had Emmanuel Sanders, Demaryius Thomas. They're not the same. I could go back to Peyton Manning in Indianapolis. He had Marvin Harris and Reggie Wayne. They are not the same, okay? These guys, when they're on the field together, they're never going to win jump ball battles or contested balls. And I don't care how fast you are. These other guys get paid too. They will be on top of them. And this is what worries me. And now Tyreek Hill, he wants targets. He wants punt returns. He wants running back. He wants this. He wants to be the face of the franchise. This is already too much for Tyreek. The pressure is on. He's trying to take this team like it's his, okay? And it's not his team. That's all I'm really saying. And it is what it is. That's just the way I feel. Appreciate you guys. Tyreek Hill is the biggest locker room problem that there's going to be, and you guys will see, because I don't see the Dolphins winning the division or making the playoffs with a Tua-led team right now. So it's going to be a problem, and that's what worries me. And after Irvin telling me that, I'm sorry. That's why I had to say this. Stay blessed. Fins up.
God, that
Oh,
man, that
I
Demaryius
will-
Thomas,
I-
Emmanuel Sanders
I
take
will
was
say
brilliant,
this.
bro.
Just remember, we need to hit $60 to our goal. Y'all can get Pete off. Pete don't have to come. Y'all can kick Pete off tomorrow. That's a real thing.
I'm
That's
sorry.
a crazy
They're already
take, bro.
hating in the chat, but that Demaryius Thomas, Emmanuel Sanders take was spot on, man.
Oh my God.
let me go. Let me get my final take.
Go
Sheesh.
ahead, Rashad. I'm just trying to. I can't.
Great discussion today with you
Ooh,
guys.
Pete, $20 donation. Like it. Pete got a 40. We're only 40 away from goal. Shout out to Pete for the $20 donation. Pete, by the way, you get 2 credits for tomorrow to get somebody in 10-minute timeouts. So let me write that down.
That's deep.
That's a big deal for Pete. Pete's got 2 credits to get 2 people timeouts tomorrow. Go ahead, Rashad.
Yeah, I was just saying, good topic. I didn't know special teams was that would be so intense.
We did a whole 4-hour show on special teams, bro.
Pretty much. For you, Crypto, Vonjo, I don't know what everybody else is. I'm not saying keep Tyreek Hill from punt returning for the whole season. I'm not saying that. I just don't want him to turn into Deshaun Jackson personally.
Oh, shout out to Damian Dees for the $20 donation. Damian's got 2 credits for tomorrow. Ooh, Damian Dees got 2 credits for tomorrow.
Haven't heard him in a
Another
while.
good point, Rashad. He could easily turn into a Deshaun Jackson, man.
Deshaun
Yeah,
Jackson.
who had a bright future.
Who really does nothing for us in the long
ended
run.
up breaking down. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. Besides that, y'all have a blessed day. Fins up.
Guys, we're $20 away from goal. Let's get the last $20 in here for today. Okay, let me go with Crypto. Final thought of the day, Crypto.
Hey, good show. Good discussion. I mean, I suppose both sides have their way of dealing with risk tolerance. It's no different from when you're suggesting a bond fund to somebody that's 70 years old and suggesting a fund as somebody to aggressively invest in at 20 years old. The risk reward profile is different from 2 different investors. It all depends on what the team want to do from that standpoint, what they can tolerate, what they can stomach. But if they have a longer time horizon, then you do the aggressive approach. If you have a shorter time horizon, you probably won't. It all depends on what the tolerance level is, the people upstairs. I tell you what, if Stephen Ross gets a little anxious because he think he's got one foot in the grave, he's gonna probably invest like a 20-year-old and say, let's go all out in this and try to do our best to put our best people on the field to win at all costs.
Hey. Bonjo with the a $10 donation for 1 credit for tomorrow. We're $10 away from goal. We don't have to stop there and keep on going. Just remember, you get a credit for tomorrow, 10-minute timeouts for every $10 you donate. Are you done, Crypto? I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's cool. No, that's all.
You're the man, Crypto. I appreciate you having my back today, man. Out here with these wild people and these crazy takes. We know we got it, Crypto. We're look. You want to know what's the funny part? They all agreed with Pete. I mean, come on, that right there just tells them they're wrong.
Oh man,
tells them we're
living in a different paradigm.
I know, it's crazy.
But Pete can assemble the masses.
All right, Crypto, be good.
All right, you Color Ali. You have a good one.
You too, Crypto.
All right, Color. Final thought of the day, Color.
So Crypto just reminded me to mention that none of us are against putting Tyreek back there to return punts. I'm just against it on 4th and 10 in the first quarter when we're up by 2 scores already. You know what I mean?
I said if we're up, then I'm okay with it.
Well, even if it just depends. I mean, you just don't have to, like, we've got a lot of things we could do that we don't do early on, and there's reasons for that. But that all aside, I think it's quite refreshing to argue with crypto because we hardly ever do. But he's just wrong. You don't put your best player back there.
You're
as a
wrong,
matter of
Color.
course.
You're wrong.
Probably I've been there before, but appreciate you, Stephen D. You do a great job. And it is quite refreshing to be arguing something so
Tua.
Something that's really inconsequential in the long run. I mean,
we had a 4-hour show today about special teams, bro.
Yeah, and if there is something to be said for if we're arguing about this, then nobody knows what we're gonna do. So they have to game plan for the possibility of Tyreek to be back there. So,
I'm just saying,
something to be said for that.
Mm-hmm.
Color, I love you, brother. You're the man.
All righty, Stephen D.
Hey, Color, tell the people where they can find you. Promote your stuff, Color.
Always on the Fins tailgate. Should be going tonight for Talk TMI at 9 or 10 o'clock or so. Co-hosting there. You got me on Thursday nights for color commentary. And make sure you catch El Capitan every other night of the week for the Fins tailgate. He did a great breakdown of Kurt Warner's film study last night.
Yes, he did.
Get over there and check that out. Make sure you're liking and subscribing to Stephen D here too, because and share the video. Gets more people in chat to argue with this about.
Yeah, I want to. Please share. Please share all over Twitter today.
Appreciate
Color, do you order the swear jar? Do you order the swear jar, Color?
I don't.
You owe $1.
I did say hell earlier. I don't know if that's
$1. That's $1. You owe
all right,
$1.
I'll have to get you tomorrow then.
Color, you're the man, bro. I love you.
All right,
man.
bro.
You're good. And then there were two. Ali, I enjoyed having you on today. I love having you on. You don't come on often, but I love when you do. Just so everybody knows, we're $10 away from goal today. And if you get any $10 donation or increments of 10, like, for example, Damien, he donated $20 earlier, so he gets 2 credits tomorrow. And Pete's Take donated $20. He gets 2 credits tomorrow for 10-minute timeouts. Von Joe donated 10. He gets a credit for tomorrow for 10-minute timeouts. So yeah, shout out to that. And also, happy birthday, Bones. Happy birthday to Bones. Big supporter of the show.
Happy birthday.
Love you, Bones. Happy birthday, bro. Bones, put up your Cash App again so people can donate and buy you a couple of beers today. All right, man. Go ahead, Ali. Sorry.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank you, Stephen D, for having me. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry if I upset people with the Tua talk. It was just out of heat of passion, man. I'm sorry. I will send you all the links. I have like a whole bunch of articles and reports I've read online about injury statuses on special teams. I'll send that to you if you still want it. What else? Oh, there was one point I wanted to bring up that we didn't talk about. And this isn't like a big thing, but it does happen. Not every time, but it is a chance of happening. When you have your star player out there in the backfield for punt returning or kickoffs, let's say there might be players on the other team that they're really upset with him for some reason. You're giving a free shot at him, from the opposing defense. Mm-hmm. So that's something to think about as well. But I understand everybody's point of view. I just don't want to see him punt returning 24/7. If it's when we're down or we need to win, I get it. I'm okay with it then. That's the biggest thing for me. But another news, Color forgot to promote the #1 place to find him. And that's on my show on Saturday on the Fins Tailgate. Because Color and I both have a show called Late Night Exhale at 10 p.m. That's where you can find us.
Color just dogged you, bro. Like, that's so messed up, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm kind of upset. But then again, he might have been just waiting for me to promote my own show. So that might be why.
No, Color was just dogging you. He said, forget that guy. He said, Color said, oh, snap. Sorry, Ali. That's fine.
It's all good. It's all good. Anyway, But thank you again. Fins up, everybody. Great panel. Love you all. Have a good day.
Ollie, don't forget the swear jar.
Oh yes, I owe you $2. Can I get you on Friday? Is that okay?
You once you go over 5, then I can't let you on the panel until you're paid up. So you're good right now. But you
Okay, I'll pay you on Friday for sure. No problem.
You're the man, Ali. I'll talk to you later, bro.
Thanks, man. Later.
Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show, Clack Blockers. I hope you all had a good time today. I had a blast. I had an awesome time today. You know how awesome of a time I had today? It was awesome. It was awesome. Tomorrow is Wildin' Out Wednesday. Wildin'. Tomorrow, I need to see Flipside Fishing and Cruz Ruiz to the principal office tomorrow. Flipside Fishing and Cruz Ruiz to the principal's office tomorrow. Okay? Just remember, y'all can hash it out professionally to you guys. No name calling or anything like that. Y'all can come on the panel tomorrow. It's Wildin' Out Wednesday. Y'all can go head to head. Fight! Gotta be nice to each other, though. Flipside says, bring your track shoes. Yes. Cruz. Oh, AJ. By the way, Bones' thing is $AJ. Crud up. Go to his whatchamacallit, Cash App right now. Go give him a couple dollars. Go buy that man a couple beers for his birthday. $AJ Crud up. Bones' birthday. Go do that, man. Matter of fact, you know what, Bones? I'm sitting here telling people to do it. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you $5 right now, bro. $5. Pay. Where's it at? $AJ Crud up. Happy birthday. There we go. Confirm. All right. I just sent you $5, Bones. That's for you, my guy. Happy birthday. It's not even a gallon of gas in some places. That's so sad. But yes. There you go. You can use it towards gas or beer or alcoholic beverages or whatever you'd like to use it for. Where's Stephen D getting beers for $5? That's true, too. Everything's so expensive. Guys, $10. Last $10, we reach our goal for the day. Who's got us? Who's got us on the last $10 tip? Let's go. My final thought of the day is y'all are wrong. I am right. Use your best players at all positions at all times during the game to give you the best chance to win the game. And if you don't, y'all just, I can't believe y'all. That's the way I look at it. Okay. I'm all about it. I'm about it this year. Tomorrow is Wildin' Out Wednesday. We're going to have a good time tomorrow. It's going to be good times. And I will see y'all tomorrow because, yeah, this show is pretty much over. It's over. I don't know what y'all are doing. Waiting for the last $10 to come in. Let's get that last $10. We get 10 people donating $1. Come on. Come on. But remember, if you donate 10, then whatchamacallit? Then you get a credit. Remember, a $10 donation or increments of 10 gets you credits to 10-minute timeouts tomorrow. So right now, Damian has 2 credits for $10 10-minute timeouts. Pete has 2 credits for 10-minute timeouts. Bonjo has 1 credit for 10-minute timeouts. Who's getting that last credit for the 10-minute timeout? Let's go. Let's go. I'm just waiting for that last $10 to come in, and then I'll get off the air. I'll just wait. I'm looking at you. Yes, you. The one who's on the toilet seat right now. Don't forget to wash your hands and flush. Yes. You. The one who's laying in bed right now. You. The one who's at work or supposed to be working, but watching me instead. I'm talking to you. Now, you know what? I'm talking to the one who's with their wife right now, not paying them any attention, but watching me instead of your lovely wife. Did I get everybody? I think I got everybody. Bathroom, bedroom, office. Hey, you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The one who's clanging and banging right now. Ugh. Working out while listening to me. Or you, the one who's eating. Yes, wipe your mouth. You got something on your bottom lip. And hopefully you washed your hands before you ate, too. All right, come on. Last $10. Let's go. Wallin. What do you want, Color? What do you want, Color?
It's not Color, it's Irving.
Irving, what's up, Irving?
Yeah.
You want to give your final thought of the day? Why
Yeah,
the last $10 to come in? Go ahead.
Yeah, real quick, man. Thanks for having me on the show. I know it got kind of crazy, but it was a good show, good debate. I'll just leave that up to the coaching staff. Whatever decision they make is the best for our team. So that's all I got to say. Fins up.
Tell people to donate that last $10. Let's get us home.
Donate those $10.
I love you, Irving. Be good, brother. Color would love to counter your argument. I like that. That's a good name, too.
Yeah. He always comes to counter people's arguments.
I'll counter you. I will counter your argument, sir. That's exactly what he says.
Yeah.
All right,
come on. All right, brother. You be good too, man.
All right. Nobody's going to donate that last $10 and get us home for the day? Come on. It's about reaching goals. Let's go. Color contrarianism. I like that. That's pretty good. Au contraire. Good, sir. That's it? Nothing? Come on. You get a credit towards the 10-minute timeout tomorrow. You're never going to beat that. It's a great deal. Do it, Color said. 2 people can donate $5 and get us on. I'll tell you what, if 2 people donate $5 right now, I will add that as a 10-minute timeout for tomorrow. half the price, you still get a full 10-minute timeout. Two slots for that. But you got to have 2 people donate $10 or $5. Or if one person donates 10, I'll give them 2 slots for tomorrow. How about that? Last person to get us there. Come on. Who's it going to be? I'm waiting with the pencil, writing who it's going to be. I'm writing it down because I know it's going to happen. I'm speaking it into existence. Anyone? $5 donation gets you a 10-minute timeout for tomorrow? A credit? Come on. Never going to beat that deal. You'll never see it again. Anyone? If you're able to. If you're able to. Todd said, just think, you'll be able to kick Steven off and have a free-for-all up there on the show on Wednesday. I know. It's crazy. Crazy to think about it if you think about it like that. I mean, technically, Damien's 2, Pete's 2, and Von Joe's 1. I mean, I could be kicked out for a total of 50 minutes tomorrow if they all decided to go kick me out. Saxman J. Will said, let's go. Namaste. I got kicked out twice today. I think it's the most I've been kicked out. I don't think I've been kicked out more than twice. No one? Come on. $10 gets us home. $5 gets you halfway there. And I'm adding the $5 to the $10 10-minute timeout. Come on, guys. I got stuff to do. I got people to go. I got people to see. I believe in y'all. Y'all can do this. Nothing. Nada. Not a 3. If you want to donate to the channel, all you have to do is click the $sign below the chat if you don't know how. Or you can use Cash App or PayPal. Nothing. Nada. Shazam. Zilt. 0. Going once. Going twice. All right. Nobody took advantage. I guess we didn't reach our goal today, but that's okay. I appreciate everybody who did donate. Thank you very much. It means a lot to me that you did. I understand that the world's a crazy place right now. Gas is $1 billion a gallon. Totally get that. Understand that. Just remember, when you do donate to the channel, it helps the channel grow, and it goes such a long way into moving the channel forward and what we want to do for this coming up football season. So please help if you're able to. You can also share, let people know. Whatever you're able to do helps out greatly. Follow me on social media at Stephen D. SKPL. Spread kindness, positivity, and love. I love y'all. Y'all are the best fans in the world. This is Miami Sports Music's podcast network, #1 Miami fan morning show, Clock Blockers. And I'm your host, Stephen D. See you tomorrow on Wildin' Out Wednesday. It will be a lot of fun. And yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace and hair grease. Love y'all. Peace.